Welcome to America's Day at the Races. Great to have you with us on this Thursday afternoon on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today, and by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We kick off a new week of racing, and of course it is Preakness week, middle jewel of the Triple Crown on Saturday. We will talk plenty about that. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling as we get set for this Twilight card and the opening race coming up, New York bred maiden special weight 1-turn mile. Andy,
I actually think this is a nice race to start out. And by the way, what a difference a few days makes. I mean, it just reminds you how spectacular it is being at Belmont Park when the weather's nice, because it's a great day.
Yes, this is the reward for the last week or two we had of chilly weather. It's beautiful today.
It is. Here's a question for you, Greg, too. The number 6 right now, Happy Sophia, who did already break her maiden when finishing first at Charlestown last time and faced New York breds the first time. In a very slow race, she was disqualified for some other infraction from purse money. Why is she favored here? Does she look like the favorite to you on the board? I mean, she looked like the favorite to you on paper. She doesn't to me. Well, I pretty much left her out of my top 4.
I would not be shocked, but people love to see that she crossed the wire first. I think that plays a big part of it. And even the 2 other races, she was competitive. But that's a whole different level of competition, Charlestown, than what you're going to face here.
I mean, I'm surprised. I actually picked the 5 Amos, but we'll get to the 1 Alpha Dora. You know, she made a sloppy seal track in stakes horses last time, but 2 races back, the rider moved a little soon, went too fast early, kind of fell a little asleep or lost a little bit late. I thought she ran a race that would make her tough to beat in the year.
Yeah, the 2 prior to that, too, just missed by a neck and a half length at Aqueduct. So, well, she's close. She's 5-2 right now.
I thought she'd be a more heavy favorite. What about the 5 Amos? I think it looks like Amos, but somebody told me it's Amos, which doesn't make much sense to me, but whatever. I like this horse. Met opens last time. These are New York breds at Keeneland first time out. Thought broke very sharp from the Grail. I think this horse has a lot of speed and could be very forwardly placed here. Jose Ortiz sticks. And I thought this race was just good enough that with New York breds in the second start would be very dangerous.
And we know how tough those races can be at Keeneland. And we'll see. Beat half the field home in that spot. Had to deal with an inside post that day. Certainly has every right for improvement. She's right at her 3-1 morning line. And you get Jose Ortiz.
I thought that she was just very interesting. I'll be honest with you. I think that you can look to this race and make case for a lot of them. What about the 2 Princess Pinky? A horse who ran well enough to be competitive in this race 2 back. Comes off a layoff. Off for 4+ months. Catches a sloppy seal track next time and clearly didn't handle it at all.
We talk about this barn all the time and how high you are on Michelle Nevin. She is one of the star trainers certainly on this circuit. That is a high price at 6-1. But
isn't it?
A lot of seconds, right? 4 seconds in 7 starts. I think the last race is a complete throwout, so you don't worry about that. But then there's still the issue of all those opportunities before.
I couldn't agree more with you on all of that. On the other hand, she's not 7-2 or 3-1. She's a very generous 6-1 in a super competitive race, but I still think it's a relatively good price. Good enough that I'm at least going to throw her in as a C at the bottom of my early pick 5.
Yeah, early pick 5 over $200,000 in this pool. So in a case like that with the 2 where you think should be a much lower price, do you let that sway you a little bit and say, this is certainly a horse I got to use, but even a horse that I might want to put a win bet on?
Well, maybe there's just more interesting horses. They're clearly betting the 6 more than at least I anticipated. The 1 and 5 are very logical. I mean, horses are going to get sort of forgotten about, and people were swayed by the bad performance last time without necessarily looking into the fact that it was on a sloppy seal track.
Well, Michelle Nevin, she's got a couple in here. She also sends out the 4. We were talking about the 2 that she campaigned. She also has Champagne, daughter of Painter. This one has a right to improve as well.
Listen, any second-time starter, and this one hasn't run in 3 months, has a right to improve. Sometimes you see a 5 or 6 horse field and you say, well, this is really easy. There's one heavy favorite to beat, and the rest of them all have a chance. This is a very competitive, dense field of 6 where I won't be shocked by anybody, and she ends up being the 6th choice simply because all the others are slightly more appetizing, but she's not impossible.
It's a good first race to kick things off in this pick 5. Good betting opportunity. And for most of the wagering, it had been the Charlestown Shipper. Down with Ray Handel, the 6th. Happy Sophia, who's favored. Now favoritism has gone to the inside slightly. Alpha Dora, Mary Alice Coffey from the rail. Now the 1 to beat as we get set for the first here on this Twilight Thursday afternoon card. on America's Day at the Races. John Imbrial with the call.
Waiting for Amos and Happy Sophia. There in the gate. And they're off. Singular Sensation and Happy Sophia go out for the early lead as Alphadora now moves up down at the rail. Alphadora hard held there on the inside. Singular Sensation is the leader. Alphadora, Happy Sophia right together, second and third. Then it's Princess Pinky who's racing in fourth. On the outside is Champagne and Amos. Amos is gaining ground down on the inside. There's room at the rail. Amos goes right on through now to take over the lead after the opening quarter was running 23-2. Amos in front here by a length. Alphadora in between horses, Singular Sensation. Happy Sophia is on the outside. Princess Pinky is a close-up fifth, just 2.5 lengths from the lead. And Champagne at the back as they go around the far turn. The half in 47-1. Amos has the lead here by a head, but here's Singular Sensation to challenge, and here's Alphadora moving up in between horses. Happy Sophia on the outside. 4 of them across the track for the lead. Princess Pinky is just in behind in fifth, and then Champagne as they come for the quarter pole. Now it's Singular Sensation and Happy Sophia. Alphadora's under the whip as the field comes into the stretch, and Amos is not done yet down at the rail. 3/4 went in 112. Amos on the inside, Happy Sophia on the outside, then Singular Sensation, Princess Pinky as they come down for the 16th pole. On the outside, it's Princess Pinky. On the inside, it's Amos. Amos, Princess Pinky. Princess Pinky wins it right at the end, won it by a head. Then Amos, and farther back, Happy Sophia.
Well, the field tried to hand Amos this race on a silver platter, take the rail, go ahead. In the end, Princess Pinky, though, able to get the win all those seconds, an afterthought.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Princess Pinky in a terrific ride by Manny Franco showing. And I think Manny may have been on a suspension last weekend. I don't think he was riding here last weekend, why he has been the leading rider in New York all year. It's a sensational ride because you watch the race, 4 were across the track, top of the stretch. Only one of those 4 that survived it all was Amos. Whereas Princess Pinky, with the patient ride by Manny Franco sitting behind them, he swooped them at the end. At the end of the day, Amos, who oddly dropped back to last early, zoomed up the rail in what was a relatively quick quarter when you consider the final time of this race, and ran a very, very good race to take a tough beating here. But excellent ride by Manny on Manny Franco. And once again, throw out the sloppy track race, right?
Yep, do not be concerned at all. 6-1. It really didn't look early. The beginning of the stretch like this horse had much punch, was still last of the field, but all of a sudden found some interest, turned it on, and gets by Amos for the win. Princess Pinky in the end 6-1, right at her morning line, breaks through. Career start number 8 with a maiden score.
Well, she was the fortunate recipient of trips in here. I think Amos really ran very, very well at a tough beat. I don't know if Kelsey Danner, if that's the first start ever at the Naira tracks, but a tough beat with this horse, who with a similar effort will be tough next time. But, you know, trips are very, very important, and Manny Franco could not have given a better ride to Princess Pinky.
And even a defeat, it was a great job by Jose Ortiz to recognize the rail was open and try and take advantage.
I'll be curious to see the head-on replay a little bit later and see if maybe he had a little bit of trouble out of the start to be back, because he didn't project to be back that far, and Jose had ridden Amos, so maybe this horse had a little bit of trouble early, but Jose made that decisive move. Was it the wrong move? Easy to say now. He almost won the race, so you can't really say it was a bad move.
2-5, 6-3, 6-1 on Princess Pinky. Behind a wall of horses early, swings wide, and gets the job done to kick off our Thursday Twilight card here on Fox Sports 2 and America's Day at the Races. Let's bring you track conditions for this afternoon. We'll have the prices coming up from the opener in just a moment. 6-1 start, healthy beginning if you're alive in this early pick 5. Our weather and track conditions, they're presented by Piranha Fly Spray, the preferred fly spray of Belmont Park. Piranha on, pests gone. Main track fast turf is yielding. We have the 4th and the 9th taken off the turf. Races 2, 6, and 7, however, they'll remain on that yielding turf course.
Well, we've had rain at some point for each of the last 5 days, including a sort of deluge on the course of Monday and Tuesday. So I'm glad we've got 3 on the turf, Greg.
Yeah, exactly. You can get signed up, started, play along, bet all the races that we bring you each and every day here on the network and at racetracks all across the country by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. $200 new member bonus. When you use the promo code LIVE at sign up and bet $200, you'll get that extra $200 in your account within the first 2 weeks. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app. We're going to step aside, short timeout. We're just getting started here on this Thursday afternoon. He was the Kentucky Derby favorite, and he's one of 4 from the Derby, heading on to the middle jewel of the Triple Crown. Improbable in that role again as the horse to beat for Bob Baffert. We'll be back.
Run Happy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Eclipse champion Blaine was considered by many as the breakout stallion of 2018. His top runners included Grade 1 winner and Eclipse Award finalist Marley's Freedom, plus Grade 1 winner Fault and graded stakes winners Moreau, Beyond Blame, Miss Kentucky, and Blamed. His yearling sold up to $500,000, and his sensational daughter Fault brought $1.2 million at the November sale. Outstanding results, outstanding value. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up at NairaBets.com for a new member bonus.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Middle jewel, the Triple Crown coming up. We're going to talk about it in a moment. First, prices from the opener. Princess Picky, $15.20. Michelle Nevin takes the opener.
Nice to see Michelle get a win. Michelle does such a sensational job all year long in New York. She's honestly one of the best trainers in New York, and probably doesn't get the credit she deserves in some ways because she doesn't really have that many big horses. You know, you get noticed when you big races, and she's done a great job with Skylar Scramjet in the past, and I think day to day she does as good a job as any trainer in the game.
We have a $1.6 million filly making her debut coming up in the next race. We'll set the stage for that coming up momentarily. Right now, though, we're going to talk Preakness. 4 horses moving on from the Kentucky Derby. Improbable for Bob Baffert is one of those who will continue on into the Triple Crown. Arrived Wednesday on a flight from Kentucky as Bob Baffert looks to win this race for a record 7th time, installed as the 5-2 morning line favorite.
And he should be the favorite. I'll tell you one of the things he has going for him. I don't know a soul that likes this horse. I mean,
that is a good thing.
I picked him 3rd. I did a preview today, which is available on YouTube if you want to look at it. But and I do think he's dangerous. I don't mind that he hasn't won yet this year. He lost to Omaha Beach in this race we're looking at here, who would have been the favorite in the Derby.
And he was unhappy in the gate, unsettled.
And yeah, and it was a sloppy track. And then his first start, he was best. I don't care that he lost. He far and away ran the best race in there. And then last time out, one thing I don't like is that I thought he got a great ride from Irad Ortiz. With all due respect to Mike Smith, he can't ride a better.
Well, the only thing they didn't like, Connections, got a lot of kickback in his face on that track, which they did not want to see. But
what could Irad have done differently? Been out wide in the middle of the track in the clear? I mean, that's a tough one. And I thought Irad rode him well, and he got out in the clear in the stretch, Greg, and he didn't finish. He can win. I still think the distance question lingers with him.
That is a look at Improbable. Of course, as we mentioned, he arrived Wednesday. Elliot Walden said he worked this morning, 8:30 a.m. It was the last set of the morning that went out, that he looked full of energy, happy, floated over that racetrack. So it looks like all systems go here for the Preakness for him.
Is it me or does Elliott Walton get more press now that he's not training than when he actually used to be
Seems
training?
like
Of course,
it,
he trained at Victory Gallop, who won our Belmont Stakes and was a tremendous racehorse. I'm not way against him. I happen to think, though, that there are some very dangerous new shooters in this race. And even though a lot of people may be poo-pooing the race because a lot of horses in the Derby are not running, I don't want to focus who's not running. I want to focus who is running. And there's some nice horses running in this race.
Well, this poor horse, War of Will. Can more go wrong for you over the course of a Triple Crown? Gets the rail in the Kentucky Derby, gets impeded with during the running of the race, and the odds now of getting the rail again for the second time in a row in the Triple Crown, 260 to 1, and it happens for War of Will. He's going to be on the inside again.
You know, Mark Casse should have hedged. I got no sympathy. Probably could have got 200 to 1 somewhere. This is a very interesting test, and I hope people don't say, if War of Will doesn't win this race or run very well, that there shouldn't have been a disqualification. Because he was fouled regardless of that. But I think a lot of people are looking and saying, if he wins, then people will say, you see, he should have been given a fair chance. He didn't get a fair chance. I'm going to tell you something about this horse that concerns me as well. Where is his race before that that's necessarily fast enough to win here against the new shooters? And
where is it?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have a lot of fast figures.
Okay.
You're a bigger fan than I am.
Winning from all the way on the outside and the Risen Star, I mean, to me...
Those were very good races. But I know Country House won the Derby, but still. He was fouled in this race, and it was a legit DQ, in my opinion. I think you agree.
Yes.
I still wonder if he's a horse that's going to get better with distance, especially in a race where there's a lot of pace. And while he can rate, he's going to have to be involved in a pace that's going to be pretty quick, I think, at some point.
Yeah, it takes away options, right?
Yeah.
Where he is drawn. Let's hear from his trainer, Mark Casse, on what lies ahead for Saturday. All right, we'll try and get you that sound coming up in a few minutes and get that reset for you. That's just tough luck, though. First 2 legs, Triple Crown, you get the rail twice in a row. Yeah, just unbelievable. We know he's got a ton of talent. We know how high Mark Casse was on this horse. At one time, you know, he wasn't only the leader on the Kentucky Derby points leaderboard, he was considered one of the top horses on the road to the Kentucky Derby as well.
Been. His races before the Louisiana Derby were sensational, and I was one of those people that knocked Mark for running him in the Derby because of his poor effort in the Louisiana Derby, but I was wrong, and Mark was dead right to run him in there. Win or lose, whether he was going to win the race or not, or even finish second, he ran well in the Kentucky Derby, and he belonged in that race.
Validated himself, certainly, in the decision to run in that race. Let's take a look at the field again. How about this? You talked about new shooters in the race. Since 1969, horses who've skipped the Derby have won the Preakness only 8 times. And that's despite new horses making up over half the field over the last 20 years.
But don't you feel like things are changing a little bit because not as many horses run back? And, you know, we saw Cloud Computing 2 years back come and win the race. And this year, between Bourbon War and Warriors Charge and Owendale and Always Mining and Another Twist of Fate and Laughing Foxy, those are real players.
Well, especially this rendition, right? Because your top 3 finishers from the Derby, they're not coming back.
Right.
Usually this happens, that stat, because the best horses run in the Derby.
Right.
So now your top 3 are out of the mix.
You always get the Derby winner, effectively.
And maximum security, so top 4, really.
You rarely don't get the second horse. So you're really getting a diluted field in that sense. Not to knock the horses that are running back in the Derby, particularly War of Will and Improbable, but these are good new shooters in this race.
A total of 10 million points are on the line at Naira Bet starting today. Hit the late pick 4 at Pimlico for a 1 million point bonus. Friday's late pick 4 at 2 million point hit split bonus. And the late pick 4 on Preakness Day, 3 million point hit split bonus. If you hit all 3 late pick 4s, you're going to split 4 million points. But to be eligible for that 4 million bonus, you have to play the late pick 4 today at Pimlico. Go to NairaBets.com for all the details. All right, coming up, race 2. It starts the early pick 4. It's a mile on the turf, maiden special weight. And oh my, first time out for a $1.6 million filly. You're looking at her, a daughter of War Front for Chad Brown. We'll talk more about her and the rest of this field when we come back.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
You're always striving for quality, so that's what WinStar is about. You're supported by the Stallion owner and the shareholders at WinStar to extend that success into the future. We all know what our expenses are going to be within reason during the year. We don't know what our income is going to be. I know the program's there, and it's definitely on my thought process. It's a very tangible benefit that definitely helps with our bottom line.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
Run Happy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Run Happy is stamping his horses. And they all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. Very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We are back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by the champion sprinter, Run Happy. What a runner he was. He never lost while sprinting during the course of his career. He did it all the while racing medication-free. Now stands for $25,000 at legendary Claiborne Stall and their legendary stall number 1. Some of the great names in racing. You saw just slide across there on that door, including the great Secretariat. We're going to see his offspring next year hitting the racetrack, and we cannot wait.
I hope the first one runs here.
Because you want to be the first.
I just want to be. Don't you just want to be here for the first Run Happy?
I actually would love to
I
be.
feel
That'd be
like
fun.
we have a very deep relationship with Run Happy.
We do. Well, this next race, there is some serious interest to see what Ballon Rose does in the debut. She was purchased out of the Keeneland September yearling sale of 2017 for $1.6 million. Her pedigree, it is rock solid. For more, let's get a Paddock report downstairs from Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Greg. And yes, the daughter of Warfront is number 5, Ballon Rose, and they paid up for her. And yes, she does actually have a bit more of a European pedigree, and obviously the the Group 3 winner in her native Ireland. And it's a fine pedigree. She looks fine here. I mean, she's big, she's tall, she's lanky, everything you want in a turf runner. And a mile is probably fine, but she might want to eventually go further than this based upon pedigree and how she's put together. She's alert. I mean, if anything, she was a little unsure here. She was kind of hollering to number 9, Star of the East, who does like to talk a lot. Every single time she comes over, she's snickering. But I like her. I mean, you're taking a short price on the only horse, though, that has no experience. But obviously, Chad Brown's very capable of firing in these spots. Number 6 is A3, who will make her stateside debut, an Irish-bred filly who comes over, gets Lasix, and comes off a layoff. I don't mind her. I really don't. But fitness, she just looks as though she might benefit from a start, to be honest. And you also got to wonder if a mile might be on the shorter side for her, though it does seem as though she was kind of going and stopping in those 1.25-mile races in England as well. So I think she's one that might benefit from getting a start under her belt just to tighten everything up. Well, one that does have that is one of 2 New York breds here, and that's number 9, Star of the East. She gets Lasix here for trainer Brian Lynch for her second start of 2019. And I know she's a 4-year-old that has only had 2 starts prior to this, but I like her. I love the way she's put together. Yes, she's going to have to face open company here. But if you want an alternative or something to round out your exotics, I think Star of the East is ready to go. She's sharp, she's keen, and she's that much more fit having that race under her belt as she gets Javier Castellano in the irons here today. Greg?
Nothing like experience. We'll see. She's going to be making her 3rd start, but if Ballon Rose, the first timer, runs to expectations. Look out.
It's interesting to see how she runs. I can tell you, because I don't think I'm giving away any secrets here. Last summer, when she was a debut at Saratoga, Chad Brown was extremely high on this filly. Extremely high on her. And she was entered to run and got rained off the turf. I believe it happened at Belmont as well. The weather really hurt our racing last summer and into the fall. Now, in most cases, that would mean she's very good. But sometimes these horses just don't develop as well, or things happen, they're not as good. But there was a time when they thought, now Newspaper Record obviously was a gigantic star last year, but she could very well have been the second best two-year-old filly, which would have been pretty darn good.
Pick 4 coming up here. Our early pick 4 starts at a mile on the turf. Again, races 2, 6, and 7 stay on the grass. Races 4 and 9 come off as we take a look at Passion Flower, Kieran McLaughlin, and a Tappet filly.
I think this one's very interesting. I like Kieran McLaughlin, this move to turf second time out, and there's enough pedigree such she moves forward. I'm going to try a 5-1 exacta.
La Vida comes in from Gulfstream out of a maiden special for Jorge Abreu.
You look at her first start, she was 50-1, and honestly, she saved ground the whole way and never lifted her feet.
First-time starter for Bill Mott. Here is still Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard.
Well, this is the best pedigree in here, at least in the race. Her Damn Owsley won $800,000 in the grass and has produced 5 turf winners, stakes horses, out of 7 to try the grass.
Xanthique, big price, 24-1. Tom Morley, and steps up in class.
Interesting move by Tom Morley, claiming this horse $50,000, going right to the turf, but I don't disagree. Even though the Dam was a good dirt runner, she's produced a turf winner.
And here's the $1.6 million filly making her debut, daughter of War Front for Chad Brown, Ballon Rose.
Those War Fronts, who stands, of course, for a lot of money at Claiborne Farm, and justifiably so. They're runners, and this one is supposed to be the goods.
International Super Sire may have another star in his hands here. Athery here. This is a half to Camelot, who was the Epsom Derby winner.
Maybe 2 miles would be better than 1 mile
exactly.
for this one. 2 tries, 1.25 miles. Lasix on, and maybe they shipped this one over from Europe thinking she needed to use Lasix.
And in terms of those who've run on turf and shown the best ability, or results anyway, Star of the East, the 9.
And she also gets Lasix for this race. Now, she's only faced New York breds and frankly should have won her last start. If others are talented, they're likely to beat her, but the experience may help.
And Pedalite, she's by Liaison, who was a Grade 1 Cash Call Futurity winner for Bob Baffert and ran in the Kentucky Derby that year.
And her dam was a 2-time turf winner, 6-time second, trained by Tim Ritvo. First time I've seen his name in the PPs. Of course, Timmy at Stronach Group used to be a trainer. There's some pedigree for this one for David Donk, 1/2 turf winner.
So that's your field here for race 2 as we backtrack and look at the 9 here. And again, Star of the East, star number 2, she only missed by a head. The filly who beat her that day had been 0 for 10 lifetime, but then she tried the turf for the first time.
Right, fair.
And she took to it and she won.
No, I agree. And also, she got, it wasn't a bad trip for Star of the East, but I mean, the winner and Song got about as good a ride as you could possibly get coming up the rail to get it done in here. I have mixed feelings. To be honest, she's supposed to win last time, isn't she? I know that Ann Song improved in the turf, and the problem is she's run twice in the turf. She's run buyers in the mid-60s. I have a hard time not seeing this race be faster. There's too many horses in here that have a right to step forward on the turf.
If it's a mile and 40 yards, she might have won. It was only a mile, unfortunately.
And she wouldn't be in here, though.
That's
We
true.
wouldn't be able to talk about her.
So she is 9-2 on the board.
You know, I don't know if we're going to talk about Athari next. As soon as I pronounce it, the Christophe Clement horse. This is just, do you get the feeling, this horse ran twice in Europe and both times at 1.25 miles, Greg, as we moved on to number 6 Athari. Do you feel like with Christophe running this horse at 1 mile that he is prepping it for a stretching out next time, 1.25 miles, 1 mile and 3/8? Yeah. He can't think this horse is a miler with that pedigree.
Yeah, just probably a starting point, right?
Yeah.
You see 2 1.25 mile races right off the bat for this filly back over in Great Britain when she was a 3-year-old.
Yeah.
So we're looking at the 1 right now. This is Passion Flower at 10-1 on the board. So debuted on dirt, 7/8 at Aqueduct back in her 2-year-old campaign.
Maiden's second-time starters, first time in the grass. Kieran McLaughlin is 4 for 17, 24% with a 260 ROI, which shows his horses improve. And there's enough perf pedigree to suggest she can move forward. And these are the kind that I like first time in the grass. Ones that didn't do any running first time out, but have a little pedigree. Because if they're grass horses, I don't care what they did in the dirt.
3-year-old filly for Stone Street Stables. She's 10-1 on the board. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
I agree with you, Andy, and very good observation with number 1 in here. Passion Flower, she comes back off of that layoff, and look, she was a very backwards 2-year-old as well, so I'm not surprised she didn't do any running in that first start. She comes back, she's far more athletic looking. I wish she filled out a bit. She's still of that lighter frame variety, but hey, those tend to usually translate well to the turf, though it's not as if she has the proverbial turf hoof, but physically she just feels like a filly that lacks a bit of that overall top line strength, and those horses just have a lot more success on the turf. So I'm interested to see what she does on this surface change as she comes back extremely fit as well. Now moving on to another one trying the turf for the first time. That's the other New York bred, Peta Light. And the liaisons, while we haven't seen many of them, the bulk of their success has come on the turf. And she was rained off first time out back here in April for Dave Donk. And obviously Dave would rather run against New York breds as he does face open company here. But this filly, a lot more fit, a lot more together. And guys, she looks so much like a turf horse. I mean, this is her surface. And, you know, obviously I don't like her as a win candidate mainly, but watch how she runs. If she runs well here, when she's back against New York breds, she may be tough. As we'll check in with the other first-time starter not taking much money is number 3, Estelle, for Bill Mott, and that Hancock pedigree, very nice pedigree. And I like her, but with these Bill Mott horses, it just always feels as though a start is beneficial. She looks fit enough, but still could come up across that top line, fill out those hindquarters a bit. And 2, you also got to wonder with her, given that pedigree, does she want more ground as well? As her dam Owsley was a very proficient horse at 1.25 miles to 1.5 miles as she won our New York as well as the Glens Falls here in her career. Greg?
Yeah, Owsley, I loved her back in the day. Multiple Grade 2 winner.
Barclay Tag, I think. Barclay's trainer?
Might be.
Feels like $800,000. She's got some nice foals, too, actually. One of them was full that was okay as well. 5 of the 7 foals were in his turf. Bernardini, an odd choice because he's a good sire, but not really one you think of as a turf sire.
And it was, and Maggie made some great points with Bill Mott, patient trainer, obviously, but it was it Saratoga last summer? We started to say, whoa, all of a sudden, he started winning first time out a little bit. But he had some very talented runners.
Bill's won his share with firsters. He's very good in the dirt with fillies. And this is a filly. His success when the dirt has come with fillies and 3-year-old fillies as well. So don't kid yourself. You know, when you're as good a trader as Bill Mott, you could win first time, right? It's just you have to have the right horse. And I think with Bill and a lot of trainers, there's no rush to win first time out. They're going to win first time out just because they're very good and they're that kind of precocious horse. But winning first time out is not necessarily always in the best interest of your horse.
No, absolutely not. So we'll see. On the 3 is still 17-1.
I use this horse. I'm not. I played primarily 5-1, but I played some tries trying to get the 1, 3, and 10 in second, third because I just think the 9 could be second or third, but is no superstar. And I really don't get the 6 Authority. Maybe this horse just desperately needed Lasix and won better. But Christophe doesn't have big numbers. For what it's worth, he's 1 for 9 with maidens coming over from Europe, first time on the turf, with a $1 ROI. It just seems like this horse has to want more distance, the 6 Authority. And if you think Ballon Rose is probably good, I mean, she's 2-5 right now, I think it opens up for some weird possibilities underneath her.
I know how highly regarded she was last summer and didn't get a chance
2-5?
Yeah, what do you think?
On turf, on first-time starters going a mile on the turf, you'll go broke betting horses like that. I'm not betting against her, but...
Is it a testament to what else is in this field?
I think it is. I mean, I think, you know, when people look and say the second choice is the 9 Star of the East, but you never know, though. I mean, you just never know. A turf horse could fool his trainer. You know, Bill Mott or Kieran McLaughlin, the 1 and 3, they could think, the horse probably isn't ready or how. But then they get on the racetrack and they're just a different horse. You've seen it happen before. Obviously, Chad Brown is not a trainer that you want to take a big move against at 2-5. He does win with these type of horses. Still an awfully short price.
Yes, it is. We'll see if she lives up to the purchase price and the billing here in the long-awaited debut for this daughter of Warfront. As we get a look again at the filly with a couple of races under her belt. There's the big favorite stepping in 2-5.
I mean, I think with a horse for us as fans watching it, you want to see a horse like Ballon Rose because obviously if there's a very good horse in here, it's very likely to be her, and maybe she really is a horse that we'll see in stake races going forward. I mean, Barn felt this way last summer, and why can't it still be the case?
The journey begins here for the $1.6 million daughter, I should say, of Warfront. That was an unintended tongue twister. From post 5, Ballon Rose, Jose Ortiz aboard for the debut. Now 1-5. Send it upstairs to John Imbrial, and the call, race 2 from Belmont Park.
The East and Pedalite. And they're all in. And they're off. Ballon Rose is out for the lead along with La Vida. And on the outside, Star of the East has now moved up. So it's 3 of them across the track for the lead. La Vida down at the rail, Star of the East on the outside, and Ballon Rose. And then it's Zantique, who's running in 4th, 2.5 lengths to Atheri in 5th. To her inside is Passion Flower in 6th. Then it's Pedalite, and Estelle trails the field in 8th. The opening quarter over the yielding turf, 23 4/5 seconds. Long shot La Vida leads here by a half length. The big favorite, Ballon Rose, is running in 2nd with Star of the East in the clear on the outside in 3rd, and Zantique is down towards the rail in 4th. There's a gap of 3 now. Back to the gray, Passion Flower and Atheri. Then comes Pedalite, and Estelle is the trailer. Half mile, 47 3/5 seconds. La Vida narrowly over Ballon Rose. Ballon Rose on the outside, and La Vida down at the rail. And then it's Zantique just in behind in 3rd, with Star of the East running in 4th. Atheri has gained some ground, but still 4 lengths from the lead. As they hit the top of the stretch, Ballon Rose on the outside of La Vida. Zantique is 3rd, 3/4 went in 1:12 4 as they move down for the 8th pole. And here is Zantique now to take over. Ballon Rose is 2nd. La Vida is 3rd, as still putting in a late run. But Zantique has got it won at a huge price. 39-1. She beats the 1-5 favorite Ballon Rose. Then it was La Vida and Estelle.
Biggest price on the board, 39-1, and that's why you don't take 1-5 on a horse who's never raced before.
And I'm sure our co-worker Maggie Wolfendale very happy to see her husband Tom Morley got the win. A great claim by him, taking this horse and going right to the turf, and she improved in leaps and bounds in here and got the job done, and got a job done convincingly. There's no excuse for Ballon Rose. I mean, you know, maybe she didn't love the going, but 137-3, Greg, it's good to yielding. It's not though it's a bog out there. I can't come with an excuse to the favorite. This horse was just much the best.
Well, the excuse was this is her debut.
No, I know. No, I understand
yeah.
that.
No, I know
but
what you mean.
the way she was bet and the way she's been regarded, she's not supposed to lose to this horse. And she barely got by the 2 La Vida in this race. I thought Zantique ran very well and got a good trip, but all 3 of the first 3 finishers, and the horse that won was just the best horse today.
Yeah, sharp claim from Tom Morley. Stretches this filly out off the claim, puts her on turf for the first time, and Junior Alvarado didn't hurt either. 39-1 to kick off the early pick 4.
And, you know, the only horse that made any kind of run in this race to pick up ground, and maybe it was just the others were not running behind, was the 3 is still the Owsley horse, who might want more distance. Maybe that'll improve stretching out. But a conclusive winner, and if you're alive in this early pick 5, good luck, man.
Yeah, this was not an easy one to come up with, and it looks like by what the final odds were at post time, nearly 95 or more % of the tickets singled the debuter.
At this point, Greg, with a parlay of about $600 through 2 races for $2, some weird horse wins the 4th race. Could we be looking at a carryover in the early pick 5?
Potentially. We will see. 39-1 in race 2 at Belmont Park. Zantique beats a 1-5 favorite here, getting on the turf for the first time. Tom Morley, Vinlaw Racing Stables, and Junior Alvarado. Prices when we come back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. We are back on America's Day at the Races, and this has got to feel extra nice for the man in that sharp blue suit right there. Tom Morley claimed this filly, stretches her out, puts her on turf, and she wins it 39-1 off the claim.
And I'll tell you something. For $50,000, a stakes-winning dam, an Into Mischief, this is a filly. She's probably worth more than that as a broodmare right now after that win. And she could be a nice horse, a very good claim, a very sharp claim by Tom, and $81. And good luck to anyone's alive. The double paid a short $200 for a dollar. Probably about $300. I don't think Ballon Rose was such a short price, it kind of blew everybody up on the win board.
Third race. We're back on the main track here. 1 turn mile, 16,000 claiming race for horses who have not won to lifetime purchasing power. Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, Javier Castellano. We'll talk more about the third in a moment. This should be a fun interview. Maggie, take it away.
Well, actually not joined by my husband, because you know I never get the mic back when I interview him, but very pleased to be joined by owner Greg Pileski of Vinlar Racing. And Greg, I mean, what an exciting win.
What a win. I mean, Tom and I talked about it all week, and, you know, Chad had a $1.6 million, yearling in there. We said, hey, you know what? Let's run, right? Yeah, they all run their races, and again, you have to show it on the track. So we're just, thrilled, and I'm so happy to be back with Tom. Tom's a great trainer, and we have a great partnership. So he's did a great job with the horse.
And talking about the claim of Zantique, I mean, an Into Mischief filly, the dam was pretty good. I mean, obviously there are several reasons why you went in for her, but give us why you chose her.
Well, it was interesting because, Tom and I looked at a lot of horses and we decided on Zantique. And we clearly said, geez, this horse has got a great pedigree from Into Mischief. I think a dam was either stakes placed or stakes won. But Tom said we just have to go longer, right? Because she was running 5.5, 6 furlong sprints. And Tom says if we take her longer, let's see what she can do. So it was a great move, and we're just incredibly excited.
Now, you got into this game, and you had a horse named Lauren, My Chanel Girl, and now she's a mama. How excited are you going to be when you see her babies?
It's incredible. I mean, we've got a great Cairo Prince that is about to make his debut in Saratoga, and we have a great little Nyquist baby that I promised Tom, who they think is the greatest horse on the farm at Margot. So we're really excited about it, and I'm just really happy to be back with Tom.
Well, thank you, Greg, and wishing you many congratulations and success.
Always a pleasure. Thanks.
It's special when you get to interview these kind of guys.
Kentucky Derby baby on the grounds for that group. That's going to be fun to watch. Always fun to be in the winner's circle. It doesn't matter what kind of race it is. And, of course, alluding to Saratoga coming up this summer, all those 2-year-old races, we get so excited to see off. Obviously, all the big stakes are fun, but look forward to all those new shooters coming out that could make a name for themselves
they're hope,
as well.
Right? 2-year-olds are hope for everybody. They're hope for the connections, and they're hope for racing fans as well. I mean, one of the great things about going into a meet like Saratoga is that you're going to see some Grade 1 probable stake winners break their maiden. And there's really nothing better than looking back on Derby Day and saying, hey, I saw that horse break his maiden.
We're going to move on. Race 3 coming up in a moment. We showed you the odds briefly for this race, but let's talk a little Black Eyed Susan on Friday.
Let's.
Point of honor, Javier Castellano will be on board, the morning line favorite. And 1 1/8 purse at $250,000.
I think the question with her is, will she get enough pace? On paper, she should get some pace. And I'll tell you something, that race she comes out of the Gulfstream Park Oaks, I know that Champagne Anyone disappointed. But Dunbar Road's a very promising horse that didn't get into the Kentucky Oaks, and I thought that Champagne Anyone actually ran pretty well with a bit of a trip. She's pretty good, point of honor, and both she and Cookie Dough, who is a speed, come out of that race.
Yeah, Cookie Dough, very speedy, winning the money in 6 of her 7 lifetime starts. And coming off a 3rd to Champagne Anyone in that Gulfstream Park Oaks.
I guess she's obviously talented, but this is 1 1/8 farther than she's ever gone before. She's a good horse, and Stanley Gold is one of these trainers that doesn't get a lot of credit, but does a very good job. The question is, Uleli inside of her has some speed. The 7 Brill has speed. I think Lacetis towards the outside, she has some speed.
No doubt she's going to go,
So it feels like there's going to be some pace, which is not going to help Cookie Dough.
Well, we got to see Always Shopping win the Grade 2 Gazelle. That was at Aqueduct on Wood Memorial Day. What do you think of that performance?
I thought she ran fine. She got a very good trip, an excellent ride by Manny Franco to get it done. I don't have a knock on her, but I'll tell you something. I actually kind of like the other Todd Pletcher horse out of that race, Off Topic. I thought Off Topic did not get the best of trips in here. I don't think it was a bad ride by John Velasquez. I just think the way the race played out, she sort of was given too much to do, and she also spent a lot of time down the inside, which wasn't the best place to be, right down the rail. And I'd be tempted if I was going to take one of the two Pletcher horses out of the Gazelle. I might go for the bigger price of Off Topic. Not that Always Shopping isn't improving.
Take a look at the Friday Stakes schedule out at Pimlico. This Preakness Grade 3 Pimlico Special with some big names in it. And of course, the Black Eyed Susan is the featured event. It's going to be a fun day, great weekend coming up. I haven't peeked at the weather, by the way, have you?
Oh, nice. The last I looked, it actually miraculously was listed as very little chance of any rain, high 70s. Looks like it's going to be a beautiful weekend.
Love that.
Yeah.
That means the infield going to have even more fun.
You heading down?
It is wild in that infield. I will not be there, but I'll be watching.
I know you've participated in the run of the toilets in the past, Greg. I'm kind of ashamed
I
of
have
that.
experienced that infield firsthand, and I didn't think I was going to make it out. 10% winner's bonus on the Black Eyed Susan and Preakness Exactas with the NYRA-Bets app. All Black Eyed Susan and Preakness Exactas hit on the NYRA-Bets app. Earn a 10% winner's bonus. Bonus capped at $20 per day. Go to NYRABets.com for all the details. Going to be a fun weekend. Middle Jewel, the Triple Crown coming up. What will happen? Who will stamp themselves as a leading contender in the 3-year-old division? We will find out on Saturday. Things can't be more crazy than what we saw in the Derby, though, can they?
I'm not sure if we want that much, but it does promote discussion, right? That's not a bad thing.
We're going to take a break. Purchasing power, you're looking at the 7-5 favorite for trainer Chad Brown. Had high expectations, won a maiden special at Monmouth, but now has been dropping down and down the class ladder. We'll be back.
Warfront, a leading sire on all surfaces and all fronts. His recent Grade 1 winners include Omaha Beach, Homesman, Fog of War, Lancaster Bomber, and European champion U.S. Navy flag, plus graded stakes winner War of Will, and these recent group and graded winners. Sire of the highest price yearling sold in North America in 2018. This son of Danzig continues to dominate both on the track and in the sales ring. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Tom Durkin letting you know New York breds start with an advantage. At the sales, buyers pay up to 7 figures. And there's over $2 million in stakes money limited to New York sired horses in the New York Stallion Stakes Series, like the Park Avenue for 3-year-old fillies.
Newly minted wins it for fun.
For fun and money. The winner's share generates an additional $55,000 from the New York Breeding Fund.
Funny Guy's gonna do it.
Funny Guys win in the Times Square division generates the same money. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Run Happies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA-Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA-Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA-Bets app or visit NYRABets.com. Sign up at NYRABets.com for a new member bonus.
We are back on America's Day at the Races, and it's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We got race 3 coming up. We also want to hear about all your experiences at the racetrack, wherever you may be. If it's here at Belmont, at the Preakness, Belmont Stakes Day, hashtag ABR at the races. Include wherever you may be, your winning scores, the fashion, the food, the fun, your Preakness parties. Send us hashtag ABR at the races, all those photos. We'll try and get them on the show. All right, this third race coming up. It's a one-turn mile, again, for horses who've not won 2 lifetime. And what do you make of Purchasing Power continuing now to drop down the class ladder?
He is who he is. He's one of the main horses to beat in here, but you're talking about a horse that has lost successive races at 8-5, 2-5, and 2-1. And he's a bit of a plodding type. And I just found him to be, and I picked him second in this race, but I just find him to be a tough horse to take at a short price. And with that Chad Brown factor, he's just going to be a shorter price than he should be.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you. 3-2. Couldn't win for 25 non-winners of 2 each of the last 2 starts. In fact, once at 2-5. Was favored again last time. And I thought the public might shy away finally a little bit, but I guess with the drop, continual drop.
Right. Well, right now, the horse who's going to be second choice at post time, the number 2, There He Goes, is an absurdly high price at 5-1. So obviously more money is going to come on him. The problem with There He Goes, we want to switch to There He Goes. He is the controlling speed, but what a disgraceful loss for him last time.
He got nailed at the wire, but he is no doubt the one to catch. There's a look at the 2. Kendrick Carmouche will be aboard this afternoon. We are going to send it downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, guys. And we'll check in with your current favorite on the outside. Number 6, Purchasing Power, does come back off of that 5-month layoff here for trainer Chad Brown. And I mean, look, he looks great. He's a good-looking horse, and I really don't have any problems with him. I mean, yes, if you want to be critical, he could. It's not even that he looks unfit. I mean, it may be just the horses that have run recently look a little bit more fit than him, but he looks as though he should be able to handle this field based on his fitness levels here. I have no problems with him. I can't fault him whatsoever. And the horse that is likely to end up second choice to him is number 2 in here. There He Goes. And if you just kind of put your hand over their PPs and you forget about the dynamics of the race and just look at these horses physically, I mean, Purchasing Power just looks 10 times better than what There He Goes does, and that's relative to how There He Goes has looked in the past. This horse isn't carrying as good of weight as I've seen him. He's very quiet, which, considering he's a speed horse, he's usually typically very much on the muscle and keen in the paddock, and he's very quiet, kind of head down, almost sullen in the way he's acting here. So look, I'll put him in the winner's circle by saying that, but like I said, between these 2 horses, I much prefer Purchasing Power. As number 3, Somebody, comes off the back of that maiden 20 win, and I mean, figures-wise, he matches right up with the aforementioned duo, and I like Somebody here. I mean, why couldn't he be effective in this spot? I know he's facing tougher horses. Obviously, taking a jump into the winner's pool is a little bit tougher, but I think Somebody can make some noise. He looks good, just the same as he did going into that maiden victory back on April 11th. Guys?
All right, Maggie, thank you. So coming off a victory, Somebody 5-1 on the board. Took 9 starts to break through, but finally got it done at a short price.
Maybe it's apples and oranges, but Mount Olympus, who was second to him last time, was a short price here in our last race the other day. And I think he got a 4 buyer in his next start. He dropped 64 points. Now, I don't think Somebody's going to have 64 points, but that was a career best for Somebody at 75 cents the dollar. He can win this race. I'm not going to say he can't, and I respect Maggie's opinion in the paddock as well. I just think that last time was the time for him, though not impossible.
So 5-1, Somebody, and yeah, and it's never easy to take that jump too when it takes you that. So, I mean, sometimes the light bulb does go on.
Yeah.
You put it all together, but
sometimes you find the right field.
Exactly, and that may have been the case. I mean, horse who was 0 for 8 coming in was 4-5 in that group. Could not have been a bunch of killers in there.
No, I want to talk about the 1A Curlin's New Moon, if we can talk about him for a moment, because last time out, he got into a little bit of trouble at the start, and he really just was sort of knocked out of the race, and that was a race that was dominated by horses on the front end and better horses, and if you look at his race 2 back, I think that's every bit fast enough to win this race. I thought he was the most interesting alternative to the number 2 and the number 6, and he'll be higher than 3-1 by post time, though he has an entry mate, but his entry mate looks like a big long shot.
Yeah, it's going to break right next door to him, by the way. Craigville Beach, who we're going to look at here in a moment. There he is, son of Big Brown. He actually tried the turf last time out. They were trying to get him on the turf first couple starts of his career. They both got washed off. I finally tried it, and I don't think they like what they saw.
It's amazing the number of horses you look at from August until December that were entered for turf in New York and were rained off. I mean, it's incredible how many horses just could never get to the races.
Let's hope we're beautiful day today. We had a great day yesterday. I think it is actually supposed to rain tomorrow.
Well, now there's a chance of some mild thunderstorms moving through. Okay. It's not a rain-out day. It's not a rain-out day. It's that, and the rest of the weekend looks spectacular. I'm going to be optimistic, Greg. I'm going to believe that the weather at least got warmer.
No, it's
no more of those winter days in May.
I think it's all behind us.
Yeah, I really do too, and I think it's a good
the heavy stuff's coming out for quite a while.
No, I think we're going to be fine, and it's going to be a great weekend. 12 races here on Saturday, and doors open at 10 o'clock.
You know, I talk about this a lot with people. Big days like that, obviously the Derby, Preakness, whatever. People, all their attention's there. Sometimes great opportunities to find value. So out of Belmont Park when all the focus is at Pimlico.
I agree. I totally agree. And I've gone through our card at Saturday. I've pretty much made picks for every race. And I think there's some very interesting and open races on Saturday's card. And should have a good crowd on Saturday. Always a nice crowd here on Derby Day. And it wasn't even nice weather. And Saturday's supposed to be a nice day here. And if you haven't been out to Belmont Park yet and you're in the area and you can get here, it's fun to come out in Belmont weekend. But it's really fun to come out here any day. It's a beautiful place to spend the races, go down to the Paddock area and enjoy yourself.
Yeah, these grounds are tremendous. If you've not been out to Belmont Park, definitely make it happen, and a great time to do it. Certainly would be this Saturday, but how about that Belmont Stakes Festival?
That's going to be
a great weekend to come out.
It's going to be incredible. 8 Grade 1s on Saturday, 18 stakes spread over 3 days, and I know people might not be able to make it for all 3 days, but if you can make it even for 2, it's always a great time to come out.
Here comes our post parade, and here is part of the entry, Craigville Beach, the entry breaking middle of the field.
Appears to be the weaker half of the entry, and if you like this horse and you get $9 when it finishes first, you'll feel like you got cheated.
Yeah, good point, but I'll still take the win probably. Curlin's New Moon, Jim Ryerson, Manny Franco.
This is the half of the entry they're betting here, and at times he's shown up with efforts good enough to win. I'm hoping today is one of them.
The 1-2 catch, no question, but he had a 5.5 length lead in the stretch last start, and he got nailed.
I mean, he had no excuse to lose last time, was cruising up front and stopped. He is right now a dangling icicle on the board at 9-2.
Wow, 2-1 morning line at 9-2. Here's somebody who we showed you in the paddock, 7-1.
Well, as Maggie said, if he runs back to his last race breaking his maiden, he's a winner in this, or one of the potential winner in this race. He's got to run back to that race, though.
We have a new audience joining us in just seconds. And welcome to those who have just joined us on Fox Sports San Diego and Fox Sports Prime Ticket. Good to have you with us here on America's Day at the Races as we look at change of venue here. Blinkers going on here in this third from Belmont at a mile for non-winners of 2 lifetime.
Mediocre recent form, and I think a real question is whether or not he's going to be effective at today's distance of a mile.
Greg Wolf, Andy Serling with you here for our new audience who've just hopped on board. And here is Horde, Bobby Robato. 8-1.
The same connections who had the last winner claimed from them in his last race. And he's another one, at times, has run fast enough to be a player. And like the 1A, he's dropping down to the lowest level he's ever raced for.
Very powerful connections with the 6, purchasing power, but has continued to drop down and down the class ladder. Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, and Javier Castellano. Even money?
His even money is a factor of the 2 being such a big price in here. He is a tough horse to take at a short price. Is he the horse to beat? I guess. But, man, it's not even like his best race gives him some kind of giant figure edge in here.
The last 2 races, he dropped in for a claiming tag for 25 non-winners of 2s, beat it 2-5. And as the favorite again the next time out as we look at the speedster. So there he goes, the interesting runner in here. Broke his maiden by 9 1/4. He did it gate to wire. Then he goes in against winners at this level. He has a 5.5 length lead top of the stretch. He's gone. Race is over. He's going to win this thing, right?
I mean, this is ridiculous. And now keep in mind, the horse that beat him for trainer Rick Schosberg was in a run where Rick Schosberg had 3 straight winners at big prices, but still, he is just supposed to win. And he was on fumes at the end. And this is a tougher field.
This is a heartbreaker. If you back, there he goes, just nailed by a neck. And, yeah, at least he was 8 1/4 clear of the 3rd place finisher. Was it just a case, maybe, of, I mean, that horse ran lights out?
I think it was a combination of the winners showing up with a better effort than you would reasonably have expected. But still, Greg, I'm sorry. When you're that kind of favorite and you're in front by 5 in mid-stretch, I consider it a black mark when you don't get it done.
Well, 9-2 right now if you're going to give him another chance this afternoon. He's drawn perfectly. He's the one to catch again as we look at part of the entry again, Curlin's New Moon. And Manny Franco will be aboard. He has some tactical ability, which he showed a couple of starts back.
Yeah, his race 2 back would make him very tough, and Never Before is actually a reasonable runner in there. I thought he ran well in that race, kind of made a middle move that might have hurt him late in the late stages. And, he's run some races sporadically that are good enough. He's also run plenty of races that aren't good enough. I'm just hoping today's one of the days. The way I looked at it, I was just looking, I thought that between the 1A, the 2, and 6, they were the 3 most logical horses, and I wanted to pick the one I assume would be the best price by post time. And I think by post time, you have to think the 2, there he goes, is going to be a shorter price, right? He's not going to stay at 9-2. If he does, he might finish 5th.
Meanwhile, the entry made again for Curlin's New Moon here, Craigville Beach. And, certainly tougher to take of the 2, but they're a package deal.
Yeah, I mean, and this is not a case, if for some reason you like the 1, you can't bet here. Because you can't take 4-1 on a horse that's going to, it would be 20-1, 25-1 on his own. But if you like the 1A, I don't think your price is being lowered by the 1 in this case.
No.
Frequently, that's the case. I mean, there's nothing worse than liking a horse, that's the wrong half of the entry, and you should be getting 12-1, and you're getting 3 or 4-1. You really can't bet. It's a bad value play, and then watching that horse win. It's one of the most painful things in racing.
I guess with Horde, is it just the fact that he's in for the lowest level he's run at yet?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, he's also second off a layoff. I mean, he did run poorly in his last 2 starts, but he is dropping down and is second off a layoff. So I don't want to say that he's totally impossible. He has races that are good enough, and he's the longest shot on the board.
His good race against winners, though, was a race taken off the turf, right? Sloppy racetrack.
Yeah, but I would say, what about his race when he finished 5th behind Sanavi? He got a 70 buyer that day. I mean, he's run figures that are fast enough to compete, 3, 4, and 5 back. It's not like he's meeting any titans in this race. I mean, what is the best figure that the favorites run? 73? Most of his figures are in the mid to high 60s, right? From the buyer's perspective. It's just, the thing about the favorite purchasing power, here's a question for you. If it wasn't Chad Brown, would purchasing power be even money in this spot?
It's ridiculous that it is Chad Brown and he's still even money. He shouldn't be.
And I think even Chad Brown would say, well, he's clearly one of the worst horses in my barn. So I don't
Chad
know,
Brown's telling you he doesn't want him anymore.
What kind of magic? Right, exactly. Chad's a terrific trainer, but when you get a horse that's just not very good, there's really very little you can do with him, and he's here for 16. So I don't think Chad's going to say, well, you really want to bet this one at a short price because I train it. Yes, he's a great trainer, but so what? This horse is who he is.
I don't want him anymore. Let's go all in hand over fist.
Right.
Yeah, that's basically what's happening here.
Dropping in for $16,000 off a 4-month layoff. He's been begging somebody to claim this horse all along, and nobody's bid so far. What's going on?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Alien landing?
Oh, no. Yeah, I was avoiding some of the nature life out here.
We need some of the fly spray.
Piranha fly spray. We need some on set, actually.
Yeah, we do.
As we take a look at, so here's change of venue, the one we really haven't talked about. So he's been at this level. What, the last 5 tries, 4 tries? Blinkers go on. At least they try something new, right?
Interestingly enough, he's actually a homebred originally from the same connections that own the number 6 purchasing power. I guess he's trying blinkers on. And Rob Atras obviously has a huge meeting at Aqueduct. To be fair, he's having a solid meeting at Belmont with 3 wins and 13 starts and 8 of them hitting the board. This horse is continuing to run well. This horse, I mean, since his first 2 starts, he hasn't run a figure that's close, and he's trying to get a mile. I don't think he's as bad as his 1-mile race where he lost by 59.5 lengths. I like when they write 59.5, right?
Yeah.
Like 59.25, I think it was.
So off that, he only has 57 to make up on purchasing power.
Yeah, he's right there.
But no, he's a couple of sprints after that, he's run much better.
He has, but I'm going to tell you something.
Still not
There are
close.
no killers in this field. He has been in some fairly mediocre fields, to be kind. 4-5 on purchasing power. And once again, a function of the fact that nobody ever bet there he goes, right? I mean, there he goes. Here he comes, a little 7-2 on him. Maybe he drops down to 5-2 or 2-1 at the end. He gets that late punch, but man, is he cold in the board.
Okay, so we've gone through this field. We don't really love anybody. No one's shown the killer instinct at all. Maybe he just keeps on going today because it's because of who he's facing.
They're giving up on him. I think it's a bad sign, but I don't listen. On paper, I don't know why on paper, despite blowing that big lead, There He Goes is significantly less likely to win than the favorite.
Well, I was going to say, at least you're getting a little bit of a price,
No, I
and now
agree.
that number's coming down, though. 3-1 here in a moment.
Wait, that last flash, you're going to see 5-2, I would guess. But still, even is that necessarily a bad price?
Yeah, might be worth it in this spot. The rail, the one to catch. Can he finish today? There he goes from the inside, but 4-5 favorite for Chad Brown on the outside. Purchasing Power will be the last in line. Lowest level he has run for yet. Let's go to John Imbrial, race 3, live from Belmont Park on America's Day at the Races.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Horde is going out for the lead. Curlin's New Moon is there. There he goes down at the rail. And somebody is up close, along with Change of Venue as they head up the back stretch. There he goes, leads here by a head. Somebody running in second, and Change of Venue is next in third. Now 2.5 lengths. Back to Curlin's New Moon in fourth. Horde is alongside in fifth. Purchasing Power on the outside. And Craigville Beach. The opening quarter in 23 seconds. There he goes, leads here by a length. With somebody running in second and Change of Venue next in third. Curlin's New Moon is down at the rail. Purchasing Power's on the extreme outside. Horde is in between horses as they go around the far turn. Craigville Beach is the trailer in seventh. There he goes is the one to catch. Ran the half in 46 3/5 seconds. There he goes by a length. Somebody in second by a head. Change of Venue is 3 wide. Horde is 4 wide. Purchasing Power is widest of all. Curlin's New Moon at the fence. And Craigville Beach at the back. There he goes, has opened up now. There he goes with a 4-length lead. 3/4 in 1:10 4. Now they're in the stretch. There he goes in front. There he goes is the leader with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Curlin's New Moon now moving into second. Then somebody. And on the outside, it's Purchasing Power. But it is There He Goes. And a front-running score under Kendrick Carmouche. Curlin's New Moon was second, then Purchasing Power and somebody.
There he goes, gets the lead today. No superstars behind him, and he actually floated up a little bit. He went down to 3-1 at one point, goes off at 7-2.
Right, if he'd lost, I would have said he was completely dead in the board. As it turned out here, everybody felt like I did at least, that he just gave it up last time. But still, 7-2 on this horse. It looked too good on paper. And I'm going to tell you something, wide trip or not with Purchasing Power, he was dreadful. He never ran a step.
Yeah, widest of all there in those white silks with the red stripes for Klarovich Stables. No punch down the lane. Kendrick Carmouche got the lead to himself, and this time, against this field, he's able to finish.
But to be honest, 23 flat is not a slow quarter. It's not as though this horse was loafing on the lead and had the race completely handed to him. He earned this victory. He was best for Danny Gargan, and if you believe in the speed and saw your value at 7-2, you cashed here at a very generous price. Good ride by Manny Franco on the 1A Curlin's New Moon, but just second best.
Another look here, inside position, Kendrick in front. That's where you like to be, coming out of the turn into the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, he was just a controlling winner of this race, and the only thing that's surprising, and it's not that I particularly liked him, but I just never thought he'd be this price, and I don't think anybody could. I even thought that by the last flash he'd go to 5-2 or 2-1. I mean, I don't know how David Aragona, the morning line maker, could have predicted that this horse would be 7-2. He didn't look like that on paper. They just went crazy for Purchasing Power, and he burned money again. I wonder if he got claimed.
That
would be burning money for somebody else.
We'll see if that's the case. Lone Speed, proof right there how dangerous it can be, and that's Kendrick Carmouche when he's at his best. 7-2 on There He Goes. Well, the prices from this one when we come back. We will set up the start of the Pick 6 here on this Thursday Twilight card at Belmont when we come back.
Run Happy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
Kentucky Derby winner Orb. On the track, his runners have scored on both dirt and turf, including multiple stakes winner Autumn Warrior, stakes performers Scrapper and Malocchio, and Sipacan Harbor, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes at Saratoga. In the sales ring, his 2-year-olds have fetched prices up to $1.25 million and multiple yearlings up to $1 million. Classic winner, classic pedigree, Orb, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and other regional networks across the country. Good to have you with us on this Twilight Card on this Thursday afternoon, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Speed, this time, there he goes. Nobody could catch him on the front end. Kendrick Carmouche seals the deal for Danny Gargan and Midwest Thoroughbreds.
Yeah. One like he's the one who should have been 4 to 5, Greg.
Yeah.
I mean, it was really never in doubt with this horse, and last time he stopped late, but not today, and he earned it.
And for those who joined us late, we have a pick 3 that comes back $817. That is because a first-time starter for Chad Brown got bet down to 1 to 5 and a 39-1 shot. Surprised everybody back in race number 2.
Yeah, no, it's and with this horse, I mean, I happen to think there he goes a shorter price in the pick 5s, but still get an upset of a heavy favorite.
By the way, 4 to 5 favorite, purchasing power claimed out of that race. AC Avila dipping in.
Good luck to the new connections.
Race 4 has been taken off the turf, so it's on the main track now. 6 furlongs, bunch of scratches. As a result, New York bred allowance optional claiming field. Miss Hot Stones, main track only, 5 to 2, and deservedly so.
Yeah, but it's a very different situation than last time. When she won her last race very easily, there was a late scratch that enabled her to be the controlling speed. This field is absolutely loaded with speed. Carrera Cat has speed. Forgotten Hero has speed. So I have to think they're going to be moving a bit up front. Now, she does have the benefit of drawing outside, but this is a pretty salty field. It came off the turf. This is not an easy race off the turf. There's no giveaway here.
22 minutes away, we'll have the Paddock report from Maggie. We'll get a post-parade for you as well coming up. We're going to look at some of the other big races coming up this weekend at Pimlico on Preakness weekend. Look at this loaded Saturday stakes schedule. It starts early, and it is a tremendous card, and it also features the return of Catholic Boy, Grade 1 winner on both turf and dirt, our Travers winner from last year. He makes his comeback at the Grade 2 Dixie, and it looks like a campaign again for 2019 that's going to feature turf and dirt.
Well, I mean, they're talking about trying, hopefully get him to the Whitney or even the Woodward, but maybe the Whitney at Saratoga, which is really about as big a dirt non-Breeders' Cup race as we run for older horses all year. Why not? Won the Travers up in Saratoga. I am, like many people, very curious to see what this horse could do, because on his game, he's a very exciting horse.
Well, let's take a look at him on the work tab. Back in action. So we've not seen him since the Breeders' Cup Classic, but before that, it was 3 consecutive victories, including the one that still has me smarting, beating Analyze It in that Belmont Derby.
Such gameness he showed in those races. And Analyze It was, you know, Analyze It might not have ended up living up to the hype, but don't kid yourself. He almost won the Breeders' Cup Mile. I mean, he got beat in the very late stages looking to have it won. And then, of course, the blowout win in the Travers. I mean, to be that kind of equi-talented on both surfaces is so unusual for a horse.
He can do whatever you need him to do. For Jonathan Thomas, so many options for this horse. 6 for 10 lifetime, $1.8 million in earnings. And, yeah, they're looking to get him dirt-wise to the Whitney this year. And, of course, Jonathan Thomas has diversified last year's Whitney winner as well.
Yeah, it's not bad to have an embarrassment of riches. I think he's hoping to get diversified back at least by Saratoga, and love to see that horse do well. He's such a fun horse.
Searching Stakes. This is going to be race 7 on the Preakness card. 1.5 miles on the turf as we take a look at the field and the morning line. Ikimasho, 8 to 5 morning line favorite in this spot. But we're going to take a look at the Way I Am. I'm sorry, Osari we're going to take a look at, who, by the way, you mentioned cross-entered, right?
Both Asari, who's in this race, and Violet Blue are both cross-entered on Sunday. You can watch them here at Belmont, and I have to imagine that they will run here. Asari is one of the more interesting horses in racing, and she really came to hand very quickly for Jonathan Thomas, and he did such a good job with her. Only $300,000 for a daughter Medaglia d'Oro who's a half to Arrogate. She sold about 3 weeks after the Travers. Now, obviously, there were probably some things about her conformation that scared people away. She's already worth way more than $300,000 with a stakes win to her credit. A stakes win at Kentucky Downs and that kind of pedigree, she's got to be worth, what, a couple million as a broodmare? I mean, she's a great buy by them. Looking forward to seeing her. We'll probably see her here, though.
Grade 3 Gallarette, mile and a 16th on the turf. And the way I am, 10-1 morning line for Graham Motion. Been first or second in 9 of 13 career starts, and now jumping back in to Graded Stakes Company.
Interesting to see what she does this year, because she started off last year like gangbusters, and she culminated with an excellent second behind the talented Got Stormy in the Penn Oaks, and then her form, it dissipated a bit. She ran actually a good second in the Belmont Oaks, but things didn't go for her towards the end of the year. We'll see what price she is in here, because based on her last year's form, she's a player in this race, at times at least.
She's 10-1 morning line. This will be her second start back. She got beat by Lady Joan, beaten favorite, by the way, in that Gulfstream race back on April the 13th. The Chick Lang, grade 3, 6 furlongs. And Gladiator King, 6-1. Speedster, trying to put together 3-0. Winner of the grade 3 Hutchison back in late March.
A horse who's the one who dueled in that wicked pace with Hidden Scroll in the Fountain of Youth, beaten 33 lengths. All he's done in his next 2 starts is win 2 stake races with high 80 buyer figures. Speed, the name of his game.
Complimenting Hidden Scroll a little bit.
It's amazing what he did in there. He seems to have fallen apart a bit since then, but it shows how well Hidden Scroll ran in that race, because he's a very talented horse, and he's another horse. He might be better, actually, sprinting on the turf.
Yeah. We're going to see Pyron in this race as well, and defeated for Steve Asmussen. Rudolph Brissett sends out a horse who was 3 for 3, but trying Stakes Company for the first time. So
Preamble looks like an interesting horse, and this is a race that theoretically we could see a player or two out of this race, at least or more, in the Woody Stevens, which is now a grade 1 on Belmonte.
All right, that is just a loaded card coming up on Saturday on Preakness Day. Good card, though, coming up at Belmont on that afternoon as well, which we'll talk about later on in the week. Meanwhile, back here in New York, we're 17 minutes away from the 4th race coming up. It will kick off the pick 6. And here in this 4th race, again taking off the turf, we're at 6 furlongs as a result. Main track only. Miss Hotstone's 2-1 favorite.
Yeah, I think that she is a dubious favorite in this race, who can absolutely win here. I had her in the mix, but this is a much tougher, more experienced group of horses. And yes, she's won rating before, and she draws well towards the outside, but with the presence of Forgotten Hero and the number, and the number 8 Carrera Cat, she's not going to have the run of it in the front end like she did last time, Greg.
Yeah, Carrera Cat, Gate to Wire, each of her last 2 to get back-to-back wins. We're looking at the 4 Sunshine Gal. So Kendrick Carmouche, who just went Gate to Wire, will be on board this filly by Congrats, who does not have the kind of speed that his winner back in the last race has.
No. It's a much different story. But I like Sunshine Gal in this race. I don't know what race we're looking at here. What are we looking? Oh, this is the win at Laurel 3 races back in the slop. And I think this was a race that indicated that she was improving her game. But it was her last race, switching to Michelle Nevin, that really pointed out to me. She got slammed coming out of the start. So she was badly compromised in a slow-paced race, and she was completely blocked throughout the entire run of the stretch and never had a chance to get out. I think Sunshine Gal would have won her last race if she got out, and I think that makes her the horse to beat in here, and I really like her chances.
Well, she's the second choice on the board right now, 3-1. Kendrick was on board last time out, so he got to know her a little bit as well, although he'd ridden her in the past also, so he's very familiar with her.
Yeah, I think she's interesting. I think she may be like a new improved horse, and she's got the speed to stay close, but she's not a horse that needs to lead. I think she's going to get a good trip beyond the speed. I'll tell you something, this race is off the turf. You don't ever want to come off the turf, but this race stayed a very, very interesting race despite the fact that it came off the turf.
Meanwhile, the favorite wins by 5+ lengths here at Belmont back in late April. She did that Gate to Wire. Look, she's quick, drawn outside. She's never been off the board in 3 starts at Belmont.
Yeah, I'm not knocking Miss Hotstone. She's a talented runner, but the reality is her best. This is not an easy race. I'm not saying she needs a huge figure, but she was able to control. When you look at how slow that pace was, it contributed to the fast final time. She's not going to have that same kind of trip here. Draws benefits from drawing outside the other speeds, but I think there are a lot of horses. What about Forgotten Hero getting Lasix for the first time? I mean, Starlight Mission, Our Supernova. I think these are all horses that can win the race. I don't get Carrera Cat. I know she comes off a big win, but I think this race, Greg, is open to many, many players.
Carrera Cat, the 8. She's main track only. And as we take a look at Forgotten Hero, and you're talking about some of the other speed in the race, so she goes turf to dirt, but she is quick. In fact, she showed her speed right out of the gate in her debut when she went gate to wire to win by 5.5 lengths at Aqueduct.
She was terrific in her first 2 starts. Then she had a little bit of a layoff, and she kind of didn't get out of the gate in the Franklin Square, and she's clearly not the horse she was at the beginning of her career. But now she gets Lasix. It's unusual to see a horse get Lasix for a 6th start, and maybe she's had a bit of an issue that she needs the Lasix for. Is she totally... I mean, see, I'd rather take a big price on her as one of the speeds than a short price on Miss Hotstone's having to stalk here.
Right now, yeah, 8-1 on Forgotten Heroes. We look at Carrera Cat. She's put together back-to-back wins, and she was on the lead, did a gate to wire at 7 furlongs each of those last 2 wins.
Right. Her connections, for whatever reason, have laid her up since New Year's Day when she won her last race. Now, if she runs an 86 buyer like she did that day, she's very likely to win this race. But that was such an aberrationally better effort for her that I think it was maybe a combination of moisture in the track and just getting loose against a very subpar field. She has never faced the kind of competition that she's facing today. She's doing it coming off a 4+ month layoff, and she's doing it against horses that are as fast, if not faster than her early. To me, she's a horse that is going to be way up against it here, the number 8 Carrera Cat. I'll get her in the winner's circle. I don't like her at all.
Let's have a couple of interesting drills off the layoff coming in.
Maybe she's a new horse. I mean, if you take the advantage she's a new horse in that last race, we'll see. But I'd rather they strike while the iron is hot as opposed to laying her up. But we don't know if it was by design or there was something that kept her off the track for 4+ months.
So 4-1 on Carrera Cat. Another main track only, Starlight Mission right next door, the 9, who has been popular in the claim box the last couple of months.
Well, I mean, we saw her win just 11 days ago on this show in the slop, and the competition she's facing is much tougher than Trouble for Schuyler and Kathy Naz, who she beat. But she's another that can benefit from some pace in here. It's not a great rider change from Joel Rosario, one of the best riders in the country, but she is a horse that will benefit from the dynamics of the race, and she has plenty of races that give her a real chance here. I think there's a lot of players in this race.
And, you know, with the speed that you talked about in here, it might set up perfectly for her.
Exactly. And arguably, couldn't you say the same for the number 10 Our Supernova, who finished at the wire with my horse Sunshine Gal last time? Now, granted, I think it was circumstance that hurt the number 4 in there, and Our Supernova had a better trip. But that was Our Supernova's first race in 5 months. Why can't she take another step forward, second off a layoff?
Yeah, you can't really say she doesn't like Belmont. She was 59-1 the only time she ran here in a stakes race.
Yeah. I don't think she was being Midnight Skies and English Soul and Split Time. We're all multiple stakes winners.
Junior Alvarado, by the way, on Our Supernova here for Charlie Baker.
You know, off the turf races can be, you know, sort of catastrophically bad. I don't think this one is. I think there are a lot of things going on here, and I'm not saying that I think that Miss Hotstones can't win, because she can. But I don't think she's any great shakes at 8-5 or 2-1 in this field. I think there are plenty of alternatives, Greg.
Yeah, you just gave us a handful of runners you think all could win, and this is the one you like best, though, right? The 4?
Yeah, I like the 4 in this race, Sunshine Gal. I mean, the problem is I bet her last time at 8-1, and I feel as though there are a lot of variations where she could have won. She's obviously a shorter price today. Fortunately, I'm alive in the double, and I'm getting a good price in the double. But she is kind of a last time was the time for me, but I'm going to hope that I get another chance to cash.
We're going to step aside for a timeout. I'm going to get a little break here. Maggie Wolfendale steps in for me. Right after this timeout, post parade coming up from the 4th to kick off the Pick 6 here at Belmont Park on America's Day at the Races.
Grade 1 winner Lee traveled the world competing against the best of his generation. A graded stakes winner on both dirt and turf, he set a new track record in the Grade 1 Don Handicap and retired with earnings of more than $2.3 million. with yearlings bringing up to $650,000 and his first crop 2-year-old selling up to $430,000, the sky is the limit for this promising young stallion. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
There's a power so selfless, it has the ability to heal, to inspire, to unite, to change your life.
This is a colt by Run Happy out of Addison Run. We bred here at Mockra Hall. Well, he's a big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well, has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farms.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. I'm Maggie Wolfendale alongside Naira handicapper Andy Serling. Pleased to be up here on the studio set with you, Andy.
I love it when you come up here and make your little cameo appearance with me for a half an hour. We have fun.
We do.
It's good to see you.
Glorious day. I can't get over how nice of a day. This is how May in New York should be, as we are seeing horses. It hasn't been. Yeah, it's been very unkind to us. But we are off the turf here. But still an interesting race for this fourth as we are kicking off the pick six here, and horses making their way through the tunnel to the track.
I have a question for you, since I've been giving my opinions and you've been sitting off in the set. Do you think that the 13 in here, Miss Hot Stones, is a little over bet in this spot at 3-2?
I mean, absolutely. It's not as if there's not any other speed in here. There's other speed with Carrera Cat and Forgotten Hero. I mean, what I thought was interesting with Forgotten Hero is that she made the lead last time over Science Fiction, who was a fast horse. And, I mean...
She actually didn't run that badly last time. That race fell apart, her turf race.
Absolutely. I think she ran great. She finally gets Lasix, and she has Mike Luzzy aboard, who I think, is one of the most aggressive riders as far as coming out of the gate. So Mr. Hotstone's job does not get any easier, and just so everybody knows, Jose Ortiz is picking up the ride here from Rajiv Mirage, as we see Rajiv riding her here to victory just 2 weeks ago.
But, you know, this race we're looking at 2 weeks ago was just a completely different animal than the race we're talking about today. She was allowed to walk on the front end, 23-1 the first 2 quarters. It's just she came home quickly at 23-2 because she was able to walk in there. Now, she has run effectively rating before, so it's not as though she can't win stalking, and she draws well on the outside. But these are better horses, and it's a completely different pace scenario.
Absolutely. I mean, as you said, she is advantageous with that outside post, but 3-2 is awfully short, as we'll kick off the post parade with number 3, Saratoga Treasure for Dave Donk, taking over training duties on this one.
Dave taking a shot. He's had luck with leaving horses in off the turf races. I think he's giving her a race off the layoff. This is one I'm looking forward to betting when they get to the turf. I think she's going to do well for David.
You and me both, as number 4 is Sunshine Gal. She does have some dirt form to go on.
I like her in here. I liked her last time. I thought she was very unlucky. Bumped to the start, blocked in the stretch. I think she's a big-time player at a fair price.
We'll skip all the way to number 8, and here Carrera Cat comes back off a layoff for John Morrison.
If she runs the figure she ran last time back on New Year's Day, she's going to be very tough to beat. I want to see it to believe it. This is a tough spot off the layoff.
Has had some lines in her form as of late. As Starlight Mission comes off the back of a win and first off a claim for Bob Caceres.
One of those horses that could absolutely benefit from the pace in this race. She won here just 11 days ago in the slop against weaker.
Junior Alvarado will pick up the ride on our Supernova for Charlie Baker.
She's second off a layoff. Her last race gives her a chance here, and I think she's a horse at a price that has a real chance.
Forgotten Hero, currently 7-1 on the board, will be a pace factor.
Of the speed, she's the one I want to use at a price getting Lasix for the first time.
We'll skip First Appeal, and Miss Hotstones on the outside. Bruce Levine's looking for back-to-back wins with this daughter of Bustin' Stones.
I don't want to knock her. She could absolutely win. She draws well on the outside. She's won rating before, but there is a world of difference from both a pace dynamic and a quality of the field between what she faced when she won easily last time and what she faces today. I think she is dramatically overbet.
Now, Carrera Cat, Andy, was a horse who kind of started her career on the turf, and she ran some okay races, and then all of a sudden, boom, she's this dirt horse with these 2 blowout wins back-to-back. Is she a product of the proverbial light bulb going off? But now we haven't seen her since the 1st of January.
And that really concerns me, Maggie. And the other thing is, she's got Forgotten Hero and Miss Hotstones outside of her. She's facing, she beat Channel Andy last time.
I was just going to say.
And she beat her like a drum. But still, this is, she's making a move from her last race like this is stakes company relative to what she's running against. And the race doesn't set up for her. And she's got to come back off a 4+ month layoff and do it. I'd love to see her run well, but I think she's a terrible gamble in this race at under 20-1, in my opinion.
Yeah, and when we've seen her not have an easy lead, she tends to just throw in the towel, or she just runs evenly. She doesn't like to pass horses.
Yeah, I think that it was a combination of factors, plus moisture in the track last time out, and this track has dried out.
We'll take a look at the inside runner. Now, Saratoga Treasure, she does try the turf for the first time. Now, no doubt about it, Treasure Beach, more of a turf influence, but it's not like there's not any dirt pedigree on the bottom side.
I don't disagree with that. It's not an easy spot, though. For her to try. I just seeing her stay in here, and Dave Donk's a good sport, and he's taken shots with MTOs before, and he's done very well, or off the turf races. I feel like David thought, you know what, she hasn't run for almost 6 months. Let me get a race into her. She'll come back in 2-3 weeks with a race under her belt, and then I'll get the money on the turf, or she'll run well, because it looks like you and I are both looking forward to taking a shot with her going forward.
Yeah, I was talking to Dave Donk in the paddock for race number 2, and he was saying he got hustled into that race with the New York bred, who actually, he did say he likes a bit, so look for her in the Pedia, I want to call it Pedialyte.
She looked like she was going to run a little bit in the backstretch and then didn't put her
right. But anyway, but as he said, quote unquote, I'm here to run. And that he is. Time and time again, he shows up with his horses and he runs them.
David Donk has to apologize for nothing. The man is one of the best trainers in the ground. Yep. And like a lot of people, you give him the right horse, he gets the job done.
And one of the nicest, most genuine people that I know back there is number 4 is Sunshine Gal. Michelle Nevin will look to get her 2nd win on this card. Andy, 2nd time out for her. A horse that, I thought her last race was a step in the right direction, and as you said, had a little bit of trouble at the start.
Not just the trouble at the start. The trouble at the start was bad because it put her behind the pace in a very slow-paced race, and it bunched the field up. And because the field was bunched, she ended up between and behind horses in the stretch, and she never really had a seam to run through. And I just think we're seeing a much different dynamic today with so much speed signed on. The field figures to separate a little bit, so she'll get her fairest chance to win. I think she's a horse that was improving for Lacey Gadet and took another step forward when switched to Michelle Nevin. I think she's one that's better than her PPs suggest.
Like those lady trainers. I like that. Sunshine Gal is, if you want to get in on this pick 6, well, no better way than to use your Naira Bets account. If you're not a member, become a member today. $200 sign-up bonus for new members. Use promo code LIVE. Check out NairaBets.com as they are making their way to the gate here. As I said, off the turf here. So 6 furlongs on the main track for race number 4. That turf course is listed as yielding. We'll be back on the turf for races 6 and 9 and off.
6-7.
Oh, sorry, 6-7 off for race number 9. Got ahead of myself there as we're taking a look at number 9 in here. That is Starlight Mission. Andy, you said it. I thought this race sets up nicely for this filly. Now, yes, she got a win last time out. Probably a little bit of an easier spot. When you graduate out of those non-3 life conditions, it does get a little bit tougher. But then again, she's back in with New York breds.
Well, also, let's say you want to take the opinion that the pace is going to be hot, and 6-5 on the number 13 Miss Hotstones is outrageously low. That the speeds are going to get in trouble in here and fade a little bit in the stretch. She's as much a candidate to win this race as a lot of other horses in here, and she's 9-1.
Yeah, I mean, does it bother you at all that? I mean, her last one came on a track with moisture. Was she just that much better than the rest of the field, though?
Yes, Kathy Nas is
Kathy Noss.
Is not the horse that she's facing today, but she's 10-1, Maggie, you know, and I mean, I think that pays for a lot of sins, right?
Right. Now, Forgotten Hero is just that, in my opinion. This is a filly who burst onto the scene as a 2-year-old last year, winning her first 2 races, including a New York Stallion Series race, in just kind of not necessarily blowout fashion, but fast fashion. I mean, those are good numbers for a 2-year-old in that stage in the game. Then her next 2 races as a 3-year-old were horrible.
But she showed last time that her form has come back a little bit, and she gets Lasix. You do have to worry that she was just good in her first 2 starts and she's lost that good form. But I think her last race suggests, because that race totally fell apart in the grass, that maybe her form hasn't completely eluded her.
All right, we'll see how Forgotten Hero does back on the dirt here today, as we'll throw it up to John Imbrial for the call of today's 4th. Good luck.
Miss Hot Stones goes in. We're set for the start. And they're off. Miss Hot Stones away well from the extreme outside. Carrera Cat is there along with Forgotten Hero. So it's 3 of them right together for the lead. And the front 3 have opened up 3.5 on Sunshine Gal, who's racing in 4th. Starlight Mission on the outside is next in 5th. Then it's Ours Supernova, and Saratoga Treasure trails the field in 7th. Up front, Carrera Cat on the inside, Forgotten Hero on the outside. The favorite, Miss Hot Stones, has dropped 4 lengths from the front runners. Then Sunshine Gal down on the inside in 4th, followed by Our Supernova, then Saratoga Treasure, and Starlight Mission. Carrera Cat shakes loose here. Carrera Cat opens up a 3-length lead as they come for the top of the stretch. On the outside, Miss Hot Stones now moves into 2nd. The half was run in 45 seconds after an opening quarter in 21-4. Carrera Cat has the lead with a furlong to the finish. Miss Hot Stones is all out in 2nd. Down on the inside is Sunshine Gal, then Our Supernova, Starlight Mission out in the middle of the track. Carrera Cat, here is Our Supernova. Carrera Cat holds on and wins it by a long neck. Our Supernova was 2nd, a 3-way photo for 3rd.
3 wins in a row. This one she had to earn, though, as number 8, Carrera Cat, comes back off the layoff for John Morrison. Rajiv Mirage, well, he wasn't going to let his other call win and beat him to the lead here with the outside runner, Miss Hot Stones, as she had little to offer. And Carrera Cat, she was awfully game.
This was some performance by her. She was unbelievable in this race. They were flying up front. 21.91, 45.112. And it's interesting, Rajiv wanted to ride this horse more than a horse who went up at 6-5, who had absolutely no excuse and was way over bet at Miss Hot Stones. This horse was extremely impressive. Wow, I did not like her at all. And she completely surprised me. This was a terrific effort by her. Wow, was she good.
I'm blown away. I didn't like her much either. I didn't think if she got eyeballed here, in which she did by Forgotten Hero.
Oh, yeah.
And she fought her off like she just shook her off like a little gnat. And Carrera Cat, wow. Well done, Rajiv Mirage, being aggressive. She didn't break as fast as Miss Hot Stones, but he got her up there, got her nose in front, and she didn't care. She waved bye-bye to everybody else.
This was some performance. John Morrison done a great job with this horse. And, you know, Rajiv committed. He said, I don't care. She's a need-to-lead type horse. And I think it's important people remember that. That's the way you ride a speed horse. He knows she doesn't want to sit behind horses. If I have to go too fast early, it's better than rating, and he rode her right. He was aggressive, and a great call by him, a gutsy call to ride a 9-2 shot of a 4-month layoff over a horse that went up at 6-5, but boy, it was the right call.
Yeah, well done by Rajiv Mirage and his agent. Well, I don't think we'll have any inquiries or objections here, just a photo, but we know who it is, Carrera win. But off of the controversy in the Kentucky Derby, a lot of the casual fans learned what stewards were. Well, we'll find out more about our Naira Steward, Braulio Baeza, as that special is coming up around the bend here on America's Day at the Races.
Run Happy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up for a $200 new member bonus with promo code SPRING19 at NairaBets.com.
This successful son of AP Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast, a multiple Grade 1 winner and runner-up in the $16 million Pegasus World Cup. Flatter is adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record at stud. In the auction ring, Flatter topped the 2018 Fasig-Tipton July sale with a $520,000 yearling. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Everyone's excited about the Run Happy foals, and he's throwing his quality and looks like his speed and athleticism in his foals. And if they can run like him, I think we'll be in really good shape.
I get a lot of calls from people telling me what great foals they've had by the horse, and they love them and this and that. I mean, you know, they're all kind of similar, you know, color, size, physicals. So we'll see as we go, but so far so good.
But yeah, no, you see a lot of Run Happy in a lot of his foals.
Well, we bought Run Happy at the Keeneland sale several years ago and bought him for $200,000, so best investment I ever made.
To have a horse that was medication-free throughout his career speaks volumes. I mean, you know, most of them have to have a little something every now and again. That makes him pretty unique in today's world to run at the level he did for a period of time he did it.
He's a drug-free horse. We think sports ought to be drug-free, so we try to practice what we preach.
But I think the race that probably really got our attention was the King's Bishop in Saratoga that year. And that kind of, it's like, you know, when he rebroke at the top of the stretch and opened up and won as easy as he did, it's like, wow, okay, yeah, this horse is for real.
It's Run Happy in front. Limousine Liberal, Holy Boss can get him. Run Happy has won the Naira.com King's Bishop by 4.
Certainly one of the highlights of my life was watching him on the screen there at Naira go across the finish line first to the King's Bishop Grade 1. So at that point, we knew we had a real racehorse.
To go up to Saratoga and win the King's Bishop like he did and run away with it and win so impressively, and then come here and, you know, his saddle slipped at the race in Keeneland and he still won, and then it looked like he was a loser in the Breeders' Cup, but he fought on, and his game and the determination he had was really impressive. And
got a little behind, was way behind at the top of the stretch, and then he made an amazing run down there and won the Breeders' Cup race. That was the Breeders' Cup Sprint champion, new track record at Keeneland. So again, just a testimony to this great horse and the team behind him, which was, you know, Laura and Cordell and the team that devoted so much time, effort, and energy to Run Happy. And we couldn't be prouder to have Run Happy and have him stand at Claiborne Farms. That is myself and my daughter's happy place. We love Claiborne Farms, and Run Happy loves being there. He won at Keeneland, he won at Santa Anita, he won at Saratoga, several of the legendary places in horse racing. And what a great horse, what a great thrill it was to be around Run Happy and now to follow his stud career.
that was probably one of the most famous stalls in maybe Central Kentucky, or maybe the country or the world even. You know, it had Bold Ruler, Secretariat, Unbridled. Now it has Run Happy, so we can see if he can continue on with the tradition.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the races, and I can't wait to see those Run Happy foals, either two-year-olds next year. Andy, do you remember his debut race down at Turfway? I remember it was like a firestorm on Twitter. Everybody saying, you gotta watch this horse.
It was an amazing performance. I mean, to tell you the truth, we should probably show it someday.
We
really should show it.
Should.
You have to see it to believe it. And even when they ran him back in the Lecompton his next start, going 1 mile and 70 yards like 20 minutes later, and it's too far for him around 2 turns, he actually ran this amazing race with trips, and he turned out to be an absolutely sensational horse.
Very, very good sprinter, that's for sure. As prices are in for race number 4, it was all Carrera Cat. Well done, John Morrison, to get this filly back off of a layoff and get her 3rd win in a row. $11.60 for the win. We are 1 leg to go in the early pick 5, and everybody is still alive with a 39-1 shot, a 9-2 shot. It's gonna pay pretty big, Andy.
Well, one of them I think is just 150-cent ticket on it. It's
Wow.
a tough sequence, and good luck to people that are alive. And you talk about other trainers, John Morrison, another guy. Give him an opportunity with a horse. He's done a great job with this filly.
He really has. He had that big, oh man, now I forget her name. She had this like clubby foot, this big filly that I really liked. I can't remember her name. It was when I first started here, maybe 2011, 2010. Anyway, race number 5, it's coming up, non-3 life, 35,000, 7 furlongs here on the main track, and 8 to 5 right now on dark and cloudy. That seems like a pretty big price on this horse.
It's a big price right now. I didn't take a look at the doubles to see how short he figures to be, but you always worry a little bit with Jay Service. They're coming off a bad effort, dropping down a little bit, not precipitously, but dropping down a bit. But if he runs back to his second or third races back, he's going to be very, very tough to beat, and he figures to get a good stalking trip outside of the number 1 horse.
Well, we'll have that post-parade for you coming up momentarily. Maggie Wolfendale and Andy Serling up here on the set. Greg Wolf will be back soon, and Paula Duca will join us at the end of the show as well. But as I was saying, Andy, I mean, we are still riding the controversy of the Derby into the Preakness. I know we've talked about it quite a bit here, but what I found interesting is, I'm sure the casual fan watching this didn't realize how much goes into the rules of racing and the stewarding and who the stewards are.
No, I agree. They don't know who they are. They're sort of, hidden up in a booth somewhere, and they don't have much contact with them. But the stewards do a very important job at our racetracks, and in this case, they were presented with a sort of no-win situation, and they did the right thing under very adverse circumstances, and a tough decision to have to make.
Absolutely. I'm sure all their decisions are tough, and, well, one of the guys who makes the decisions here at NYRA is our NYRA steward. That is Braulio Baeza Jr., a son of a jockey, and he makes a lot of tough decisions up there in the booth. Let's find out more about Braulio.
I am Braulio Baeza Jr. and I am the NYRA steward. The steward's job is to referee the sport and make sure the betting public has a fair shake. Our main job is to watch the races, so make sure there's no infractions on any of the races. There's 3 stewards in New York. One belongs to the Jockey Club, which is Jimmy Edwards. The stage steward is Steve Lewandowski, and I am the NYRA steward. So New York is a little unique, where it has 3 different entities for the stewards. 2 of us watch the races live from the window, and one of us records it, watches on multiple screens. The stage steward shuts off the betting. We have a pretty good system here in New York right now. It's 6 live shots, and they all run simultaneously. So on the bottom level, we have what we call a 2-shot, which is shot from behind. The middle shot is a roving head-on, so it's constantly giving us a head-on. And then we have the pan shot right to the right. Okay, so sometimes the head-on won't give you the depth, so you look at the pan to see how far he is or if he's clear not to come over. We're looking for any kinds of infractions, intimidation, excessive use of the whip, anything cutting off or shutting off. So if people don't maintain a straight course, it's an infraction. There's 3 different kinds of objections or claims of foul. The trainer can lodge a claim of foul, the jockey can lodge a claim of foul, or a steward's inquiry. After the race is official, we watch the replays, and then we go back and we'll call one of the jockeys up on a direct line. If we need to speak to him for an infraction, and we'll speak to them, let them give their explanation. Then we'll review the movie again, and we'll make our decision.
The stewards have disqualified number 2 Power Nap from 1st to 3rd for interference with number 1 Chamois in the stretch.
Until we decide that the race is official and there's no infractions, the race does not go official. And it's official. Yeah, we're going off our eyes and the experience. A lot of experience in the stand right now. Jimmy Edwards used to be a jockey. Steve Lewandowski's been there for 30 years, and I've pretty much run the gamut, front side and backside. Of course, my dad was a jockey, so I've watched racing since I was a kid with my dad, and it's just the best part. 1, 2, 3, 4, good number.
I am a was Steward, Braulio Baeza Jr., and wow, the B-roll of that footage burned quite a bit.
Yes, a DQ for Maggie's husband, Tom, for about 2 or 3 years ago here in the last race. Tough one for Power Nap.
I know.
It was claimed,
Good old
too,
Power
right?
Nap. Yeah,
DQ'd and claimed.
And what was worse, it was the horse that got put up was just claimed from us. You
Tough game,
can't make
isn't
it
it?
up. It really is
Yeah,
sometimes.
this game will get you every which way.
Absolutely. Well, there's still more drama after the Kentucky Derby DQ of Maximum Security for his jockey, Luis Saez. And Andy, Luis Saez handed a 15-day suspension. Your opinion?
It seems a little harsh. It
Excessive.
almost seemed like piling on. I know that Luis has had a number of suspensions this year, to be fair. I've never considered him a reckless rider in watching him ride, and I know Maggie agrees with that. I just feel as though it's very hard, especially in a wet track, to pin this on a rider and to give him that excessive a penalty, especially after the guy's already been taken down in the Kentucky Derby. If he was at fault, it's one thing, but it's not as though there was some clamoring out there to hold him responsible for what happened. I didn't hear anybody saying that, did you?
No, the general consensus, I haven't heard anybody say anything different, is that this horse spooked. You see the photographer right there, standing to the right of the quarter pole. He seemed as though he was looking at that photographer. He may have been spooking from the people in the infield, may have just been spooking at a shadow on the ground. I mean, as you said, a sloppy track, it can cause some light to reflect, and horses can spook from that. And none of what Maximum Security did was Luis Saez doing that intentionally, and I think 15 days is absolutely excessive.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see when riders do things with the whip and certain things where you say, that wasn't the smartest move or that wasn't really a responsible move. You didn't get the feeling in this case. It just, you'd hate to think that the stewards were thinking it was a complicated disqualification, it's got a lot of controversy. We're going to say the jockey was at fault and somehow legitimize the call. And I'm not saying they said that, but we'd hate to think that's the case. And I think Luis Saez has been punished enough, to be honest with you. Getting disqualified in the Derby, and in a case where it's at least, at best, it's sort of very open-ended whether or not he was at fault. I just don't think this was a fair call for him.
Nope. We'll see. Does he appeal it?
He can appeal, but is he going to? It just doesn't feel like he's going to win. Just
yeah, you
doesn't.
gotta wonder what is going to happen as we are just 2 days away from the Preakness. As we'll take a look, though, at the race that is coming up in 14 minutes here at Belmont. That's 3-2 on Dark and Cloudy, coming off of a allowance try in which he was embroiled in a very hot pace, but that was definitely a regression off his last race, Andy.
Right. I mean, a tougher field, mile distance, all that, fine. He's won at a mile, so the mile shouldn't be a problem. You see him right here winning a mile. He beat a good horse in Heroes Welcome. He was only 8-1 last time. So you'd never want to say in absolute terms, I mean, I picked him. I'm not trying to beat him, but he's going to be a heavy favorite, and he's coming off a dreadful performance. And over time, those are the kind of horses you look as vulnerable. The question is, where else do you go? It's not like Crees Brooklyn Law, who is my second choice and the second choice on the board. Is that reliable a horse, Mag?
No, that's my problem. But he does go out for Michelle Nevin, who does do a great job, and it's a reclaim by her. So I'm always encouraged to see trainers that go back in for horses. It usually means that, you know, there's not that many issues with him, or they know the key to the success.
And Michael Dubb, who claimed, I mean, they lost the horse for $40,000, they claimed back for $25,000. But I don't think that Michael Dubb, and I think you'll agree, is the kind of person that goes, oh, it's a fire sale. I sold him for $40, now I can get him for $15,000 cheaper. If he didn't want him, he wouldn't go back, and if he was running for $10,000. I do think it's interesting they claim him back. Let me ask you a quick question before we go to break. We've seen two straight horses wire on the inside in the dirt.
Yeah.
The first race, we saw that horse run very well on the inside. Could that help leap to glory? Could we have a track that's very kind to horses running inside?
I'm starting to think that watching these races, right? There's this distinct, and it usually is that when this track is drying out.
Yeah.
I mean, it was labeled muddy before we went to the first race, and it
what for muddy to
fast?
fast? You don't see that too often.
Muddy to fast, that is for sure. Well,
dried up
always,
like that.
as I mentioned, we are getting that much closer to the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Make sure you get your tickets. $20 general admission tickets still on sale. BelmontStakes.com. Stay tuned. Greg Wolf back on set here. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Run Happy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Run Happy is stamping his horses. And they all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Mastery retired undefeated, winning his 4 starts by a combined 20 lengths. A 6-figure September sale purchase he won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now his much-anticipated first crop arrives in 2019. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up for a $200 new member bonus with promo code SPRING19 at NairaBets.com.
Next on America's Day at the Races, after a brilliant debut, Lutzke looks to get back on track. Can anyone catch him in today's feature race at Belmont Park? And once again, Bob Baffert's Improbable will be the favorite in the Preakness. Can he deliver with a switch to a Hall of Fame rider taking over? We'll talk all about the Preakness in a tremendous Saturday card at Baltimore. Coming up on the show, our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. We have blue skies, beautiful weather this afternoon for this Twilight Thursday card here at Belmont Park. And we're getting into the meat of our card coming up.
We are. Last time I looked to my right, Maggie Wolfendale was there.
Things change quick here.
I just took a very tough beat. No, it's good to have you back, Greg, and I agree. We are getting the meat of the card, and interesting race. It starts off the Naira Bets late pick 5, but we're going to have some turf racing coming up in races 6 and 7. Looking forward to those races, Greg.
Yes, and I know a horse that you're intrigued to see run a little bit later on. What's your thoughts on Diva Money?
I don't like Diva Money at all. I'll get Diva Money in the winner's circle. I didn't like Carrera Cat either. I think that he can win. I'm not trying to say he can't win, but I just think this is a tougher field than he faced last time, and he's just okay. He's just okay, and he may be a pretty strong favorite in there, and I think there's a couple other major players in there.
Now it's 1.25 miles on the inner turf. That'll be race 7 as we kick off our Naira Bets late pick 5, though, in race number 5. As we kick off our post parade with Leap to Glory, 6-1 on the board.
He's the speed, and Rajiv Mirage going to look to duplicate what he did in the last race and just go to the front and try to wire the field. Inside speed, Greg, has been very good today.
Flat Excel, John Toscano, second off the claim.
Figures to chase the one Leap to Glory. He is not what we call a win machine with a lot more seconds than wins.
Kendrick Carmouche, he is on Mohican. Chris Engelhardt, second off the claim.
Second off the claim, he's got to make up over 5 lengths to Leap to Glory to get it done, and then beat some tougher horses to his outside.
The horse to beat. He did not show up last time against Tougher.
Yeah, I mean, you have to ask yourself how discouraged you are by his bad performance against Better last time. His races 2 and 3 back, put him in the winner's circle.
Korea's Brooklyn lost 7-2. Manny Franco, Michelle Nevin.
Interesting reclaim by Mike Dubb. I think this horse is dangerous and is probably the right alternative to the favorite.
Tale of Mist, we will see to round out the field here. Coming off a 5th.
2 for 30 with 17 seconds and thirds. Gets there, but doesn't get it done.
Use the horse underneath.
You can use underneath, but not on top.
All right, the Naira Bets late pick 5. Again, it begins right here. And what do you do with the 4 dark and cloudy? Even money shot for trainer Jason Service, who's close to 30% at the meet. He did not fire at all last start, but prior to that was a winner for $50,000 at Aqueduct at a mile.
Yeah, what do I think? I think that I think that there's questions. I think you have to be concerned about his last effort. This effort, this will win this race by a city block. But I just think you're talking about an even money shot, and I picked him on top, and I think he's way the worst to beat. But you're still doing an even money shot when you're talking about the Naira Bets late pick 5, and I know you would probably feel this way. He's a tough one to single off that effort, and I want to have a little coverage.
Yeah, I don't think he's a single in this spot. It's just you can't trust him after that last performance. But getting easier, energetic warm-up, which is a positive sign. We may hear more about that from Maggie coming up as well. Irad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard, and he's been aboard this one before as we take a look at Korea's Brooklyn Lawn right next door. Manny Franco, Michelle Nevin, and even, well, if Dark and Cloudy runs his best, obviously it's his race to win. What do you think about Korea's Brooklyn Law, though?
I think that he is the most likely winner if the favorite doesn't show up. I like the reclaim. I know he reclaimed at Michael Dubb for $15,000 less than was claimed from him, but I don't think he's going in just because it's some sort of garage sale. I think he went back in because he wants the horse, and I think Korea's Brooklyn Law is the good alternative.
Meanwhile, on the rail, we got a speedster, and can anybody go and keep up with Leap to Glory?
Well, I think that's a viable question in here. No, he's going to the front. And I think what moves him up is the way we've seen the racetrack playing so far today. We have seen Inside Speed be very, very good in 3 of our dirt races.
But
in all 3 of our dirt races.
But we're going 7 furlongs.
I agree.
He's 0 for 2 in the money at 7 furlongs. So question marks there as well. And maybe that's why you're seeing 6 to 1.
You know, the thing is, when you look at the 7 furlong race, at least the one showing, he had set a pressured pace that day. That was a very quick pace that fell apart. This is not necessarily going to be as strong a pace, so I think he has a chance to upset this field.
4 minutes away, 5th race coming up at Belmont Park. Kicks off again this Naira Bets Late Pick 5, which you can play on the Naira Bets app. Get signed up now, get started, and you'll get a $200 new member bonus when you deposit $200. Use the promo code LIVE to take advantage of that offer. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app. As we look at Tale of Mist, 6 to 1 shots sandwiched inside and outside in this race now. And Tale of Mist, 2-time winner at Belmont. As you mentioned, the record, 2 for 30 lifetime. Tough one to trust with that kind of record, but definitely a horse who does like to get a piece of things quite often.
No, I agree. He's a horse that shows up reasonably well. He's just one that doesn't seal the deal. And for me, playing multi-race bets, and particularly ones like a Naira Bets Late Pick 5, I am comfortable leaving him off my tickets.
By the way, I mean, one of those 2 wins, he beat the 5, who's 9 to 2 right now.
Yeah, he did, actually. No, that's a good point. I still think, though, he's just not a winning type. And I mean, the truth is, Korea's Brooklyn Law isn't exactly a winning type either, right? I mean, he's only 2 for 23 lifetime with 9 seconds and thirds. So he's not exactly a horse that finds the winner's circle that readily.
Well, the big favorite, 3 to 5 now. Keep in mind, this has been a day where we've seen a 1 to 5 lose, who had never started before.
But still lost at 1 to 5.
We saw a 4 to 5 defeated. They were both Chad Brown runners. That was the class dropper.
And
who should not have been that price.
And last race, a horse who was 6 to 5, who never should have been anywhere close to that. And in that case, we said that as well. Just one of the horses who could win, but way over bet. But nonetheless, we've seen 3 short price favorites go down. That doesn't necessarily decrease the chances of this horse winning. These are the toughest kind of horses for me. I don't bet short priced horses, but for us, you and I are multi-race players. And either way, you're going to lean on them. But you probably want to have some coverage. And I think that's why I use the multiple ticket method, the ABC method that Steve Chris lays out, where you tier your tickets and you want to use him the most, but you want to have some kind of coverage with a few others. And I'd want some backup with both the 1 and 5.
Did you think, in terms of this sequence today, they're later on in the – I mean, the last race being taken off the turf, right? There only seems like a couple that can win that race, don't you think?
I don't know. You know, I guess I would use the 2, 9, 10, 11 if I used 4. I picked the race 10, 9, 2, 11. But, Greg, it's hard to have too much confidence in anybody.
I thought the 2 or 9 would be tough in there with a surface switch.
Right. Well, I think a 10. I think the 10's dangerous.
Top line?
Yeah. You have to realize top line in the dirt races either was going way too far and running against much better horses.
Now keep that in mind for our later races, that 9th taken off the turf. But race 6, race 7, stay on the grass for this Naira Bets Late Pick 5. So 4 to 5 on Dark and Cloudy, who's not exactly, this is not exactly a slow horse either.
No, that's the thing. He's not going to be badly compromised. He's likely to be sitting stalking outside of the number 1 here. So if he runs his race, he's not going to be badly compromised. I mean, if you're playing against him, you just have to say, I'm a little concerned based on his last effort that he's just not going to run. And that's always a concern. He is dropping in class. Not taking a gigantic drop. He was claimed for $50,000 and they've made money with him. But still, he is dropping.
The 2 has some speed as well, and he has sprint speed also. But he is coming out of a mile race. Does that dull his speed a little bit?
Yeah, but his rider's very aggressive, Ruben Silvera, and I have to imagine that he'll be looking to be aggressive. But maybe that hurts the 2. Maybe the 1, you know? We'll see. And the 1 is naturally, Leap to Glory is naturally faster than Flat Excel, but I have a feeling that Silvera may try to use the speed, and that could be a disadvantage to Leap to Glory if he's particularly aggressive.
Well, we mentioned the 6 horse had beat the 5 before, who's a shorter price. The 2 at 12-1 has also beat the 5 before. In fact, he crushed him by 6 1/4 lengths on that occasion.
Yeah, that was a slightly different scenario, I think, a while ago. I think the 5 may... The feeling with the 5 Cranesbrook Law is improved for these connections. I agree. On the old form, I wouldn't want this horse, but for these are very sharp connections. Both trainer Michelle Nevin looking for a second win today, and Michael Dubb, who's really as sharp a claiming owner as you can find in the game.
Yeah, well, that race where Flat Excel beat Korea's Brooklyn Law, Michelle Nevin actually claimed him out of that race and put him in the winner's circle next time out, won by 6.5 lengths. Michelle Nevin has reclaimed him since that time. She lost him, so we'll see if the horse moves up again. 4-1 on the 5 horse, but 3-5 on the 4. Dark and Cloudy, and there he is stepping in line. Can he rebound off a poor performance last time out? Short-priced favorite. And here we go with the start of the Naira Bets late pick 5. Let's send it upstairs for the call. John Imbrial.
There in the gate. And the rough. Tail of Mist from the extreme outside, and Dark and Cloudy was away well, but down on the inside, it's a Leap to Glory along with Flat Excel. Leap to Glory has the lead. Flat Excel runs in second, and Dark and Cloudy is next in third. On the outside is Tail of Mist, who's now back running in fourth, and it's Mohican in fifth, and almost 3 lengths back to Kriya's Brooklyn Law, who trails the field in sixth. And the quarter was run in 22 and 3/5 seconds. Down on the inside, it is Leap to Glory with the lead here by a head. Flat Excel in between horses. And on the outside is the odds-on favorite, Dark and Cloudy, who's running in third. Tail of Mist and Mohican are heads apart and getting a bit closer to the front runners. Kriya's Brooklyn Law is still at the back of the pack. Here's Dark and Cloudy up on the outside. Down at the rail, it's Leap to Glory. The half was run in 45 and 3/5 seconds. They're at the top of the stretch. Dark and Cloudy. Leap to Glory down at the rail. Dark and Cloudy has the lead. Leap to Glory is back running in second. And then it's Mohican and Tail of Mist on the outside. They're inside the 8th pole. Dark and Cloudy has opened up on the field now. It's Dark and Cloudy in front. Kriya's Brooklyn Law has moved into second, but it's Dark and Cloudy and Gray at 3-5. Kriya's Brooklyn Law was second, then Tail of Mist, followed by Mohican, Leap to Glory, and Flat Excel.
So he was okay. Don't have to worry about that last start from Dark and Cloudy. Do you think Jason Service kept him?
You know, it's an interesting question. I'll bet you he got claimed out of this race, and he's probably a decent claim. Kriya's Brooklyn Law ran very well. I thought Manny Franco gave a very nice ride to finish second here and was closing at the end. But you have to keep in mind, Dark and Cloudy really did the dirty work. That was a very honest pace. He was out in the middle of the racetrack. He is a horse that tends to drift a bit in the stretch, and he did that. And I thought Kriya's Brooklyn Law got a very good ride, saving ground for much of the trip to be second. He was much the best. You're probably right. This horse was probably claimed. We'll find out. But the only thing is, people are a little reticent sometimes to claim from Jason Service.
No, good point. Well, this horse now wins for the 3rd time in 9 starts, 2nd time his last 3. Drops down, lowest level he has been at yet since he broke his maiden, and gets the job done at a short price here. 4-5-6-3 finish. Irad Ortiz Jr., M&A Racing, and the trainer who was DQ'd out of a Kentucky Derby victory with maximum security. Jason Service gets the job done.
Well, now this will help ease the pain.
By the way, He was on the track this morning at Monmouth, maximum
Oh,
security,
good,
and he's
good.
going to be in the walking ring in the paddock on Saturday.
Usual work of a mile in 4 minutes and 53 seconds.
We're going to talk Preakness field, top to bottom. Of course, no maximum security, no top 3 finishers in the Derby, but 4 who did compete in that race. Moving onward. We'll do that when we come back.
Well, our summer cruise is here at Spruce Lane Farm, and he's been a really intelligent horse since he got on the farm.
He's just got great balance and presence. He's got a really good mind, and he does everything that we like to do so far. The plans with this colt are probably to take him to Saratoga or to Keeneland Book 1 or 2. He fits those. We paid $250,000 for him, so he was an expensive horse, but that's where he belongs.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up at NairaBets.com for a new member bonus.
An undefeated graded stakes winner on the track, Algorithms was the nation's #1 sire of 2-year-olds in 2017 by percentage of winners. His top runners include Rich Mommy, winner of the Grade 3 Sugar Swirl, multiple stakes winner and graded stakes performer Recruiting Ready, stakes winner and graded stakes performer Vanish, and recent stakes winners Taylor Spirit and Tracy Racing. In the ring, his 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $300,000. Algorithms, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the races, and keep your eyes on the gray. No one catching dark and cloudy on this Thursday afternoon. Irad Ortiz Jr., Jason Service, drops this horse down for a $35,000 claiming tag. The only question that remains, will he remain in the Service barn?
I don't know.
We're efforting that information. Third victory in 9 career starts for the son of Distorted Humor. Wins for M&A Racing. This wasn't even close.
No, it wasn't close. And, you know, wins like a 3 to 5 shot should. But we were talking off camera, Greg, and you can't regret if you use some backups to pick 5. Because over time, you'll do very well. I mean, you'll get great value in a pick 5. You beat a horse like this, and there were reasons to have questions coming in the race. We understood he was going to win like this if he ran his race. But these horses don't always run their races.
So that early pick 5, we had a 1 to 5 beat, we had a 4 to 5 beat, 10,000 plus in the early pick 5 with an odds-on favorite closing it out.
Doesn't feel like enough.
Horse was claimed. Dominic Schettino now taking over with Dark and Cloudy.
We'll wish Dominic the best of luck with him.
All right, late pick 4. It begins here in race 6. It's a mile and a 16th. It stays on the turf. $40,000 maiden claiming event and Duncastle. Everybody seemed to like this horse, so there's no way you're going to get 8 to 1.
Yeah, he has absolutely no chance. I like him. My friend Anthony, who does the show with me, likes him. Everyone I know likes this horse.
Mike Beer, I believe, likes
this,
him.
Well, this is a horse that, you know, Maggie and I have had a number of conversations about because we were both impressed by his one race in the turf last fall. He was running against much better horses, the likes of Frontier Market and Hierarchy as well. Both won their next starts, one in a maiden and one winning an allowance. And he made this crazy middle move in the race. Just an outrageous ride and still finished 4th. Had every right to finish about 8th given the trip and ride and field size. They claimed this horse $40,000. I think a very, very sharp claim by Tom Morley, who's looking to have another sharp claim after winning our second race. And he needed the race off the layoff last time, going 6 furlongs. He's not a 6-furlong sprinter. And he lost to front end Run the Fed, who's going to be the favorite in our allowance race tomorrow on the card.
Yeah, Tom Morley, if you're joining us late, he won with a horse he just claimed at 39 to 1, who beat a 1 to 5 favorite and helped bring that $10,000 return in the early pick 5. So we'll talk much more about this 6th race at Belmont. Starts our late pick 4 coming up, but we have a big one on Saturday. Middle Jewel of the Triple Crown, 144th running of the Preakness Stakes. Improbable again will be the favorite for trainer Bob Baffert, trying to deliver him an 8th victory in the Preakness Stakes. Let's start with War of Will. Oh my goodness, he draws the rail again. The odds of doing that in both the Derby and here, 260 to 1.
Yeah, I don't think it's the same kind of disadvantage in this race it is in the Derby. And given that he showed he was comfortable sitting behind horses last time until he was interfered with, I don't think it's as big a concern. So I think going in, maybe Mark has more concern. He didn't want to draw the rail, but still, he gets good position. He's not going to be in front. They're going to be moving up front here. I just have to ask myself, is he necessarily good enough?
Bourbon War, 12-1. Irad Ortiz Jr. for Mark Hennig showing up.
He's my second choice in this race. I think he's going to get the pace to run at. I thought he ran well behind Coda Honor in the Fountain of Youth and the Florida Derby as well. And I think he's a player here for Mark Hennig.
Warriors charge, they supplemented for $150,000 to show up here.
That's a lot to pay, but a lot of upside. He was impressive last time. That was a very fast race, but can he run that kind of race with other pressure up front?
$600 to do it if you did it early as a 2-year-old.
It's only $149,400 difference, Greg.
Improbable. He was the favorite in the Kentucky Derby. He moved up to 4th via DQ, only beat 3 1/4 lengths.
I don't subscribe to that. I don't like him because he's 0 for 3 this year. I don't like him because I don't think he wants this much distance, and I think this is a very tough field, and he's going to be the favorite. Picked him 3rd, but I think he's vulnerable.
Hall of Famer Mike Smith taking over in the Preakness for Irad Ortiz Jr. We'll see how he fares. Owendale, 1-2 in the race for trainer Brad Cox. He was the winner of the Lexington.
I like Owendale in this race. I think he's coming into his own, and this is his preferred running style, making a big run. He gets the pace to run into. A repeat of his last race where he had a wide trip and he smothered the field, and he can be the winner here.
He told us a long time ago, you got to be in it to win it. The coach, D. Wayne Lucas, taking a shot here with Market King.
Well, he definitely got half it right. He's in it. He's got about as much chance to win this race as you and I in a horseshoe, but I think he'll be involved in the early pace.
Distant 3rd in the Rebel to Omaha Beach in game winner. Tried the bluegrass, and things did not go well that day. He does come in rested. We'll give him that. Always mining the 7. He's reeled off 6 in a row in Maryland.
Always love the local heroes. Love to see women do well. And Kelly Rubley does a sensational job with this horse. He is no slouch. He's good. He showed he could rate last time, but is he good enough?
Find out. He's going to be fun to watch. He won the Federico Tessio by 11+ lengths coming into this effort. He is on quite a roll. He's undefeated as a 3-year-old. Signal Man, he was very good as a 2-year-old, won the Kentucky Jockey Club, trying to get his first win as a 3-year-old.
I don't like this horse. I think he's too slow. He got a great trip in the bluegrass, and he was outfinished by Win, who had a much tougher trip. Not a fan.
Brian Hernandez Jr., he will ride for trainer Kenny McPeak, Grade 2 winner. As a 2-year-old, and he was 3rd in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile as well. Bodie Express, maybe the best maiden in the country.
Yeah, and I think his connections need to run him in a maiden race. Break his maiden. Stop putting him in so up over his head. He had some run when he got interfered with last time out, but he also benefited from the slow pace when second the Florida Derby. I'm surprised they're coming back.
Second, in the Florida Derby to Maximum Security. Here is Everfast, Dale Romans. He was added sort of at the last minute. He's 50-1 morning line.
Hey, I know my man Dale Romans will take a shot in any race. I wonder if the connections, Calumet, that like to run the big race, are taking a shot. I think the Market King entered, and Dale Romans said, I can one-up you, Wayne.
Laughing Fox, Steve Asmussen, Ricardo Santana Jr. comes in off a victory at Oaklawn. Big step up here.
Like Improbable, he's making his 3rd start in 5 weeks, which I think is a little bit tricky, but he ran well to win that new Oaklawn Park Invitational last time out. That race did not fall apart. He was the only closer to effective with a wide trip. He's improving at the right time, but he's got to take another big step forward.
Representing California, the El Camino Real Derby winner. That win on synthetic at Golden Gate up in Northern California. Another twist of fate for Blaine Wright.
Don't discount this horse. Of the speeds, he's the one I'm using. This horse is good. It's a nice ride. I mean, he had Javier last time. Castellano gets Jose Ortiz for this race. This horse is A-OK. If you like Owendale, you're supposed to use him as well.
Coming off a second right behind Owendale in the Lexington. And then win. Live Oak Plantation homebred. Blinkers go on. For the horse who set a record in the Pasco Stakes.
To be fair, yes, at 7 furlongs. And I think once his connections realize he's not a router and cut him back in distance, I think they're going to have real success. If he was mine, I wouldn't have run in here, and I would have waited for the Grade 1 Woody Stevens, which I think he'd have a chance in. He did not, though, handle the slop in the Derby.
And again, he never seems to get out of the gate well either.
He can't. Now, maybe the far outside post, Greg, a little bit of a help with nobody outside of him, but still, you can't get left in races like this and expect to be effective.
And you give Bodie Express no chance. Hold on. 6 maidens have won the Preakness prior. And it wasn't that long ago the last one did it. You only have to go back to 1888.
Yeah, it was a tough beat that day. I actually finished second to him, and I played some exactas and didn't back it up. I think Bodie Express is a very nice horse. I think his connections need to take a step back, break his maiden, and then start getting a little more ambitious, maybe even a non-winners of one. Sometimes you keep running in fields like this, and the horse is going to get a little discouraged, and it's going to hurt a horse, not physically, but mentally, that really does have a lot of talent. I don't think they're outrageous in being aggressive in the sense of thinking they have a good horse. I just don't think these are the right spots for him, and I think at some point it might not work well for him.
Have you settled on your selection yet?
I have. But you got to watch my video, man.
Okay.
It's like I did a podcast and a video.
Nice
I got
tease.
Tons of audio-visual stuff available.
It's out there right now.
Go to YouTube, available on YouTube. I tweeted it out. You can go to, we tweeted out the podcast. It's all there.
Where do we go to find that?
Go to youtube.com, and you could put in Andy Serling's 2019 Preakness. The NYRA YouTube page has it. The Across the Board podcast. I'm everywhere.
All right, we want to hear from you who you think is going to win the Preakness. Forget Andy Serling. We want to hear from you. Improbable, War of Will, Another Twist of Fate, or one of the other horses. I take it you have more selections than that on your show? You don't just group it together as 9 others?
Yeah.
But make your voice heard at America's Best Racing on Twitter.
I'm hearing the music. I'm going to go down and do a little dancing.
Yeah, we got a little music behind us.
Yeah. Got a DJ here. A lot of fun here. If you come out on Thursdays for the Twilight Cards, and obviously the weather getting better, so come out and join us. A lot of good stuff happening here.
I really like this race actually coming up here. I thought there were a lot of prices that were intriguing in this spot. Duncastle, unfortunately, was 8-1 morning line. He's 5-2 right now. But I thought the 10-horse Elfitz was intriguing.
I agree. I used 2, 5, 10 in my pick threes. They're live.
You did.
I do think Elfit's a little interesting as well. I think Hampton Point in the drop down is dangerous as well. You know what I think is dangerous too? Paul LaDuca. He just appeared.
Yes, he did. He's joining me on set after a short break. You're leaving?
I am leaving.
For the day?
I'm done. I've had enough of you.
Do you want to stay and watch the show?
I will be in my office working on Sunday's card, watching the show.
I hope so. We're going to have some good information coming up. Late pick 4. Good sequence, I believe, next. 62,000 plus in the pool. Plus, we're going to remember Soaring Softly. Great champion. I'll look back to her accomplishments when we return, and I'm joined by 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca. Taking over for Andy Serling next.
The WIN program, I think, is fantastic for breeders. It's a really, really nice way that WinStar's given back to the breeder and supported the breeder who's also supported them. If you had the option to breed to another stallion at another farm or go to the horse over at WinStar that has this WIN program attached to it, the deciding factor is easy. You're going to get more bang for your buck over there at WinStar.
Whether you have Derby dreams or Midsummer Derby dreams, this is Tom Durkin to tell you a registered New York bred can take you there. That New York bred Exact and the Whitney by multimillionaires Diversify and Mind Your Biscuits shows the kind of quality that allowed New York breds to earn more than $93 million on the world stage last year. On-track successes have spurred New York bred sales result. At the March OBS sale, Chestertown sold for $2 million. And this New York bred 2018 yearling brought $1 million at Saratoga. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Run Happies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Mastery retired undefeated, winning his 4 starts by a combined 20 lengths. A 6-figure September sale purchase he won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now his much-anticipated first crop arrives in 2019. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Lingering at the back through the easy early furlongs are Squeak, and Soaring Softly is the last of them all.
Soaring Softly is asked for her run now by Jerry Bailey. They're coming to the top of the stretch. Coretta kicks in, short lead. Heritage of Gold. Soaring Softly charging on the outside. Mossflower is fourth and inside. It's Soaring Softly, a narrow lead. Coretta grudgingly gives way as they come down to the line. Soaring Softly, the winner by a length.
Soaring Softly is picking off horses one by one. She is rocketing on the far outside. Zomarada moves into contention. She's now third. Soaring Softly has moved up in the pack. She's now only 2 lengths from the lead. And the field hits the top of the stretch. Soaring Softly flying down the side of the track. And Cafe Lotti down toward the rail. She'll need some running room on their opening there. Here's Coretta. Here's Soaring Softly. And Soaring Softly is the winner. Soaring Softly, the queen of the American Green.
Back-to-back Grade 1s to close out Soaring Softly's career. Switched to turf in that beginning of the 99 campaign and reeled off 5 consecutive victories on grass, suffered a defeat, and then closed out that 99 season with back-to-back Grade 1s in the Flower Bowl and Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf for Jimmy Toner.
She's crazy. She's such a talented horse that she was a turf horse. She finished 4th in the Acorn on the dirt. It's a pretty darn good horse. And here is the Soaring Softly 3-year-old fillies on Saturday. Good field. Compact, but good field.
Yeah, we look forward to that over the weekend. Right now, we're in the midst of the Naira Bets Late Pick 5 here on this Thursday afternoon. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
And an interesting race to kick things off. Maiden 40 here on the turf, mile and a 16th. Check in with some Gulfstream invaders, which includes the Korean bred. That is Social Currency, who finished 2nd last time out, where he just kind of followed the winner around there and just never could get to Honey Won't. And looking at him here, though, he fits quite nicely. He's very athletic, very fit, dappled head to toe. He looks like he belongs with these as he takes another step down the ladder to this $40,000 claimer. But for me, he makes a lot of sense here with Irad Ortiz aboard. Now, number 10 is Elfitz. He'll be a bigger price. He just hasn't run quite as fast. But, you know, he has a great disposition here in the paddock. He's nice and forward. He's kind of marching around. He looks really fit here, as now this is the 3rd start with Lasix. And going back to his only start in a maiden claimer, I thought, you know, it kind of sounds like he may have moved too early, but the winner that day at Utrecht, who is a Christophe Clement trainee, had the exact same trip. He actually just followed that horse. So, like I said, I like him here in the paddock. He'll have to get a little faster, though, as number 8, Wicked Trick. He is the one-eyed horse here that is making his 14th career start. Now, but 2nd off a layoff and 2nd time out here for Michelle Nevin. A lot more fit. Usually a horse that would get washy here in the paddock is not. He just seems really chilled out, and I kind of like it for him. And plus, he's a lot more defined than what he was going back to that April 18th effort, as Michelle Nevin looks for win number 2 here on the card, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, Maggie. Had a win to kick off our card at 6-1 with Princess Pinky. So we'll see what happens here in this 6th race coming up. I want to remind everybody, bet great evening racing from 2 of the country's best tracks today for a $10 bonus. Bet $50 at Belmont and $50 at Churchill, and you're in a $10 bonus if you bet it on the Naira Bets app. Your bets don't even have to hit the board to earn the bonus.
What?
Download the app in the App Store or on the NairaBets.com website. There you go to get started. So take advantage of that. Get a little free money.
Why not?
In your accounts.
Why not? That's a good promotion.
All right, we got a post parade coming up here, and I was talking with Andy. I thought this was an interesting race in terms of wagering here. Let's start off with Field Patrol. Jose Ortiz, Mike Maker.
Yeah, this is a horse that dropped down to the maiden ranks, and I thought ran well last time out, and obviously a player here. I don't know why this horse is 10-1. I know there's horses dropping from maiden special weight, but this horse should not be 10-1.
Duncastle at 5-2. Javier Castellano. Tom Morley already has a win on today's card at 39-1.
Yeah, Tom's going to stretch this horse back out after a 6-furlong race, and they claim this horse for 40. So back to where he probably belongs.
Social Currency comes in from Gulfstream for Jorge Abreu.
Yeah, a Korean bred. Yeah, by Tis Wonderful. Usually see Tis Wonderful being California bred. Blinkers have helped this colt.
Methodical is the 4, Luis Reyes Araguillo in Southern Equine.
Yeah, first time on the turf, first time gelding, so a lot of new firsts here. You also get Luis Reyes. That's why this horse is 26-1.
Hampton Point Here's the 5 at 5-1. Luis Saez, Jimmy Toner.
Yeah, I like this horse. I like the cutback too. The problem is he needs to get out of the gate. He comes from way out of it. But I think the drop in class will show his kick late.
We were just talking about him and his Soaring Softly. It's such a magical season with that, that filly for him. Dream Master, second time out.
Yeah, you know, this Pioneer of the Nile colt ran okay. 9-1 first time out, third maiden 40. So I don't see much improve here at 7-1.
Speed for Wicked Trick, but has had a lot of opportunities.
This horse has had the lead 8 straight races beside the one time the horse lost the rider and has not sealed the deal.
Elfits, this 10, I thought intriguing in this spot from Mike Matz with Manny Franco.
Yeah, you make a good point there, Wolfie, because this horse was 56-1 first time Lasix from the 12 hole and was way back and ran well 2 back against claimers. A player in here with a better trip.
And as a Dean, blinkers come off. Speed horse who did not show any ability to stick around at 6 furlongs last out.
I get that there's scratches in here, but a 50-1 shot should not be 27-1 shot. He's 50-1 for a reason.
All right, 83,000 plus in the pool. Pick 4 coming up in just a few minutes here on this Twilight Thursday card. And we got 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca with us. You're so busy with other commitments, doing other shows. I came in here, looked down on the track, you're taping some other show. You're a busy man.
Yeah, I went to City Field, had like this little charity event. It was really, really fun to go back to where I'd never played, but at least I get to see a picture of myself, so that was pretty cool. And then I did lock it in and try to give out the Preakness winner for the people at Fox, and now I'm with you. But you know what? I'm happy this is with you, Greg.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. So who'd you give out for the Preakness?
Laughing Fox.
Really?
Yes, because you know what? If you look at the Preakness, or if you look at the Arkansas Derby, there was 2 horses that were making up ground, Country House and Laughing Fox. Now, in the Rebel, Laughing Fox got pinched at the break. So everybody thinks it's Owendale's the best closer, and Brad Cox has got the horse that's going to go fast. You don't think Bourbon, War of Will, and Probable, and the 3 horses are all going to go towards the front end? And Asmussen has run second at big odds with Cherry Wine. That horse is going to be a sneaky horse, Laughing Fox.
That is a bold selection from Paul LaDuca. It's going to be fun this Saturday. They have a tremendous card, which we've been talking about all day long. Friday as well, on Black Eyed Susan Day out in Baltimore. Here's a look at the 2. So here's Duncastle. This horse taking all this money. Seemed like everybody liked this horse coming into this afternoon, and it's shown up on the tote board.
Yeah, well, he's got the class, right? I mean, Tom's claimed this horse for the 40, and it was on dirt, and you know, he didn't run that bad at all. The other race on the turf, this horse made a monster move, and Pablo Frugoso probably made too quick of a move. But what happened was the horse stumbled at the gate, so I think Pablo sort of panicked a tiny bit and then made this giant sweeping move. And he hits the front end, but he runs out of gas because there's 2 other horses in here that beat him have come back to win. It was a pretty good field, but this giant of a move, now down to the maiden claiming ranks. I'm sure Tom had this in mind when he claimed him in December. Now he put him in his program. He put him on dirt, and now he's going to stretch him out to where he belongs, and he's putting him in a reasonable spot at 40. I mean, he's battling to the wire after the start of a stumble that we didn't show you after a middle move that shouldn't have happened. So I thought this was a great run.
Yeah, a couple of good horses, too. Frontier Market, Hierarchy finished right in front of them. They both would come back to win out of that race. So we'll see if today is the day that Duncastle graduates. We check in downstairs with Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, guys. I want to check in with the drop-down horse, the only one here in this field. And we were talking about Soaring Softly earlier. Well, trained by Jimmy Toner, and number 5, Hampton's Point, as well, is the conditioner for this one as he gets a class relief. And this is another horse, kind of like Wicked Trick. I don't know, maybe it's something in the air. Maybe it's the slow jams in the background that are playing here at Belmont today. But he's really relaxed. And gosh, guys, I was okay with him in the paddock, but warming up, I mean, he just galloped away. He just floated over the track. He's just moving very, very nicely here. So I know those front bandages go on, but that could be a product of this horse dropping in here today. So I'm not too concerned about that, watching the way that he warmed up. And he's going to be my selection here. I just think he's run consistently fast enough against deeper competition, as he'll get a little less ground to cover. Hopefully that pace does come back to him a bit. Now, number 7 is Dream Master, who very nice pedigree. Pioneer of the Nile, Mystical Star, was a multiple stakes winner. I loved her. Another runner for Christophe Clement. But Christophe, very jokingly in the paddock, talking about this one. just might not be necessarily meant for the races. A little more of a, as he said, maybe I should have dropped him off at Wellington on the way up from Payson Park. He's big, he's good looking, but with that being said, he looks more like a warm blood than he does a thoroughbred. Look, he's fit here, and maybe that pedigree shows through at some point, but the fact that Christoph wasn't so high on him leads me to believe that maybe he's just a bit on the slower side, Greg.
All right, so that's not positive, hearing that from the trainer.
Yeah, I know, right?
7-1 on Dream Master.
Yeah,
but you never know. Sometimes horses fool even their trainers.
They do. And like I said, debuted for Maiden 40, exactly where we're at. 9-1 for Christoph Clement runner in an 8-horse field. So really didn't get first time out, and ran right in the middle of the pack. Now you got, I think, a better field. You got multiple horses that have ran multiple times. I just think that the 7's a bad play. I think the 5 on the cutback with the blinkers on, they tried to take the horse to the lead one time with the blinkers, and the horse ran off on them. But they went 116-1, so I don't know if you call that even running off.
Yeah.
But then the next time, I think they tried to take the horse back, and it didn't work. So the drop is going to help, and I think the cutback and distance will definitely help.
Luis Saez will hop aboard for the first time on the 5 here. So 4-1, lowest level this son of Lemon Drop Kid, the 5 has run at yet. That's going to be a huge help, maybe more than anything. We have not talked about this one right here. This is Social Currency. Comes in from Gulfstream, ran for 50, ran for 75 maiden claiming. Incredible efforts in both. And we'll see if today can get over the hump, the lowest level he's run at yet.
I mean, I can see him being the winner. This is got 3 or 4 or 5 horses in here because his last 2 efforts, 2 second-place finishes. He's been right there. So, horses that are in form sometimes are better than horses that, are dropping down. I know I took the only drop-down horse, but if you look at his races, they're better races against way better horses. But I think today we'll find out what he's made of. And to me, getting Luis Saez is a big jump for this horse.
3-1. He's taken play. Second choice on the board here for Social Currency. We'll see if that form from South Florida can translate here to New York. As Duncastle remains our favorite at 5-2 on the board. Tom Morley looking for his second win this afternoon. Had the biggest shocker of the day, 39-1 shot, beating a 1-5 favorite as we look at Field Patrol for Mike Maker and Jose Ortiz.
And I think the son of Ghost Hour's not getting better. His issue is the gate. He just cannot get out of the gate. He draws the dreaded 1 hole. He's now 7-1, which is reasonable because he can win this race. He could be right there at the wire, but the gate has just cost him. And is there enough speed in here? I do see the 8 going. Duncastle, we'll see what happens with him on the drop, but maybe the Christoph Clement runner, and that would be the 7, but there's not a ton of pace. So the 1 needs to get out of the gate to contend against these.
Loading up here, and Duncastle, the 2, will be our favorite for the start of this pick 4. 8-1 morning line, down to 5-2. Javier Castellano hopping aboard, was at this 40 maiden claiming level, but that was on dirt sprinting. Now trying to go on a mile and a 16th on turf, but his best result has come on grass, and this appears to be where he belongs. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call to kick us off in the pick 4.
And they're off. It was a slow beginning for number 1 Field Patrol, and he trails the field. It's Duncastle who has the early lead here with Wicked Trick running next in 2nd. And then it's Social Currency in 3rd. Methodjacool is racing in 4th. Azadine next in 5th, followed by Hampton Point in 6th. El Fitz runs in 7th. It's a length and a half to Dream Master in 8th, and the slow starting Field Patrol is the trailer. Duncastle is the leader, ran the opening quarter mile in 24-1. Wicked Trick giving chase in 2nd. And on the inside is Social Currency in 3rd by a head. Azadine, the long shot, is on the outside and in 4th. A length and a half. Hampton Point is in 5th. Methodjacool next in 6th, followed by Dream Master. They continue up the backstretch here and head for the far turn with Duncastle the leader. The half was running 48-4. Duncastle by a length Wicked Trick continues to run in second. Social Currency down on the inside in third. Azadine is fourth, 2 lengths from the front. Hampton Point continues to make steady progress, is fifth, 4 lengths off the lead. And on the outside is L. Fitz. Dream Master towards the rail. Methodical has dropped back, about to be passed by Field Patrol. It's Duncastle in front, 3/4 in 1, 13 and 2. Duncastle is the leader. Duncastle in front as they pass the 3/16 pole. On the outside is Azadine, then it's Social Currency, followed by Hampton Point, who's out in the middle of the course. A 16th to the finish. Duncastle, Hampton Point, Azadine, Duncastle with the lead. Hampton Point on the outside, they come for the finish. Hampton Point got it. Hampton Point by a head. Duncastle was second. Then Azadine and Social Currency in fourth.
Hampton Point, and of course it's Jimmy Toner, as we were just talking about Soaring Softly, with the win here to kick off the late pick 4.
Yeah, just a horse cutting back in distance with the most stamina wins the race. That's it. I mean, it's the bottom line. And during the post parade, I said the 12 had no shot, and wow,
ran huge.
At 32 to 1, and I'm telling you, this horse should be 102 to 1. Ran unbelievable, and I thought it was a winner here at the top of the lane, but Duncastle really dug in. But Hampton Point, with those big long strides, is coming out of those 1 1/8, 1 3/8 races, 1 1/4 races, is just going to wear down your favorite here in the late stages.
5-2, 12-3, 5-1 start to the late pick 4, and a very happy Luis Saez there for Jimmy Toner. Magic Cap Stables breaks through it, not hit the board. 5 prior starts, nothing like drop into the lowest level you've ever been at before, and seem to look a little bit better, don't you? Gets that maiden victory at a price here. We will have the prices when we come back. It's Hampton Point to kick off the late pick 4. When we return, we will talk more Preakness. New faces, quite a few of them showing up for the middle jewel of the Triple Crown, including another Twist of Fate running for California. We'll be back.
Run Happy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $200 new member bonus with promo code LIVE at NairaBets.com.
Grade 1 winner Lee traveled the world competing against the best of his generation. A graded stakes winner on both dirt and turf, he set a new track record in the Grade 1 Don Handicap and retired with earnings of more than $2.3 million. With yearlings bringing up to $650,000 and his first crop 2-year-old selling up to $430,000, the sky is the limit for this promising young stallion. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on this Thursday twilight card from Belmont. It's brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. In the winner's circle, race 6 at Belmont, Hampton Point, $12.20 for the victory. Luis Saez aboard, owned by Magic Cap Stables and trained by the man standing by with Maggie Wolfendale.
Here with Jimmy Toner. Sorry, I caught him in the middle of answering a question already for me. But, you know, Hampton Point, it was a perfect segue, this horse winning, as we were just talking about the Soaring Softly. Let's talk about him first, though. Drop down, did the trick.
Yeah, I think he needed a little bit of a drop in class, I think, to get him some confidence back in him. And I think it helped him today.
Excellent. And Soaring Softly, what a monster. We were just looking at her PPs, capping off a season with a win in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. Talk about her as a racehorse.
She was a machine. I mean, she had no personality. She was the rottest horse I've ever been around. And her eyes were like a shark. She had nothing in her eyes, but she was just a pure machine. And she ran and she just, you know, get out of my way and I'm going to get the job done and I'm going to do it. And that's what she did.
Do you find that some good fillies are like that, or is there, it doesn't really matter? Some are sweet and some are machines like her.
Yeah, you know, they're all different in their own ways. I mean, like Winter Memories and Memories of Silver. I mean, they all had their personalities and ways about them. She had none, but she was still, you know, she won the Breeders' Cup, so that's okay. I could deal with it.
She was brilliant out on the racetrack, and we'll respect her for that. Right, Jimmy, congratulations, and good to see one of your horses, as many turf fillies, namesake here this Saturday.
Thank you very much.
All right, guys, looking forward to that Soaring Softly.
Yeah, it's going to be a good race on Saturday. You know, she didn't even want to be saddled in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf back when she won at 99. And she was kind of a little bit of a bad actor leading up to the race. But when the gates opened, look out.
Yeah, she was really, really talented. Mike Smith rode her an awful lot, so did Jerry Bailey. Here's your late pick 5 follow along. Dark and Cloudy started it off at 320. But Hampton Point 8-1 morning line. I know there were scratches. It's going to help it out a lot. And that's a good start to your pick 4.
That early pick 5 paid over $10,000 with a huge favorite closing it out. But we did have a 1-5 defeated by a 39-1 shot. Race 7 as we move along. 1.25 miles. This is on the inner turf, an allowance optional claiming field in here. Devamani, Christophe Clement, Irad Ortiz Jr. coming off a victory at Gulfstream.
Yeah, and it was a flashy victory because the horse got left in the gate and still won the race. A lot of scratches in here. Noble Thought from Michael Maker is a claim for 25,000, bumps all the way up to 62.5, and is taking a little money. And then the Green Monster. Hit a couple off that Monster. That was probably the...
Put a couple dents in it?
Pretty fun. That was the coolest ballpark I ever played in, and got a chance to sign my name underneath the left field wall. Couldn't find Ted Williams, though. I looked forever.
144th running of the Preakness Stakes. Just a look at the field and odds for Saturday. Improbable once again will be the favorite after he was the favorite in the Kentucky Derby. 4 horses coming out of the Derby to return here. Improbable and War of Will, 2 of them.
Yeah, and listen, this is obviously, we're going to go back to what happened when the unfortunate part about this race when Maximum Security comes out here again and causes War of Will. He was traveling great. My sources that I've talked to in Baltimore say that War of Will has come out of the race unbelievable. I think a lot of the people think that they can't believe how good he's coming out, especially what happened. They thought he'd maybe have some cuts and scrapes. He's looked really, really good. He draws the dreaded 1 hole again. And Improbable, you know, he's the type of horse that had a good trip in the Derby, and I think a lot of people will go, okay, let's play against. But if you watch his Arkansas Derby, he was taken outside very early and made a middle move. So I'm starting to think he does not want any dirt in his face, and maybe Mike Smith might try to do the old Bodemeister, as you see War of Will. And listen, if he runs back to the way he was traveling in the Derby, he's going to be awfully tough.
He is. They were so high on this horse along the Triple Crown Trail. Then things went amiss in the Louisiana Derby. Can he prove how good he really is in the middle jewel of the Triple Crown? Here's Mark Casse on the Son of War front.
I definitely feel like we didn't get a fair shot, but I'm okay with that. We have our horse, and we have horse racing, so and we have a big audience now that's paying attention, so let's take advantage of it. I think, I may be wrong, but I think a lot of people will be watching the Preakness that normally don't watch the Preakness just because they're still, everybody's trying to understand. I have friends that, you know, only watch horse racing once a year, and they still think, well, if you were bothered, you should be first. And I said, it just doesn't work that way.
Yeah, that's an interesting take. We'll see. We might have a lot of more eyeballs than maybe normally without a Triple Crown on the line because of what happened. And people are going to want to see how this plays out in this middle jewel of the Triple Crown. You know, another twist of fate. This was a win back in the El Camino Real Derby. Not a lot of people paid attention to it. It wasn't a graded stakes race. It was on synthetics, not one of those premier preps. But now, all of a sudden, this horse is coming in to the Preakness in very sharp form.
Yeah, he is. And he's for Blaine Wright. For a lot of people that don't know Blaine Wright, he's a very quality trainer. He can ship horses all over the country and run well. This horse ran well at Keeneland. He's run well at Sunland. He's run well at Santa Anita, or not at Santa Anita, but run well over the Golden Gate, Tapeta. So the horse has run over different racetracks and been able to handle it. The issue is now, is he have the class? Because You know, the Sunland Derby the last couple of years, ever since Mind That Bird won it, has not been a really classy race. But I thought he ran well enough at Keeneland, but he doesn't draw a great post at the 12
To
hole.
Paul's point, he brings his racetrack with him. Will he bring it to Baltimore? Here's Blaine Wright.
We came here to represent Golden Gate and the Stronach company who put that on, and you know, everybody's pulling for us for back home, so it's a good thing that we opted to not go into the Derby. I didn't think we wanted to be in an outside post on an also eligible and pay that kind of money to ruin our 2-week run back to come to the race that's paid into us. So that was big in our decision-making process, and you know, right now it's fantastic to be here on a win in you're in. Everybody's been gracious and the weather's good, and horse looks like he shipped well, so that's where we're at. You know, you always look for your horse to be in the feed tub right at the front of his stall. He's a good shipper, and you always got to be happy that your crew's confident with the way he's feeling. And you know, his workouts have been very good since he's come back from Keeneland. And at this point, you know, we're here and going to enjoy the festivities and hope our horse brings his A game. You never come to these races to lose, so we're hoping for the best.
Now, a couple of his wins, he went gate to wire. I don't think he's going to be in the lead in this race, but he has very good tactical ability.
No, he does. And like I said, like Blaine knows exactly what he's doing. So he wouldn't bring this horse over here if he didn't think he had a shot. And like you said, he's in great form. And sometimes the tablets can get a horse into great physical condition and fitness. So, and he gets Jose Ortiz. I think that's obviously giant. I mean, for Blaine Wright to come over here and run in the Preakness and then get Jose Ortiz, he might surprise.
A lot of new faces in this race. I was talking about it with Andy Serling when he was on the set as well. You don't see a lot of new faces show up and steal this middle jewel of the Triple Crown, but this year's different. Top 3 finishers are gone. Horse who crossed the wire first got DQ'd, is not going to run in it as well. So this might be a year where we see a little shakeup.
I'm with you. I think it's going to be a race that you can take a shot and play some supers and tries and make some money.
Earn a little extra on your Black-Eyed Susan and Preakness Exactas with the Naira Bets app. All Black-Eyed Susan and Preakness Exactas hit on the Naira Bets app. Earn a 10% winner's bonus. Go to nairabets.com for all the details. Race number 7 at Belmont. We'll have a post-parade coming up in a few moments. It's on this yielding turf course, 1.25 miles. And right now it is Devamani. Christophe Clement coming in from Gulfstream off that victory. That was the first race in just shy of a year. Public seems to think he can go back-to-back.
Yeah, listen, it was a giant effort. It really was. The horse got dead left. And I think after watching that race, that's what Christophe has always wanted, this horse to go to 1.25 miles, and he did. He went 1.25 miles in the second race here in the U.S., and he ran a decent third. Is he 2-1? We'll see.
We're saying goodbye to Fox Sports San Diego and Fox Sports Prime Ticket. Prime Ticket, we will see you tomorrow, 4 Eastern Time. MSG Plus and Fox Sports 2. We're coming right back. Stay with us.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com. Sign up at nairabets.com for a new member bonus.
Kentucky Derby winner Orb. On the track, his runners have scored on both dirt and turf, including multiple stakes winner Autumn Warrior, stakes performers Scrapper and Malocchio, and Sipacan Harbor, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes at Saratoga. In the sales ring, his 2-year-olds have fetched prices up to $1.25 million and multiple yearlings up to $1 million. Classic winner, classic pedigree, or standing at Claiborne Farm.
Tom Durkin letting you know New York breds start with an advantage. At the sales, buyers pay up to 7 figures, and there's over $2 million in stakes money limited to New York sired horses in the New York Stallion Stakes Series, like the Park Avenue for 3-year-old fillies.
Newly minted wins it for fun.
For fun and money. The winner's share generates an additional $55,000 from the New York Breeding Fund.
Funny Guys gonna do it.
Funny Guys winning the Times Square division generates the same money. So get with the program at nybreds.com.
Our summer cruise is here at Spruce Lane Farm, and he's been a really intelligent horse since he got on the farm.
He's just got great balance and presence. He's got a really good mind, and he does everything that we like to do so far. Our plans with this colt are probably to take him to Saratoga or to Keeneland Book 1 or 2. He fits those. We paid $250,000 for him, so he was an expensive horse, but that's where he belongs.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. It is brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, the go-to site covering the sport and lifestyle. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Great to have you with us on this twilight card, Thursday afternoon, kicking off another week of racing here in Elmont, New York at Belmont Park. Greg Wolf alongside four-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca. We have our 7th race coming up, 1.25 miles on the turf, and public seems to care for the 2. Devamani.
Yeah, and I get where they're going with Christophe Clement, but I don't know if I would want to take 5-2 right now on a horse that got left in the gate, and I get it, still won the race, but I think against this field, can't let that happen. And here's the other part, is that he doesn't possess really any speed, and there is no speed in this race. You got to give this horse a ton of credit. He looks tremendous winning this race after what happened.
He got out of the gate awful.
Awful. You could have almost put dwelt. But when he got to the front end, was he out of gas or is he idling some more? Or does he know he has the race won? My issue is that is he going to be able to sustain that if he breaks out of the gate bad again going 1.25 miles? I don't know. And with the Green Monster in here, Noble Thought, to me, I know it's a big class jump from 25 to where he's at, but tactical-wise and the 7 in here, Bird's Eye View, they got such a big tactical advantage against the 2.
For more on this race, as you take a look at the current odds in the entire field here, let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, want to check in with the horse that Paul was just mentioning. First off, the claim for the ever so dangerous Mike Maker barn is number 3, Noble Thought. Now, what I've thought about horses coming from Fairgrounds is that the ones that are in quality races, allowance and stake races, those horses usually translate their form well. The cheaper claimers, not so much. But then again, this horse is going out for a guy who specializes in claiming horses for these kind of marathon turf races. And the fact of the matter is that this horse has experience in these marathon turf races back in Canada for his previous connections. So he fits well here. He comes in healthy. He looks good to me. We'll see if he can translate some of that form that he used to have and find some of that back class here for the new connections in Mike Maker. Now we'll move on to a horse who's never stepped foot out of South Florida until today, and that's number 5, the Green Monster. Dappled head to toe, healthy, forward, sharp, fit. I like what I see from him, but I know he's had success going 1.1 miles, and you're about to say, well, why can't he get an extra furlong here? There's something about Gulfstream. I think it just lends itself a little bit better to horses who maybe want a little less ground than what it may say in the form. It's kind of tighter turns than what he's going to experience here at Belmont, and he is small. He's built downhill. He does not look physically like a 1.25 mile horse whatsoever. I will be surprised, very surprised, if he is successful going this distance. We'll see how he translates that South Florida form here to New York. Greg?
All right, Maggie, good insight. Thank you. 4-1 on the Green Monster. Marcus Vitale looking to collect back-to-back victories. Just 2 wins from 16 career starts. As we got a quick look there at Jose Ortiz. He's going to be on board the 3 Noble Thought for Mike Maker off the claim.
Yeah, and Noble Thought is sort of the wild card in here. He's been claimed 3 of his last 4 races, and 3 of them, all 3 of them, well, not all 3 of them, 2 of them got taken off the turf. His turf effort at Fairgrounds for 17.5, it's a W, but where does that rank here? But if you go back to his Tampa races and Woodbine races, he's got a couple that you can go back to that can put him in the winner's circle, and he's right on his morning line at 4-1, even with all the scratches.
All right, so he's a contender. You got several horses you can make a case for in here, and the big X factor, who's going to handle this 1.25 miles? As we take a look next, the horse taking plenty of play from a 6-1 morning line down to second choice on the board right now. This one right here, this is Bird's Eye View, Javier Castellano. And a horse who, when he's been successful, now this was a little while ago, this was last summer, he was close or on the lead.
Well, if he runs this race, he wins this race by a pole. I understand the racetrack might have been fast, but they ran the mile and a quarter. They almost shaded under 2 minutes.
And that's a really good horse who beat him in Patterson Cross.
Yeah, exactly, and he ran a monster race. Now, he could be on the front end by himself here today. I don't know how it's going to work out, but like I said, tactically, he has an advantage over your favorite, and that's why I think he's the horse to beat. And the reason why is Castellano can get to the front end and try to harness as much as he can, and he might be tough to run down. If he runs that same race, like I said, he is going to be an animal.
So 5-2, Bird's Eye View, the son of Miz and Mass, just 2 for 21 lifetime. He hasn't really been close to the lead last few starts. He was coming out of a shorter race. When going longer, you would expect he would be. Get signed up, started, play along with Naira Bets, $200 new member sign-up bonus when you put in that promo code LIVE at sign-up. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to NairaBets.com or download that Naira Bets app to get involved. And the only way to play that Naira Bets Late Pick 5, if you don't live in the state of New York, is by playing it through Naira Bets. So we still got 3 legs to go here in the sequence coming up. And what appears to be a wide open 7th race here ahead as we get set for our post-parade coming up. Still Devamani, who is favored. Again, coming off that victory and did run a very credible effort at a mile and a quarter, just second start in the States for Christophe Clement.
Yeah, and obviously the one to beat in here at 2-1. I mean, I think the public has it right, but I think the 7 might end up your favorite.
Here's the remaining half of the entry. This is Holiday Bonus, is going to break all the way on the outside for Gregory DePrima.
Yeah, and he really hasn't shown much. 0 for 6 this year, and he's 1 for 15 lifetime on the turf.
Still favored. Here is Devamani, Irad Ortiz Jr., West Point Thoroughbreds, and Christophe Clement.
Well, Bird's Eye View's gotten the best of him at least one time. We'll see what happens today on the rematch.
Noble Thought, claimed by Mike Maker, claimed and takes a big step up.
Yeah, he really does. And Mike's usually good with these type of horses. With horses that are distance turf horses, he's done it time and time again, 4-1.
The Green Moster, Luis Saez, Marcus Vitale comes in from Gulfstream.
Yeah, a win last time at Gulfstream with Victor LeBron aboard, and Luis Saez is going to look for back-to-back wins.
Saracen, this horse was group placed over in France a long time ago, back in 2015.
Yeah, you know, I think that Christophe Clement sort of regrouped this horse a little bit, and the last 2 efforts have not been bad, and drew the dreaded 11 post. I think this is your long shot. I mean, well, not really a long shot. At 6-1, I think a decent play.
Bird's Eye View we were talking about. We showed you that race from last summer here at Belmont. That was at a mile and a quarter.
This is the horse to beat for me, and I think at 3-1 is a playable horse on the win-in.
And that's your field. 7th race over the inner turf at a mile and a quarter. Coming up here, Christophe Clement will send out a couple, including the favorite. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, and joined by Christophe Clement here trackside, guys. And Christophe Devamani is your current favorite. Won off the layoff, but also first-time gelding last time at that Gulfstream race. Has gelding changed this horse quite a bit?
I think so. I mean, it was not that difficult mentally, but you know, he's a very big, thick kind of a horse. So gelding probably helps him a little bit soundness-wise. And obviously, because he came back and won, which we were not able to do last year, you know, as of now, I think it was a good move.
And also a long shot in here, Saracen, a horse you picked up that is very well traveled, a British bred, French, ran in France and then Australia. I know he's kind of finding his way, to say the least, but mile and a quarter, how does that suit him?
No, I think he will stay, mile and 3/8. He will should love the distance. You know, his best races were like 3 years ago, but he looks good, he's sound. It's probably his last try at that level. He's got to help me out a little bit, and then we can decide afterwards what to do. But he looks well, so, you know, it's a short field, why not?
Incredibly promising filly coming up this Saturday in the Soaring Softly and Feeling Glorious, coming off the back of a pretty nice win. Talk about her a bit.
Nice filly. She was bought in England. She was reasonable, which makes it even nicer. And she came, she won a race, 9-1 race at Gulfstream impressively. Came back and won the stakes at Aqueduct. She didn't win by a long way, but she won it, which is great. And, we drop in distance. The stakes at Dakota was a mile and 16. It's going to be 7-8 on Saturday. There should be plenty of pace, and I think she's got enough speed. It's fun. Let's try, and hopefully the weather will be okay, and we'll go from there.
All right, looking to stay undefeated here in this country. Christophe, best of luck with your runners.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Well, I'm looking forward to feeling glorious in this weather as well.
Yeah, we've been talking about it all day. Just it's a beautiful afternoon. We've had some rough weather the last couple of weeks, but it looks like the worst is behind us now, and it's been a tremendous start to our week here.
It really has been. It's supposed to be 70 degrees plus. The rest of the weekend, gorgeous, and it's absolutely beautiful. You're right, and I mean, it just shows you how green the grass is. With the rain has helped, and like I tell everybody, like you really need to come to Belmont Park. You can stick an 18-hole golf course in the infield, and people look at me and go, "You're crazy." I'm like, "Come to Belmont Park and tell me you can't. You can. You could stick an 18-hole golf course in that infield. Could you not?"
I probably, if they did put one there, I think I could shoot par on it.
I know, right? It'd be fun.
It's a little flat.
A little flat, but you'd have a couple lake holes.
There is, up in Northern California, there is a golf course. I want to say in Santa Rosa.
Yeah, in the middle. And
yeah.
in Korea, I think Shatin has a golf course.
I've not played there.
That'd be nice to go play in Shatin.
Yeah, their facilities are out of this
insane.
world.
They're in another world. They bet more on a regular day than we do on a derby day.
It's crazy.
It's crazy how much money they handle over there.
To gamble there.
Yeah.
All right, can we solve this 7th race? You like the 7. Price continues to come down here on Bird's Eye View. It's on a mizzen mast here out of a Smarty Jones mare for Mike Deeney.
Yeah, and when you look at this horse, the best 2 races are a mile and 3/8, a mile and a quarter, mile and 3/16. Now, they cut back to 7 furlongs. It might have been just too short, then back to a mile and 1/8. They're all races that can win this race. You throw in a sloppy effort and then a comeback race, and everybody's like, now starting to get bet, and you can see Andy got this on the 7. And I'm in agreement with Maggie. I think the 2 is a risky proposition at 9-5. The 3, Noble Thought, tactically, like I said, the 3 and the 7 tactically just got an advantage on this field. I could see this running 3-7 or 7-3.
Yeah, 7's going to be in a real good spot. But there you look at Irad Ortiz Jr. He was on board for the victory at Gulfstream. And we'll see if this horse can go back-to-back here. 5-year-old by Dubawi for West Point Thoroughbreds as they make their way onto the turf course. Let's go again to Maggie.
Thanks, guys. And we'll check in with Dubawi. Devamani. Dubawi is the sire, obviously. Dubawi does tend to throw very heavy boned and bodied horses, as we heard Christophe Clement talking about this horse and his recent gelding. And it has lightened him up a bit. I will say that, and it was probably needed. Did he look better in his appearances here in New York last year? Yes. It's as if his coat kind of went the wrong way. He looks as though he's recently clipped. There's some holes to poke in him as the favorite, I would say, as we just saw actually Bird's Eye View click to favoritism, co-favorite here as they're approaching the gate. I don't necessarily trust him. I like that he's a gelding. I think that should help him out. But like Paul, I just feel as though at a short price, he's a little untrustworthy, Greg.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, his State's debut was actually really good. That was a totally different kind of course. It was a yielding turf at Keeneland, but it was off a long layoff in here. And, yeah, different turf course when you're talking Gulfstream, his win last time, than what you're going to face here.
Yeah, it's true. It might help him, but you look at his Belmont races, the 1.25 mile race he did run was a good race. Gauguin and I think it's Rose, how you pronounce that horse. They're both okay horses, but they went so slow. That's why, like, Bird's Eye View going that slow is going to be tough. If they let Bird's Eye View go 115, he's going to win by 10.
Well, the public has joined you, and I think you've sold me as well. There's a lot to like with the 7. Now you're 9-5 favorite. With Javier Castellano, let's send it upstairs for the call. 7th from Belmont Park. Here's John Imbrial.
They're in the gate. And they're off. From the extreme outside, Holiday Bonus. Bird's Eye View is up close. but it will be Holiday Bonus to clear the field and take the lead going into the clubhouse turn. Bird's Eye View is right behind, running in second. The Noble Thought down on the inside in third, followed by Saracen next in fourth. The Green Moster is in fifth, and Devamani trails in sixth. Holiday Bonus leads here by a length and a half, with Bird's Eye View running in second through a quarter and 25 seconds. It is Holiday Bonus now taking the field onto the backstretch. Holiday Bonus by a length and a quarter. Bird's Eye View runs in second. Noble Thought down on the inside, and Saracen on the outside. Then comes the Green Moster in fifth. Devamani continues to trail in sixth. Holiday Bonus leads here and now steps away. Holiday Bonus opening up a 3-length lead after a half and 51 seconds. Bird's Eye View runs in second. Saracen, Noble Thought continue to be heads apart third and fourth. Devamani now getting a bit closer. And to his outside, it's the Green Moster. It's still Holiday Bonus who has the lead here. Holiday Bonus by a length. Bird's Eye View. Bird's Eye View now makes a move. Bird's Eye View is right up alongside of Holiday Bonus. Holiday Bonus lets it out a notch again. Holiday Bonus in front by a length. Bird's Eye View runs in second. Saracen, Noble Thought, third and fourth. Then Devamani and the Green Moster as they come for the top of the stretch. Holiday Bonus has been in front right from the start. Continues to lead. Bird's Eye View on the outside is running in second. And the Green Moster is coming on now. And Noble Thought is there. Devamani looking for a way through. Now Bird's Eye View has the lead. Here comes Devamani. Devamani, Bird's Eye View, Noble Thought on the outside. The three of them come down for the finish. It's Devamani who's going to win it here. Devamani from off the pace. Noble Thought was second. Then Bird's Eye View, pace-setting Holiday Bonus, followed by the Green Moster and Saracen.
22-1 long shot, tried to steal it on the front end, the remaining half of the entry, but in the end, Devamani had a lot of horse underneath that Rat Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, you're right. Holiday Bonus took the sting out of Bird's Eye View, and Javier Castellano tried to turn it into a 2-horse race. Well, he just had nothing left, and Rat Ortiz was literally out of his stirrups. Look at him in the back of the pack on the 2, just waiting for room. He gets the perfect rail run right here, then the perfect split. Doesn't really have to do much. He has to really, doesn't have to get the stick out. He's just got to move him out and make sure he doesn't impede. Hits him left-handed once. Now he's in that hole. He's beaten the 3. The 3 can't close the hole on him. Bird's Eye View is going to try to hold him off, but he just can't. This horse has run back-to-back very good races, and he didn't break well again today, and he closed into a very slow pace in 1-4. You got to give this horse all the credit.
That was a patient ride from Rat Ortiz Jr. In a great position, but you need a little racing luck to have a hole open up, and he got it.
You do, and, you know, Ruben Silvera did a great job on the 1A to slow it down to 51-116. And I think Javier Castellano thought, okay, we're going to go this slow. I'm going to eliminate the 2 because he's a dead closer, and we could just go on. Well, the 2 just showed, and he fooled me too, that he's just the best horse in this race.
Back-to-back wins for Devamani, wins at Gulfstream. That form absolutely translates here to Belmont Park with this impressive victory. Now, you're right. No pace to run into
still wins
up
the race.
front.
Yeah, dead last. I mean, you don't win races when you have no pace in front. The 2 horses in front of you, the 3 and the 7, had great trips, and you still win it from dead last. You're the best horse.
Devamani gets it done for Christophe Clement, West Point Thoroughbreds, and Rat Ortiz Jr. 3rd win from 12 career tries. Does wind up going off the favorite in the end at 2-1. Couple of wins today for Irad. We'll be back with prices, set up our feature race when we come back.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 4 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm Stallion Lee. Recent top runners include Cutting Humor, winner of the Grade 3 Sunland Park Derby, plus 3-time graded stakes winner Sharp Samurai, and international star Shamal Nibras. This year, his 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $310,000. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NyraBets app or visit nyrabets.com. Sign up for a $200 new member bonus with promo code SPRING19 at nyrabets.com.
Run Happy was the fastest 3-year-old sprinter of his generation.
Run Happy is stamping his horses. And they all got great necks, great hind legs. They all got a good walk, and this colt moves very, very well. Very smart. He hasn't turned a hair since we had him. First day we turned him out, he was very, very gentle in his paddock and did everything right. He's got an exceptional pedigree.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, presented by Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm for $25,000. And, well, a son of Dubawi taking race number 7 here, as we saw Devamani with Irad Ortiz aboard. And Irad, talk about patience. You certainly possess that here today.
Man, it's a kind of hard day. He don't break that sharp out of there, so I just let him be him. I sit there, save all the ground I can, and just wait. And when I have the chance, I ask him to run. He responds really well, so work out good. I can get through between horses and get there on time.
And he was pretty brave in between horses.
Yeah, I rode it last time, and you know, it was almost the similar race. I wait, and when I ask him, he responds. So I know he's gonna be there. So he gave me that confidence.
Well, that's always important to have, and hoping that you have it come this Saturday in the Preakness as you're aboard Bourbon War, horse you've ridden many times for Mark Henning. Now, blinkers go on here. Irad, we've seen this horse working with him. Have you been aboard? Have you watched any of those works? And what do you think about that equipment addition?
I just watching him, and he's working really good. He looks really good. He don't run the Derby, so he got that on, you know, probably a step in front of the other horses. He's come fresh. And he's a nice horse. He always try. I love him. Hopefully he can, you know, do a good job, good race that day. And I expect a good race from him. I know he's ready.
Mark's wife, Rosemary, posted a video of him galloping. He got over the Pimlico course pretty nicely this morning.
Yeah, he looked good, and you know, he's probably gonna be a little more sharp with the blinkers. So let's see what happens.
All right, Ira, wishing the best of luck down in Baltimore. Congrats here with Devamani.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we'll see what Bourbon War. I really like the way he was moving over the old hilltop dirt course.
Well, he's going to be one of those new faces in the middle jewel of the Triple Crown after running second in the Fountain of Youth. Running second to Code of Honor. As you take a look at Richard Migliori's son there, Joey, part of the West Point family. And soaking in victory here with Devamani. Return $6.20.
That's gelding by Dubawi, the Selkirk mare. Derek Kakana. Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard. How'd you like that pronunciation?
I've heard better.
I know. Look
There's
at Irad.
Christophe Clement.
Talking to the connections. This is what I love. He's probably on the phone with the owners. The owners got to be happy as can be. I like that kind of stuff, and you can see the smile on his face. Good stuff.
Every victory, doesn't matter what level, it's always fun.
A win's a win, man. You know that.
Late, NyraBets late pick 5 follow along. So got Hampton Point, a little bit of a price. We got 2 more legs to go, and you never know, but I think if we're going to get one, I thought that 9th race looked pretty formful.
Yeah, I would think the 9th race is going to be formful with a lot of scratches. I don't know if you're going to get a big price here. The big Lebanese is getting bet off the board right now, but Lutsky was 9-5 on the morning line, not getting bet.
He's the one to beat, though. Irad Ortiz looking to go back-to-back.
I'm with you. And you got a horse like Robert that was 5-2. He's 0-7 this year. Like, I've seen that movie way too much this year. So, to me, like, there's other horses in here to go to. Bronx Bomber's getting played, too. This is sort of, board's open a little weird.
That price will come down on Lutsky. But, yeah, right now, first click, 5-1. We're going to take a break in the action when we return. Kentucky Derby winner Country House. Maybe that win was meant to be. He was running for a tremendous cause on Derby Day. We'll have that story when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Eclipse champion Blame was considered by many as the breakout stallion of 2018. His top runners included Grade 1 winner and Eclipse Award finalist Marley's Freedom, plus Grade 1 winner Fault and graded stakes winners Moreau, Beyond Blame, Miss Kentucky, and Blamed. His yearling sold up to $500,000, and his sensational daughter Fault brought $1.2 million at the November sale. Outstanding results, outstanding value. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up for a $200 new member bonus with promo code SPRING19 at NairaBets.com.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearling manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Run Happies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So we have a colt out of Queen of America. He's really nice, looks just like his dad. Very pleased with how he's coming along. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Homes for Our Troops is an organization that builds houses, especially adapted houses for critically wounded veterans.
Yeah, my wife Allison and I have been partnered with Homes for Our Troops for 10 years now, and this will be our 10th season of doing Swings for Soldiers, our golf event we do every year. So we've done 9 different families now. Matt's having his home built in 2020, right?
That's right, yes.
But just having a great day here today with some of the vets that have come through our program with Swings for Soldiers and just Homes for Our Troops, the whole across the country, making a difference for wounded vets, helping them regain independence inside their own home and transitioning back into society here in America and trying to take care of them and giving them a little bit of a head start. Guys that have sacrificed so much for us, and now we're wanting to give something back to them that can be a life-changing positive moment for them. So it's been an awesome joy for us, for sure.
Well, so much has to go right just to get to the Kentucky Derby. Then get moved up via disqualification to realize your Derby dreams. What a moment for Country House and his connections. It was a surreal journey, and they talk about how they got there.
From the start, Bill had been telling me that this was a throwback type of horse, a horse that you could run, a big, tough horse that would eat all of its feed and was extremely sound and had a good mind, was easy on himself in the stall, just looked like that type of horse. That was the plan he laid out from the start. You know, go to Louisiana twice, Arkansas, and then Kentucky. So that was what Bill wanted to do from the get-go. I was very surprised at the odds. I don't know if you go back and look at his last breeze before the race, I was very surprised. I expected him to be 20, 30 to 1, but I was very surprised that he was 65 to 1, even considering the post. I didn't think it mattered. He's never been a horse that has broke well, and I don't know what happened differently this time, but he broke very sharply and just kind of put Flavian, I think, right where he wanted to be. We were a little concerned that he was going to be too close to the pace, especially considering how fast they were going. But, you know, he just sat there and just relaxed. So I think that's what you want. I didn't really know what was going on when I first walked down onto the track, you know, like you do to see how the horse came out and talk to the jockey and all of that stuff. And I didn't even realize what was going on until we looked up at the board. And yeah, that was a long wait, but it's like when you're watching a basketball game and it's at the end of the deal, and if the officials seem to take a long time, it always seems like they're always deciding what time to put back on the clock. So a couple minutes in, I started to feel pretty anxious. I didn't see what had happened live. It wasn't until I started to see the replays on the board that I actually saw what had happened, because it was difficult to see live in the race. Everyone was back in the box, and I don't think they had quite realized what was happening. They were packing up and getting ready to leave. I think my aunt was, you know, on her way out. We were trying to get out quickly and beat the rush. And I think once everybody then realized what was happening, they stayed. It was super. She's a celebrity now. No, I couldn't have been happier for her. She's put so much more in. They've put so much time and effort into the game that it was really rewarding to see that. To me personally, it's kind of a life-altering event. I've got so many more new friends now, and all of a sudden I'm the same guy, but now my opinion matters. It's kind of silly, but I mean, for Blackwood, it's the same thing. It's huge. We're not doing anything differently tomorrow than we did yesterday, but now all of a sudden there's another newfound level of credibility because we've had a Derby winner come through here. We've had, you know, a bunch of stake horses come off the farm, but the Derby's different.
Well, Ginnett, he's the nephew of Maury Shields and the late Joseph Shields, who did put a lot into this game. He passed away in October of 2018. It's had to mean so much to this family to get a victory, and it had to be, I'm sure, for Joseph, who was a longtime fan of horses. He actually met Alan Jerkins playing polo, was how he got into horse racing. And he's a former director of NYRA and vice chairman, also a trustee of the National Museum and Hall of Fame of Racing. But what a moment for these connections, and to win it that way when they almost left the racetrack.
Yeah. It's life-changing, and now you can understand where you see that passion. You could see the frustration from Mr. West, and it's not portraying Mr. West the way he should be. Right after the race, he was very gracious, and then he wasn't, and I think it's portraying him badly because he's not really that. And then you see these connections in Country House, and I think the thing that upsets me more than anything is that people won't give Country House credit that he ran such a great race. It's like, oh, they handed him the win. Like, wait a second, I understand this horse, but he ran a darn good race, man.
He did. And you might hear that music behind us. DJ pulling out some, I don't know if it's favorites, but certainly some oldies.
Well, I tell you what, they've gone from Return of the Mac to This Is How We Do It to the Humpty Hump. I feel like I'm back at the high school prom dance, okay?
Did you bring a corsage? 8th at Belmont,
now
7 furlongs.
Onyx on right now.
New York Breds entry-level allowance coming up in race 8. And real quick, by the way, you brought up the Wests. They are going forward with their lawsuits, trying to have that decision overturned of maximum security.
When you go all in, you push all in. You push all in. That's no the
comment.
Problem. No comment. I'm with you too.
Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
12 minutes to go here, and we'll start off by talking about number 3, Lutsky, who will be your post-time favorite. He is going off the back of a disappointing effort, though. It was in the slop, and it was going a mile. Now, he'll get a furlong less here over a fast track. I would like to see it a furlong less than this, going 6 furlongs. I mean, this is a horse whose lone win came going 5.5. Yes, I know that was as a 2-year-old, but I don't think more ground is necessarily better for him. He does apply the blinkers, just a shortcut, and I get it. I mean, he is very laid back. He seems a very manageable horse and easy to ride in a way, but look, he's built downhill, he's short coupled, and I think that, you know, the less ground the better, so maybe the blinkers will help him out. Otherwise, he looks superb. Moving on to number 5, Freud and Me, who won first time out at a big price, 16-1 for Chris Englehart. Yeah, I don't love that race he comes out of, to be honest. I don't think it was that strong, but I like Freud and Me. I like him as an individual. He's a bigger, good-looking son of Freud. He's a lot more professional here in the paddock for this second effort. He was fairly green over at Aqueduct that day on April 12th, and I think he looks tremendous heading into the second start of his career, in which he will look to remain undefeated for Chris Englehart. Greg.
All right, so we're approaching the 10-minute mark to post here in the 8th. We got our post parade coming up, and that's price on Lutsky. It's still 4-1 right now, but it will come down. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. More coming up on America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2 and MSG Plus. Stay with us. Our feature race coming up after the break.
As a leading breeder, consigner, and buyer, the #1 thing that I look for is that wow walk. And when Always Dreaming took 2 steps, I knew that that was exactly what he had. I think the walk is so important because it really tells the true athleticism of a horse. He's just that kind of mover, and you can spot it from a mile away. I'm Carrie Brogdon, and this season, I'm always dreaming.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up at NairaBets.com for a new member bonus.
This is a colt by Run Happy out of Addison Run. We bred here at Montfort Hall. Well, he's that big, strong, good bone, big old hip on him. Moves really well, has that kind of big cat-like walk when he just relaxes and gets rolling up and down the lane.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farms.
Back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. 7 furlong, entry-level allowance for New York breds coming up. And here's Seed Money, Leah Giramati coming out of a stake.
Yeah, this one will be ridden by Rajiv Mirage. 2-back, very good. And it seems like this horse has only caught one dry surface. It didn't run bad first time out.
Here's the 3, Lutsky. This was the horse to beat on the morning line. Blinkers on, and speed of the field.
Yeah, I don't really love horses that are really fast already, and then you're putting blinkers on. Why? The horse is already fast, so that worries me a tiny bit.
The big Lebanese, Bobby Barbera, Joel Rosario.
Yeah, I mean, this horse got caught a sloppy racetrack, and I just don't think he likes it. He's called the big Lebanese for a purpose. I think he likes a drier strip.
Frighten Me. Dylan Davis, Chris Engelhardt, first time out, was a winner.
Yeah, and got dead left. Sort of lunged a little bit, not left. Like, it was weird the way the horse broke, but absolutely got on his feet quick and got himself in good position and then just mowed down the winner and won pretty convincingly.
Bronx Bomber has a little bit of pace, but I don't think quick enough to keep up with the 3.
Yeah, Bronx Bomber is the kind of horse, you're right. Can he go as fast as Lutsky? I don't think so. Has he shown he can rate? No. We'll see what happens today.
Cadence Courage, 11-1 on the outside for Bob Claceris off the claim.
Added blinkers 2-back, and it hasn't done much. Last time, almost beat Bronx Bomber. 11-1 today compared to Bronx Bomber at 6-2.
And Robert cutting back in distance. AC Avila, 4-1 from a 5-2 morning line.
Yeah, the problem with the 5-2 morning line, I don't have a problem with because the horse has got the figures. The problem with betting this horse, the horse is 1 for 22 the last 2 years. So, and the win was for $16,000 claimers.
Well, standing by with a trainer of Bronx Bomber. Let's go to Maggie.
Thanks, Greg. And here with John Kimmel, who will send out Bronx Bomber. And John, looking for his 3rd win in a row here.
You know, he really made a transition when we cut him. He was kind of a horse that, for some reason, wasn't really putting out the efforts in the afternoon that we kind of thought he had in the morning. And this dates back to when he was a 2-year-old. We really liked him the first time he ran, and he actually had an eventful trip and ended up chipping in an ankle and got a bunch of time off. And then we brought him back, and he ran a couple clunkers again, even though he was training well enough. And you know, that was the final straw. We figured there was more talent in there than he was showing, and we went to cut him, and he's now won 2 in a row. And he actually had a very brilliant move here a week before this race. We were going to work him over there on the training track, and a horse got loose, and there was a bunch of problems, so we sent him over here to the main track, and he bullet worked in 47 and out in a minute and change. So I didn't get to see it because I was over there, so I had to call the clockers, and they said, yeah, he worked fantastic. So anyway, that's what we're hoping for. He had a good run over this track a week ago, and maybe he can duplicate it, and he gets in pretty light today.
With Benji Hernandez aboard. And talk a little bit about Benji Hernandez. Your relationship goes a little bit further than just having him as a jockey.
Yeah, Benjamin galloped horses for me for a couple of years, and he was always thinking about making that transition and giving it a chance and trying to join the jockey colony. But he was always a little intimidated, I think. He really didn't know if he belonged. And finally, I'm not really sure what put him over the edge, but he kind of embraced it. And, you know, he's really doing quite well. I'm happy to see that he's doing well. He's won, I don't know, 30-plus races already.
31.
Yeah, and so he'll lose the 7 pounds, I guess, at 40. And, you know, I'm always hoping that he continues to have success because he's a really nice young man, and hopefully he'll continue with being as good a journeyman rider as he has been as an apprentice.
And John, last weekend we saw a tough beat, sorry to rehash this, with Pacific Gale in the Vagrancy, but you were just telling me about how well she's done as a 4-year-old. How did she come out of the race, and where can we see her next?
You know, she came out of the race in remarkably good shape. She's held her weight. She's got dapples head to toe, and you know, everything looks like it could be green light to move forward into the Bed of Roses on Belmont weekend. And 7/8 race. Maybe if she had that 7/8 in the Vagrancy, she might have been able to get up. But she's stayed very healthy, knock wood, and she's eating well. She's holding weight real well, and we kind of have her number. We know how to train her, and she's really made that transition from 3 to 4, where I think she's up in the upper echelon now of fillies in the sprint division.
Well, looking forward to seeing her back. John, best of luck here with Bronx Bomber.
Thanks a lot. Take care, Maggie.
All right. Always good to catch up with John Kimmel. Hey, did you guys know that John's also a vet?
He can do it all. He's been around this game for a long time, and it sounds like he is very excited about Bronx Bomber this afternoon. It sounds like that workout was lights out.
Yeah, it was lights out. And he says it on the page, 47-1, but yeah, maybe this horse is coming into his own. Nobody believed him last time. He won at 95 cents on the dollar. Then he came back, and it was a funky race, sort of re-rallied. He bobbled. Then he sort of like grinded away at the winner, Cadence Courage, at 34-1. And now the public's starting to buy into him a little, 7-1. But after those comments, he might be worth a nice little win wager.
Trying to win 3 in a row. Trainer loved the way he looked working just the other day. Got a bullet drill on the Belmont main track as we take a look here at Freudenme, the 5. Lunged out of the gate, but still would get up to win this race.
Yeah, you could see how he lunged out of the gate, but boom, right back into the race immediately. So you already know this horse, when he breaks, already has speed, because within seconds, Dylan Davis has him in 4th place. And what I love here, after a bad break, he gets him in 4th place, but the horse settles. Most first-time starters are just going to take off on you, right? This horse doesn't. And then what he does now is he just sort of grinds and inches away. You got to love this effort after that bad break, because most horses, after they rush up like that, they really don't have a lot left. Now, is he moving like a tremendous machine? No. But this is a good debut effort. And for me, if this horse breaks, I think you're going to see a lot more speed, and he's going to be in a tactical spot. Without the bad break, he'll even have more oomph at the end.
No guarantee that's going to happen, though.
No,
sometimes those problems carry over. But we'll see. Certainly talented to be able to do that first time out. And, wow, 5-2 on the board right now from a very small sample size. But you break poorly like that, you get up to win.
2-1
You're going to attract some attention.
Yeah, and the 3's 9-5. I can't take the 2. I just can't. I mean, from what I heard, I guess you got to go with Maggie's interview. That was a great interview. Great job. Great stuff by Mags there. I mean, Bronx Bomber.
Price has continued to float up since then,
I know,
too.
it's going up, and John Kimmel's telling you the horse is going to run well. So the 3 and the 5, maybe link up with the 6 and try to beat the 2. Robert? I know he likes to run in the money. He's tough to throw out of your try, but maybe try to beat him for the exacta.
Yeah, 4-1 on the 2, Robert. Lutzke, he's the one everyone's going to have to try and run down here. The 3-horse already quick. As Paul mentioned, blinkers on. He's working well, too. Bullet drill on May the 7th. Minute and 4/5. But can the Kimmel horse make it 3 in a row? That is the 6, Bronx Bomber. Been on a roll. He's near double digits on the board right now, and he is at 10-1, actually. Send it upstairs to John Imbrial. The call, the 8th, our feature from Belmont Park here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and MSG+.
They're all in. And they're off. Bronx Bomber away well, but there goes Freud and Me now to take over the lead. Freud and Me in front. Bronx Bomber, Lutzke heads apart second and third. Seed Money down at the rail runs in fourth. And on the outside, it's Caden's Courage in fifth. The two trailers are Robert and the big Lebanese Freud and Me by 3/4 of a length over Bronx Bomber. Freud and Me ran the opening quarter in 22 and 4/5 seconds. Bronx Bombers in between horses. Caden's Courage on the outside runs in third. Then it's Seed Money next in fourth. Lutzke is dropping back here. Lutzke is going to the back of the pack here, being passed now by Robert and the big Lebanese. Freud and Me, Bronx Bomber, those two are right together for the lead, with Caden's Courage racing in third. Seed Money is fourth. Then the big Lebanese, followed by Robert and Lutzke, who's down towards the rail. The half was run in 45 and 2/5 seconds. It's Freud and Me and Bronx Bomber. Lutzke trying to come on from third. On the outside is Caden's Courage. Robert is putting in a late run, but Freud and Me is still in front. Bronx Bomber running in second. Robert, they come down for the finish. Freud and Me has won it. And it looked like Bronx Bomber held on for second over Robert. Then the big Lebanese.
Much better break from Freud and Me, second time out, and with that sharp break, gets the job done. He's 2 for 2.
Yeah, sometimes this game makes sense. You get the right horse in the 5, he breaks on top. Maggie gets a great interview, and Bronx Bomber ran to John Kimmel's liking. The 5 just outclassed him and outbeat him, and we got home this exacta. Robert took a shot at us late, but no doubt, it was really weird the way the 5 was moving. You're right, he broke straight on top. Dylan Davis didn't waste time. But right here, you're wondering, is he lugging out on the turn? Is he green? What's going on? But then the 6 is the one that ends up getting green here, Wolfie, is he's going to shy away, I think, from the whip and sort of lug out a tiny bit. When he gets hit left-handed, he sort of lugs out very quickly. And then the 1 just wins the race. But you can see the 6 ran a bang-up race, did not like the left-handed whip. He got 5-2 over 9-1 though for the exacta.
Yeah, Bronx Bomber, he was all over the place on the racetrack. Did not like that left-handed whip at all.
He didn't.
And it remains to be seen. I mean, did this horse take away space from the 7, Caden's Courage, or you think well clear?
I think maybe well clear. Sometimes you'll see horses move out, but when they're well clear like that, you won't really see anything. And I think he was, now that we can see the replay. But no doubt about the winner, Freud and Me. The break, obviously, you could see that was a perfect example of looking back at a race and knowing that if this horse broke, you knew you were going to see speed.
5, 6, 2, 4. Freud and Me, perfect 2 for 2. And learning as well along the way and maturing with a sharp break this time. Gets the job done. We'll have the prices right after a timeout. It's going to be a great weekend in Baltimore. Look who's coming back. Grade 1 winner on turf and dirt, winner of last year's Travers. Catholic Boy makes his 2019 debut. He'll do it on turf in the Dixie. We'll talk about that next.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up at NairaBets.com for a new member bonus.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 4 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm Stallion Lee. Recent top runners include Cutting Humor, winner of the Grade 3 Sunland Park Derby, plus 3-time graded stakes winner Sharp Samurai, and international star Shamal Nibras. This year, his 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $310,000. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, The best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
So my name is Robbie Herzl. I'm the yearly manager here at Claiborne Farm, and we've got the first crop of Run Happies this year. Overall, I'm very, very pleased with them. So first we have a colt out of Rapid Repair. He's a really nice colt. Very happy with how he's come along as a yearling. So there was a lot of demand for the weanlings last year. They sold for over 6 times their stud fee, and we're really excited for the yearlings to come through the sales, and we're expecting big things from them.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the races, Freud and Me, now a perfect 2 for 2, takes the 8th at Belmont. Impressively, $7 for the win. Wins for trainer Chris Engelhardt and My Purple Haze Stables.
Yeah, congratulations to all the connections here. Freud out of a Trust and Luck mare. You don't see many of those anymore.
Didn't mention the winning rider. He is standing by with Maggie Wolfendale.
Here, jockey Dylan Davis, sorry. Dylan, Freud and Me, 2 for 2 now. Going back to his first start, he was fairly green that day, but it seemed as though he just went on talent.
Yeah, well, that first time I don't think he was really ready for the break. He only stood in the gate there for about like 10 seconds, really was looking around. He did a pretty good hop out of there, but I sent him on because he needs to learn how to come out of the gate there, and he carried me on all the way through and won over there. Today, he was a little bit fishy about going inside today, and he went in, he was standing great. He broke very sharp. I just let him do what he wanted to do. We were stretching out a little bit farther. Handled well, rated well, fought the pressure in the turn, no problem. Just waiting to bide his time, maybe waiting for another comer on the outside, really no one. Switched to his right lead, took off, and he just finished strong today. I like the way he finished.
Kicked clear going 7 furlongs. That's quite impressive. And talk about him as a physical. I mean, he seems like a big, strong horse.
Well, I saw a big difference. I told Manny this today, just jumping on him. He gained a lot of weight, you know, in the right way. Yeah. But again, he's doing everything the right way, and gained a lot of muscle. And you know, he pushed forward through down the lane, and he's looking to move forward again.
Looks like he could very well do that. Dylan, congratulations here.
Thank you, Maggie. Thank you.
All right, Freud and Me. Future might be bright for this guy.
That's a nice win. Didn't break well. Debut still won anyway. Breaks much sharper today. And, you know, this whole race, he was tested on the front end by Bronx Bomber.
Yeah, he was.
And still was able to win.
No, he was. And Bronx Bomber did a good job to hang in there for second. And, you know, this is the son of Freud out of a Trust and Luck mare. Nobody but me. And, you know, he might have a future on the turf, too, as well. And Freud and Me, formful day, although Hampton Point. So we've seen 3 really good turf races, or 2 turf races, and then Freud and Me. Now this race, where the first-time starter, Romping Rosie, is just getting hammered at the windows. But when you look at the rest of the runners in here, the highest buyer speed figure of the other runners that are left in this race is 53, and that's the 9, Carolicious.
Surface switch completely changed this race, and as a result of that, there were only really a couple that figured, and certainly that first timer for Linda Rice looks real tough. So main track now, New York bred, 40 maiden claiming, and 6-5 on Romping Rosie.
Yeah, the thing about the bottom 3 horses you have with Frosty Linz. Now, Frosty Linz is a horse that's run a 4th, 11 starts, no firsts, no seconds, no thirds, obviously. The 10, 3 starts. So you take the horse that's 0 for the least. The 10's never run on a dry surface and cuts back in distance. So that'd probably be my pick on the dirt. I don't know what to tell you, because if the 2 can run at all, if she can run any kind of steps, she wins this race by many.
Put your handicapping skills to the test in the biggest New York handicapping contest of the year, the Belmont Stakes Challenge. All 15 stakes races at Belmont included in the 2-day contest, June 7th and 8th. $60,000 guaranteed first prize, $10,000 buy-in. Play on track or online with Naira Bets. For details and to register, go to naira.com/challenge. challenge and see how your handicapping skills stack up against everybody else and play for a lot of money as well.
No, it is. A lot of money. Why not? Give it a go.
Friday stakes schedule out at Pimlico on a huge weekend with the Middle Jewel, the Triple Crown coming up. Loaded on Friday. That's the case again on Saturday, but looking forward to the Black-Eyed Susan, of course, for $250,000. And then on Saturday, the lead up to the Preakness sensational undercard.
Yeah, it's a great card. I love Off Topic in the Black-Eyed Susan this year, but the Saturday's races are great. Forecast looks like it's going to be great there in Baltimore. And the Dixie's a good little race.
Catholic Boy making his return.
Yeah.
He's going to be all the way on the outside. This will be his 2019 debut. And on turf, I should say, it looks like pointed to another campaign of both turf and dirt. They want to get him to the Whitney later this year.
Yeah, and this is him working on the outside on the turf course, and he looks tremendous. I mean, listen, I'm not a horseflesh guy. That's Maggie's forte, but what I'm seeing is a happy horse, and I would think Jonathan's taking his time with him, and eventually we'll go back to the turf. But how can you not take some of these opportunities to go on the dirt and go after these big purses and make yourself a bigger stallion? You know what I mean? And I think that's what Jonathan's shooting for.
He was so exciting to watch last year. We can't wait for his 2019 campaign to get underway. The horse he was working with there for Jonathan Thomas, Osare, he's in the searching, but he's also entered on Sunday here at Belmont. So we'll wait and see if he does, in fact, run in this race.
Okay.
It's 5-1 Morning Lion, but he showed talent winning last time out of Kentucky Downs in search of her 4-year-old debut, 4-year-old filly by Medaglia d'Oro.
Wow, she's got a pedigree, doesn't she, Wolfie? Out of the Steward Human Mare. Look at those works. And they got a chance to work her over the turf. She's just in really sharp form. When you look at the outside horse in there, Violet Blue, with Tyler Gaffleon for Jimmy Toner, who's been hot. Hasn't won in a while. Not much speed in that race besides maybe the 5, and that's probably why Iki Macho is your favorite at 8-5.
Yeah, coming off a victory in the Bewitch at Keeneland for Roger Atfield. He's tackled some pretty good company, including at Gulfstream. Black-Eyed Susan, of course, on Friday before we get to the Preakness. And a look at the field where Point of Honor is the morning line favorite for George Weaver, who started out 2-for-2, still lightly raced. Third start of her career, she wound up 4th, beat just 2 lengths at Gulfstream Park Oaks to Champaign Anyone.
Yeah, this is an interesting race, a very good race. I think there's going to be a lot of pace in this race. A lot of fillies want to go towards the front end, or at least are tactically very good. Cookie Dough, the 4's got a ton of speed. The 3's got a ton of speed. What happens with Off Topic on the inside? Do they send there to set up for Always Shopping? Always Shopping was very good last time in the Gazelle, was good in the Basanda, going a mile and an 1/8. And, you know, a lot of these other fillies have not gone this distance, and that's a big plus for her.
Yeah, won on Wood Memorial Day in those Rapoli Silks. Homebred for the Rapoli stable. Got it done. Beat Off Topic that day. Would need, you think, even off this, probably to take a move forward, but
yeah,
absolutely within the wheelhouse. It'll only be start number 6 for her.
Yeah, and I'm with you. Cookie Dough is a very good horse. I think a lot of people don't take lightly. I know she's a Florida bred, but Stanley Gold's very, very good. And the other top budget runner in there, Off Topic, might run well. And don't leave out Brad Cox. He might be sneaky that whole day.
Yeah, can't wait to see the campaign for Monomoy Girl still to come. He had a pretty good 3-year-old filly last year. Does he have another one up his sleeves? We will see as we have more to come. The finale still ahead here on this Thursday Twilight card. We'll have a paddock reports and a post parade coming up. 9th race taken off the turf. 40 maiden claiming for New York bred company, and it's first time starter who's taking all the money right now for Linda Rice. We'll be back after this. Stay tuned.
Run Happy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
No medication, no problem. Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up for a $200 new member bonus with promo code SPRING19 at NairaBets.com.
An undefeated graded stakes winner on the track, Algorithms was the nation's #1 sire of 2-year-olds in 2017 by percentage of winners. His top runners include Rich Mommy, winner of the Grade 3 Sugar Swirl, multiple stakes winner and graded stakes performer Recruiting Ready, stakes winner and graded stakes performer Vanish, and recent stakes winners Taylor Spirit and Tracy Racing. In the ring, his 2-year-olds have brought prices up to $300,000. Algorithms, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. And good to have you with us. Brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, our finale coming up. Again, it was taken off the turf, so we have a lot of scratches as a result. New York bred 40 maiden claiming race, the first-time starter for Linda Rice. Daughter of Bodie Meister is the 7-5 favorite right now.
And it's a heavy favorite in a lot of the probably. The pick 5 is the least to the 2. The pick 6 is 3,000 to the 2. The 10 is your second choice, and I tend to think the 10 could be your flyer here at 4-1. It's never been over a racetrack that's fast, and now cuts back in distance, so gets a little fitness. 4th start of her career, and nothing against anybody else in here, but Linda Rice, obviously Gary Contessa, and Bruce Levine. I mean, those are the 3 trainers you'd want to play in here. That's 2-3-10.
Let's head downstairs, get a Paddock report from Maggie Wolfendoe.
And guys, it just feels like they're betting on connections here as Linda Rice will send out the likely post-time favorite and current favorite in the first-time starter on the inside in number 2, Romping Rosie, daughter of Bodie Meister. Not much to speak of in that first generation. Going back, though, the second dam was a fairly proficient turf horse, so that's why we saw this filly entered on the turf, but will try the main track. And look, she doesn't look overly turfy to me. She has a pretty versatile foot and is fairly athletic looking overall. Now, she is incredibly green here, and this isn't necessarily Linda's forte to fire with a first-time starter, so yeah, does she look completely fit? Not really, but I don't think it matters in this field. I think she could definitely win no matter how green she is. Hopefully, barring she doesn't do anything too silly to get herself scratched before the race. But look, she can win. I don't have much else to say other than I'm a little interested in Bruce, or I'll get to Bruce Levine's horse in a second. But Carolicious, she's had her chances. 14th career start, drops back into a maiden 40. This is where she belongs. She looks fine here. You know, she is what she is, though. She does get to sprint on a fast track, but it's not like she was that good on it 4 starts ago when she was claimed out of that race by her current connection. She looks good here, though. I mean, probably on looks, she's probably the next horse I want other than number 2 in here. She's fit. She's got a great coat to her. She's being professional, as she should be, with 14 career starts now. But I think she makes sense here. As number 10 is Top Line. She's getting a little washy here, but then again, that's not untypical. She has a daughter, Shackelford. I think it's kind of funny that she's named Top Line because she has a very interesting one. She's very swayed back, but I like the turn back in distance. And 2, this is the first time that Top Line's going to be running on a fast track. So I think that's something that should help her chances here. So I'm interested to see what she does. And guys, really, those are the 3 you want. And I'll keep an eye on how number 2, Romping Rosie, continues to behave now that they've got the tack on. Greg?
All right, Maggie, yeah, we'll keep our eyes on the first-time starter, but there is a look at Top Line, so not a great sign. Maggie said a little washy. daughter of Shackelford, and that's the pilot will be aboard, Rajiv Mirage. He's been on board each of the 3 prior starts and stretched out last time. Showed some speed on the stretch out, but then had no stick.
No stick, yeah. And I don't know what to tell you. I really don't. The race against open 20s was good, but like 29-1 was way outside. Blinkers on. I don't know what to do in this race because, like, if the 2 can't run, you can't tell me who wins this race. I mean, they could run this race 5 or 6 times, and I think they'd have 5 or 6 different winners. I really would, because the 2, if she can run it all, Wolfie, I mean, does she not win this race? I mean, the 7, who's 18-1, has run 3 buyers that have been 0.
Yeah, I mean, the 7 looks like can't run on dirt, and the board's reflecting that. I thought it was 2 or 9 in this spot. If the 2, as you said, yeah, can run it all, that's the way to go. But I thought the 9 certainly has some races on dirt, yeah, that look like she can get it done. And equipment change not listed in the form, by the way. Blinkers off the 9.
And the point that you make is so great. Besides the first-time starter, the other horses in this race have not even hit the board, where your 9 has. Got 3 seconds. And I mean, 3/3 and a second. So
at least has shown some ability
to do it.
Shown
something, yeah.
Get signed up, get started, play along by going to Naira Bets. $200 new member bonus when you use the promo code LIVE at sign up. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to NairaBets.com, bet 200, and you will get 200 in your account. Our post parade here coming up in a moment on this twilight Thursday afternoon, and probably the most gorgeous evening we have had here in the last, well, certainly since I've come out here, and you and I from the West Coast.
Definitely. I mean, it's been what, we're on our 3rd week, and it's been very cold and a lot of rain, and I'm sure the jockeys and the valets are happy too. And got a great crowd out today. We'll have a great crowd out for the weekend. Mother's Day got a little bit spoiled, but I have a feeling this weekend we'll make up for it.
Can we cash? And it's finale coming up, the Get Out race.
Hey, how do you play this race, right? I mean, do you get value with anybody in here? I really don't. You don't really, right? The 7 really can't win. We don't really know. Maybe you get value with the 3 because you treat the 3 as a first-time starter because the horse had no chance out of the gate.
Yeah, hit the gate off slow. It was on turf, but I'm inclined to go elsewhere. 8-5. Here's the first-time starter, Rompin' Rosie, making her debut. Daughter of Bodemeister here for Linda Rice.
Yeah, she employs Benji Hernandez, the bug boy. If she's going to win, she's going to win today.
Here is the 3. So she did debut on turf. It was a yielding turf and had problems right out of the gate.
Yeah, just not a bad beginning. You could just treat this horse as a first-time starter. Now Gary goes on dirt.
We haven't had that shocker today, at least in the late pick 5. The early pick 5 we did. Here's Samaya. This would be a shocker.
I got to give the chart caller a ton of credit that he actually counted 78.5 lengths his horse lost by last time.
Be a tough gig. Yeah. Carolicious, blinkers off again, not listed in the form. Dirt form-wise, this is the one to play.
Yeah, I think so. You know, if you look 3 back, I know it's a sloppy racetrack, good race, has races where the horse has passed horses before, and again, is the only horse that's had placings.
Top line, daughter of Shackelford for Bruce Levine. Rajiv Mirage cuts back in distance.
I will take a shot with this horse just because never been on a fast surface. 3-1, don't love the price, but doesn't have to be much.
And Frosty Linz on the outside, never hit the board in 11 starts. Has a couple of dirt starts there that showed some ability.
A couple starts, yeah, that put her where, we don't know. We'll see. She's 0 for 11 with no seconds and no thirds. 0 for 5 on the dirt, and her highest speed figure has been 41.
Well, she did put blinkers on for the first time. It was against pretty low level. It was 20 maiden claiming, but it was open 20 maiden claiming. And on the main, that was at the main track at Aqueduct. It was only beat 2 lengths that day at almost 30-1.
I'm sorry. They're playing Suave behind us. We got a DJ that's playing Suave. I'm losing track. What were you just saying right now? I mean,
that's not on your iPod list?
No, and this is not kidding. They're playing Suave, and I'm actually enjoying it a little bit as we look at the 11. Frosty Linz. You got 3 7-2 shots. There's the DJ. I mean, no.
It's been a parade of the worst songs of all time.
it's been a parade of hot shots. What are those like things that you can buy, like hot shots, or where they give you like 30 different hype songs, or hot jams, or whatever.
I mean, no,
jams.
these were popular songs at one time, yeah. But
They were
we haven't heard
popular
them for a
songs at
while.
one time. Just this is how we do it.
Yeah, I say that. Hey, you were grooving, man.
Hey, Montel Jordan, he was
that
from the
wasn't
hood, even though he
song-
went to Pepperdine.
That was not the song you were grooving to. Young MC.
Hey, dude, Bust a Move is up there.
All right, let's get back to the 11. I know we're looking at the 9 right now, Carolicious. But real quick, on Frosty Lynn's, there's 2 starts on dirt that make this horse a player.
Yeah, there are 2 starts on dirt that make this horse a player, and the DJ stopped. I think she heard us. The 4th start, the last start. Well, I guess that was on turf, but the dirt start, the 4 starts ago when the blinkers went on, puts her right there. The other race at Saratoga at 34-1, that's a better than looked race because she at least battled 5.5 furlongs. Probably gets a saltier field than this. And Kendrick will be aggressive. And I think in this type of race, a horse that gets to the front end is going to be probably really tough because I don't know if these fillies are going to want to pass each other, you know?
With more on Frosty Lynn's, let's go to Maggie.
Paul, you took the words right out of my mouth. I mean, there's no speed on paper, and she's the only one that's been remotely close to the front end. She's incredibly sharp in the paddock and in the post braid, and she's got the #1 speed rider here on the NYRA circuit and Kendrick Carmouche. So, look, in this field, yes, it could be a war of attrition in who just gets to the front because nobody else knows or wants to pass a horse. I mean, obviously we don't have any real fighters, none of those horses that have that dominant personality. So maybe it is Frosty Lynn's who wires them. As just keeping an update on #2, Romping Rosie. She was a little bit green when Benji Hernandez got a leg up on her, but he took her away from the rest of the horses, went straight over to the backside, and has been warming up fairly quietly and professionally thus far. So that's a good thing for her as she is drifting up a little bit in price here. But guys, it's good to see her kind of chill out once she's gotten on the track that is familiar to her. You know, once they get out on the track, they say, oh, I know what I'm doing now. And the paddock can be sometimes a scary proposition for some first-time starters. Greg?
First day of school,
Right, it is.
not often fun.
Yeah, you know, when I have a daughter now and I've gotten calls from the principal a couple times.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, not good. And here's the thing. It's karma because my mom got a couple calls from the principal. But yeah, it's school. It's schooling. Listen, they're babies. And a lot of these horses haven't run, and some of them are green. The 2 has never run. I know she's 3, but she's still never run. So you never know what's going to happen. And there you see the picks. Andy and I picking the 10, and Mags is going to go with the 9. The more I keep looking at the 9, I think you and Maggie got it on the head.
Really?
Yeah, but just because, I like the 10 in these type of spots. Okay, listen, the 2's the horse to beat just because she's 0 for the least. Of the horses that have ran, the 10 is 0 for the least. I like playing those type of horses, but you guys make such a good point about the 9 that she's placed. She's ran 3rd 3 times and ran 2nd. Frosty Lynn's was 41-1. Last time out, 29-1, 55-1. Carolicious at least has been involved with the pace.
Against a slightly better company, too.
I don't know, man.
Carolicious, the 9.
I hope you have all, put it that way. Because I know the 2 is heavily favored, but if the 2 hiccups at the gate, but also the 2 could win this race by a pole.
That's the thing. I think you're seeing the 9-5 because this is not the deepest of all fields that we've ever seen.
Did you think you were going to see 9-5 or lower?
I thought this horse would be favored, no questions. With the surface switch, this had to be the way you're going to go. I mean, Linda Rice, first time out, can absolutely win in the spot. There's just not much in here. So, yeah, it's not shocking me. I thought it was 2 or 9.
Like I said, I use 10 just because I'm guessing. It's called gambling.
And Andy liked the 10 also.
Well, Andy and I are gambling because we're just going, okay, this horse has never run over a dry strip. But now you look at it, the races that the 9 has run on the dirt are just as good, you know?
Well, and you brought it up. Maggie echoed those sentiments with the 11 too. get to the front, and sometimes you break horses' will behind them if they don't have a ton of talent. So
True.
can Kendrick be aggressive on the 11, zip out there to the front, and then just kind of will this field into submission? That's likely the game plan. 7-2 on Frosty Lynn's. So another one you can maybe add to the mix in here, even though it is just a, what do we have in here? 6 lining up. Not an easy way to go out here. But most people saying I'll take the new face who's never done it before.
True. I mean, like, I don't blame him. I don't know it's 7-5, but she does not have to be much, like we've been talking about. This is a confusing race. Good luck if you're alive.
7-5 on the 2, the first-time starter from the inside post. John Imbrial, the call to close out our card. Race 9 here at Belmont.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Number 2, Romping Rosie, just walked out of the starting gate and is far behind the field. Here is a top line, and down on the inside, it's Honorable Prophet, and those two are heads apart for the lead. Then comes Frosty Lynn's and Samaya right together and right behind, 3rd and 4th. Carolicious runs in 5th, and then the big break back to Romping Rosie, the trailer. The quarter went in 22 and 4/5 seconds. Honorable Prophet, the gray, down at the rail. Top line is right alongside with Frosty Lynn's racing in 3rd. Carolicious is now up to 4th. Samaya is back running in 5th as they come for the top of the stretch. Honorable Prophet on the inside and top line on the outside. The half 46 and 4/5 seconds. It is Honorable Prophet with the lead. Here's Carolicious now moving up on the outside. Honorable Prophet and Carolicious. They're coming down for the 16th pole, and Carolicious has the lead here. It's Carolicious, and it's going to be graduation day for Carolicious. Honorable Prophet was 2nd. Romping Rosie, after that slow start, did rally to get 3rd. Frosty Lynn's was 4th.
Poor break cost the first-time starter the favorite. Carolicious, the 9, in the end gets the win, runs a professional effort here to break maiden career start number 14.
See, everything makes sense, right? After we talked it out, you made me change my mind, Greg Wolf, and so did Maggie Wolfendale. Good call by both of you, and sometimes you just got to look at the form, and this horse is the only horse that's had any placings. Now, maybe she got a tiny bit lucky because we're going to go back to the start and the 2/12. This is as bad as you're going to break right from the get-go. She spotted this field 10 lengths. That's dwelting. I mean, basically not coming out of the gate, basically just stalling in there. She came rolling home here at the end at 3-2. Probably lose the whole ball of wax. 5-6 lengths, somewhere in that area. Did it cost her the race? You can never know. She probably would have been right there, but Carolicious deserves it. She's been right at the wire a couple times. She just ran into a group she could beat today.
And she had to fight a little bit at the end.
Yeah, she did.
To put away Honorable Prophet, who was making her dirt debut. Didn't run terrible, but yeah, Romping Rosie certainly one to keep your eyes on next time out, but Linda Rice has a lot of work ahead of her.
She does, and the problem is when you look at Carolicious, you see a horse that's now was 0 for 14, and the best Spire speed figure was probably today, and it's probably going to be like 50 or 53. And yeah, look, she doesn't want to come out of the gate, and you got to be patient there. And what are you going to do? And you can see that B.J. Hernandez was asking. He was asking immediately, "Let's go," or Benjamin Hernandez, "Let's go." And then now down the lane, look at her. She's the white face on the rail, 5th right now, and she's moving. She's moving twice as fast as the other horses, but she's a racehorse. She's not an airplane. She can't catch these two at the end.
No.
But she gives herself a nice little check, and she runs a nice little 3rd after that bad beginning.
One to watch, definitely next time out. 9-3, 2-11. Carolicious takes the nightcap at 2-1. You get a 10-1 shot there in 2nd to help your value a little bit if you played the exacta in here. But it's graduation day, as John Imbrial said, for the daughter of Noble Mission. Carolicious getting it done here to close things out on this Thursday twilight card on Fox Sports 2. We'll be back to wrap up the show right after this. Stay with us.
There's a power so selfless, it has the ability to heal, to inspire, to unite, to change your life.
Our summer cruise is here at Spruce Lane Farm, and he's been a really intelligent horse since he got on the farm.
He's just got great balance and presence. He's got a really good mind, and he does everything that we like to do so far. The plans with this colt are probably to take him to Saratoga or to Keeneland Book 1 or 2. He fits those. We paid $250,000 for him, so he was an expensive horse, but that's where he belongs.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up at NairaBets.com for a new member bonus.
This graded stakes winner and multiple Grade 1 performer by Tappet has become one of the nation's leading sires of 2-year-olds. Ranked number 1 in his crop by number of winners, he sired 11 stakes horses in 2017, including graded stakes winners Wild Shot and Oklahoma Derby winner Untrapped. At the sales, his yearlings have sold up to $480,000. Trap Shot, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We have returned on America's Day at the Races. Thanks for sticking around. The nightcap in the books. Here in Elmont, New York, it was Carolicious getting the job done. Career start number 14 gets the first victory of her career.
Yeah, congratulations to the daughter of Noble Mission of the North Light Mare, Dreaming of Kara. That's probably where she gets her name, Carolicious. Now 1 for 14 lifetime. If you had that pick 4, $175. And Naira Elite pick 5, $433. And if you pick 6 winners in a row, a little over 5 times.
Trained by Emron Ibrahim, Hector Diaz Jr. Your winning rider and trainer owns this one as well. So you take a look at the Naira Bets late pick 5 follow along, $433 with your biggest price, 5-1, chalk everywhere else. Pretty good.
Yeah, pretty go because, you know, Hamdowns was a horse that we could have used. That was a wide open race. So another good payout, yeah.
This weekend, of course, second leg of the Triple Crown.
Yeah.
Top 3 finishers from the Derby not showing up. Neither's Maximum Security. Got DQ'd out of that win. We want to hear from you. Who do you think's going to win? Improbable. No, sorry, not you. We want to hear from America.
Oh, okay.
Improbable. We're going to hear from you in a minute. I do want to hear from you. But first from America. Improbable, War of Will, Another Twist of Fate, or somebody else. Make your voice heard. Go to @ABR Live and make your vote heard. All right, now I want to hear from Paul LaDuca. What do you think?
So now you look at this field. You got Bourbon War putting the blinkers on. Going to show more speed. War of Will's got the 1 hole. Going to show more speed. Warrior's Charge has speed. Is going to set it up for a stablemate, Owendale. Improbable. Mike Smith is not going to let that horse be 5th or 6th like he was in the Derby. Mike Smith's going to let him roll, put the pressure on. So now what happens? Owendale gets the trip. You start looking at the closers. Always Mining, obviously in great form, has pace as well. Another Twist of Fate has pace as well. Laughing Fox should not be 20-1 on the morning line and won't be 20-1 when they go off. You go back and you look at the Arkansas Derby. There was 2 horses that made up ground, Country House and Laughing Fox. In the Rebel, he got pinched at the break. His other races around 2 turns have been phenomenal. Ricardo Santana Jr., one of the most underrated riders in America. I think this horse got a big shot to win this race and upset the card.
It's only a length behind Country House in that Arkansas Derby and then came out of that race to win next time out. As we look at the horse who's going to be the favorite, Improbable, Bob Baffert looking to make history in the Preakness.
Yeah, and the thing about Improbable, if you go back and you look at his Arkansas Derby, Jose Ortiz did a masterful job of getting him off the 1 hole and outside. He made a 5-wide move. Then when it came into the Derby, Irad rode him. He had a great trip. But Bob has told me he does not like kickback, a little bit like Roadster, who ran 16th. He wants this horse outside horses. That's why I think Mike Smith is going to let him roll from the beginning and put a lot of pressure on the front runners in here and make War of Will catch him.
Are we going to see Mike try and make one of those early moves to
Yes.
mid-race?
I'll tell you right now, he's going to be in front of War of Will. War of Will's going to have to pass him.
Bob Baffert looking for an 8th Preakness. That would be an all-time record. War of Will, unbelievable. The rail into the Derby, and now as well in the Preakness, the odds of that happening 260 to 1.
That's unbelievable. Listen, he was going to contend. You can't tell me otherwise. He was going to run in the top 3 if the incident doesn't happen in the Kentucky Derby. He's looked great since he's been at Pimlico, especially what happened. He's bounced right back. He's showing you what kind of athlete that he is. He could sit a good trip. We'll see what happens. If he runs the same race he ran in the Derby, he's going to be right there.
Well, if you like Owendale, you got to like another twist of fate. He had the rougher trip of the 2 in the Lexington. He was only beat a length and 3/4.
Yeah, and he's got tactical speed. And how about a horse that ran in Sunland? No one really gave him any love at Keeneland, and he ran a bang-up race. Doesn't draw great, but he could be the lone speed of the outside horses, so he can sort of survey what's going on. And it's good to see Blaine Wright in a Triple Crown race. He deserves it. He's a Northern California trainer that's done a great job.
Got the automatic bid with that win in the El Camino Real Derby on synthetic, and now in the Triple Crown pictures. So a lot of new faces in the mix on Saturday. We've got just 4 horses coming back from the Kentucky Derby. And once again, I mean, same old story, Bob Baffert favored.
Yeah, Bob Baffert favorite, and everybody's going to bet that horse. And War of Will probably be your second choice. And I would think it probable 8 to 5, 9 to 5, somewhere in that area.
You think that low?
Somewhere in that area.
Wow. Okay.
What do you think?
Yeah, I think it'd be more
3 to 1.
Yeah, I think we'll see that more.
Okay. Oh wow, you're 4 to 1, 5 to 1 now.
No, not nowhere near that high. Fox Sports 2, we're back 3 to 4:30 on Friday. We will see you then. We have a good card on Friday afternoon. Thanks for joining us. Have a great night.